It's beer o'clock. Let's go. Go burn, go party, go burn.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And this fucking world quest for the War Within meta is finally up, dude. Holy fuck. Feels like I've been waiting forever. It actually hasn't been that long, but it feels like it's been forever. So I can finally finish the War Within meta achievement. Thank God, dude. Thank you guys for being here. What's up, Big Mighty Anna? Zeroxis, Farside, Tyrosa, what's up, Far Guys? What's up, Cornelius? What's up, Barrels? What's up, Mike? Good to see you. It's getting cold, dude. What's up, Block Dog? Hello, Axel. Dot Mob, hello. It is actually up, yeah. About fucking time. About fucking time. What's up, Cast? What's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. I was supposed to have another episode of Edge Runners up today, but I fucking completely forgot and basically didn't edit anything on my editing days this week. So that was supposed to be up, but it isn't. It's supposed to be episode 7, 6, and 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I think. I forgot. So, is what it is. It is what it is. I can finally get this shit done, dude. I'm not gonna waste no motherfucking time. I'm going there. Apparently, if you do it in a in a raid group, you don't get any progress on it. So I might just form a little quick raid group. Bornelius, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, dude. For looks like 5 months.
Questing time, y'all.
Just one little world quest. One little world quest. Thanks for subbing as a tier 3 for 46 months, dog. That's a long fucking time. And as a tier 3 especially, dude, thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Hello. The Orphans of Merildar have been asking you to play with them. I could do that. Why do I have speed boost? Oh, I'm on a mount. That was weird. Strange. Look at all these people here. That's actually crazy. Look at all these fucking people who've been waiting on this. Farah, can I invite... I don't know if Farah's here. Oh, he is. Can I invite you to a group? We decide on a main for midnight. Yeah, I'm gonna play Paladin, I think. It's really gonna depend on what it's gonna depend on what the raid has. I've definitely done this one, but I'm glad y'all can get it. You've done the Children's Entertainer quest where you have to do this fucking guy. I've definitely done this one before. Do you need to do it during a specific time? No, you have to do all of the games. You have to do all the games. So floor is undersea hide and seek challenge and floor is undersea challenge. Floor is undersea. Well, I fucking scuffed that. Let's try again. Scuffed it again. You know what, dude? I'm a fucking sick mage.
Grown-ups say be careful in the dark.
I could probably actually put that at the end point to accomplish that. I can just put it actually right where he's standing. Fuck trying to do it. Fuck trying to actually do it. I'll just fucking alter time this shit. OP. You can do it as a warlock too, or a monk. Fuck the jumps, bro. And I only need 3 of them, so I don't really technically need to be in a raid group. I only need to... I mean, I have 4 games to play, and I only have 3 to finish.
You're weird looking.
You're fucking weird looking. Get the shit on. Bet you didn't expect it to work like that, did you, little fucker? Alright, now the challenge.
I like it when the star shines.
Bring it on.
Always have a shadow buddy.
Damn. I said I believe in you. Where's the end point for the challenge version?
Are you from above? One day, I'll be a lamplighter.
Yeah, that's what you think. Where does it end? Bro, I can't even get past the first jump. And it's the same jump as in the regular mode.
When the star shifts, get to shelter.
Crazy. Oh, there's no... Oh, I see. Oh, okay, it's the same exact endpoint. Okay, dude, well, guess what? We ain't doing that.
What
Challenge
are
mode?
you?
Do it.
I can hide in...
Shit on. Alright, hide and seek challenge. Isn't that this one?
I like it when the star shines.
Bring it on.
Always have a shadow buddy.
Rat. I don't know where she goes. Probably behind the house. Nope, not getting any closer. It's gotta be within this little bubble, so she's gotta be upstairs or something. Why is it not showing any progress? No matter what direction I'm moving, I'm not getting any closer to where she's hiding. That doesn't make any sense. It's not making any sense. Run in a fucking circle. No help? Oh, so this is meaningless. Okay, so I don't know why it even shows up on your screen. I think it's really far away. I don't think so. I think it's got to be inside this. Oh, maybe that's the world quest. Like indication. I think in the challenge mode when they move. So what's the lore of hide and seek and Hollowfall, Pyromancer? Can you fill me in? He runs around Merildar? Well, it's a she, first of all, but... What was that? I saw a thing.
Greetings, outsider. Stay productive in the light.
Oh, is this lead? Oh. Come here, little bastard. Come here, little bastard. Slow down. I think it is a she, maybe. Yo, let's go, dude. Finished. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Huge. Now I get my sick mount. 100 achievement points for that. Holy shit. I type /GG. It's a boy you find. Yeah, it is. You're right. Little bastard was running around. Oh man. And I got the Dark Heart decor. So let's see. I got Shadow. Is it Doubt? I got Shadow of Doubt. Manifesting after Xalatath's disappearance. The shadow's very existence begs the question. Were her schemes truly thwarted? Or have we just played deeper into her hands? People fucking hate this premise. They're like, oh, she's outsmarting us? What? Shadow of Doubt in this black and gray. Interesting. That's an interesting one. And I also get the one I really wanted. The Gear Grinder. The Gear Grinder Mark II. Undergoes a new iteration each time it explodes. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking sick. This is fucking sick. This is a sick ground mount. I want that Galleyworks head as well. Fucking sick, dude. I like the way it summons. When summon near a critter, it will kill it. Will it actually? No fucking way. Let me go find a critter. It's probably not going to be any here in Dorne, but... Does it also run the whole raid over? I'm like terrible at finding things right when I need them. Like, where's a critter? Shouldn't there be critters like everywhere? Like, where's a critter, dude? Like, how do you find things? Like, what is this? And Mia, thank you very much for subbing with the Prime for 5 months. Me with my car keys every morning. See, I keep my car keys in the same place every time, so it's never really like a trouble to find them, but I don't know where the fuck critters be. The butterflies, do those count? Were those actual NPCs? I saw one when I was back where I was. You probably got critters' names off? I might. Oh, I did, definitely did. Oh, they are all over the place. Oh my god, I'm just fucking blind. All right, sorry about this, fragrant stone lamb. Oh my god. It actually does, dude. Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. That's kind of rude. Dude, what a cool piece of flavor. Let's go, dude. Been working on that for like a month. Terrible day for that critter. Dude, it's such a good mount. I'm gonna be rocking this ground mount for a while. Hell yeah. Which quest is up? The world quest in Hollowfall that I needed to complete the world within meta achievement. Work hard, play hard. It comes in on rotation every now and again. Screws on the side look like eyes. Yeah, a little bit, huh? What a sick mount. This is the easiest of the new meta achievements that's been released as well. Like, oh, I'm like afraid to look at the Shadowlands meta achievement. I'm like actually afraid. I don't even have A to Zareth done. Probably have to do all that. Jailer's personal stash. Open 10 rift hidden caches during the Night Fae assault on Crucible of the Damned. Interesting. What's it called? I don't even know what it's called. Wait, it can't fly? It's a fucking tank. No, it can't fly. Back from Beyond. Back from the Beyond. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Dead Men Tell Some Tales. Haven't finished the Kyrian or Night Fae campaign, technically. I didn't know that. I thought I'd finished the Night Fae campaign. Interesting. I knew I hadn't finished the Kyrian one. Fake it till you make it. Defeat Solea and Tazavesh after being caught using forged credentials in Mythic difficulty. Well, that one's giga obnoxious to do right now because Tazavesh is a hard mode dungeon on regular Mythic now. That's so fucking cringe. That's so cringe. From A to Zareth. All the Zareth achievements. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Haven't done any of the rare encounters. There's probably some like secrets in this stuff too. Oh man. Complete 4 of the Covenant Assault achievements. I don't even know how you do any of these. Oh, they're just, oh I see, they're just specific okay. Renowned. Oh, I'm level 8. I'm level 80 with the Night Fae, but I haven't finished the campaign apparently. I swear I did. I'm so confused about that. You get increased anima rewards when you unlock rank 2 of all 4 Covenant upgrades. Jesus. I thought I'd done that on Venthyr. Man, there's so much stuff I thought that I did, but I guess I haven't done. Shadowlands Dilettante. Complete each of the Covenant special feature achievements below. Pursuing loyalty. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's one for each. Tower Ranger. Oh my god. This wouldn't be that hard now. Because I would out-level all of it. Outscale it. Walking in Momphis. Wow. And you get the title Maw Walker. Oh boy. Yeah, dude, there's a lot. There's a lot. Holy fucking shit. Oh man. But you get a pretty sick mount, dude. Isn't that like the Soul Eater or something? What's it called? Gloom? Fucking... What's it? I don't know what it is. What's it for a mount? I think it says right here. Zoval's Soul Eater. It doesn't show. It doesn't show in the fucking... It doesn't even show on the mount list. That's fucking dumb. It's one of the Maw Dragon things, yeah. And a Portal to Damnation. That core reward. And then the other one is a Farewell to Arms. Oh man, I have a lot to do for that too. And Dragonflight. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh man. I'm on island time. You get a B mount for this. I never finished Lore Master of Kultiras. Really? War stories. 2 sides to every tale. Huh. Dude, there's a lot that I haven't done. Expedition leader. There's a couple island expeditions I haven't done. Maximum effort. Frontline warrior. Oh my god. Horde assaults. Undersea usurper. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh yeah, let's not worry about those for now. Nazjatar has a lot in it. Yeah, that was crazy. Look at all of this. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just one for that. Dude, I don't even want to think about that right now. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot. What's up, Rose? Damn, dude. That makes my stomach hurt. Straight up. That makes my stomach hurt to look at. Holy. 8.2 is an insane patch. Nazjatar and Mechagon, it was so much content. Yeah, I mean, I played... That was like around the time where I was kind of off and on with how much I was playing World of Warcraft. Mechagon did like... Mechagon did not do it for me, dude. And then like Nazjatar was just like, it was just... so much. So much. One of the BFA ones is a very picky pet achievement that I haven't even attempted yet. I don't do anything with pets. What's up, Tenzo? I don't do anything with pets, so yeah, I doubt I would have any progress on it. I don't fucking play World of Warcraft to do Pet Simulator. You know what I mean? Like that's not for me. That's not for me. Might be for others, but that's not for me. I'm gonna do a couple mount runs real quick, see if I can't get a mount or two. I have something on my Death Knight. I didn't care much for Mechagon, but there was so much you could do there. Yeah, dude, there's still mounts there that I don't have. There's fucking still mounts I don't have, bro. From, like, rares. Because they have ridiculous spawn timers, man. Farming mounts there is the worst. The rares die in one hit and take forever to spawn. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. Why do I still have a male icon? What the fuck? Okay, maybe it's gone now. I had to get Bale Pet for the Fell Cycle. Top 3 worst moments I had in WoW. Yeah, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that either. I don't think... That's for Secrets of Azeroth, right? Yeah, I have the one from Diablo. I don't have this one, though. Not much is known about this otherworldly minion. Alright, black and... I'm going back to the old theories, bro. Black and red is death. Black and red is true death. Not this blue and black shit. Argus, black and red. Apocalypse, death. The end. Bale is fucking hinting at that. The Shadowlands, without being ordered, is probably has far more black and red shit, far more decay,
around here.
shit like that,
And
bro.
I'm betting we can use it to
Fran?
take the fight to Zalatan.
Fran, shut the fuck up. So what the Titans did, they didn't change Argus from life to death. They shifted him from chaotic death to orderly death. I'm not in a guild. Yo, can someone that's Alliance in the guild invite this character? A raider, Ardamir on Alliance. What the fuck? I'm on Area 52. And then can you also invite this person? Auto declines are on. Okay, try again. Sorry. Why does this take so long to load? What the fuck? I got 4 broke. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. I played WoW every year since TBC and I still haven't done one single pet battle. Yeah, dude. I remember I was going to start on the Fell motorcycle and then I learned to involve pet battles. Yeah, now they're like discontinuing new pet battles. The PvP BFA achievements are deterring so much world PvP. Really? There's world PvP as part of the meta? That's gross. Discontinued it instead of making it more fun to do. Classic Blizzard. Yo, true. True. I love my Demon Hunter. It looks so fucking sick. Anyway. I am Night Fae on my Demon Hunter. I wonder what character I've made the most progress on for the Night Fae Covenant. It's got to be my Demon Hunter. It's got to be my Demon Hunter. Is my mage actual GM? I think it is. Can you add Fargay's Moonguard Alliance? No, bro, you're out of the guild. I'm just kidding. Hold on. Pet battles will remain a thing for the old ones, but yeah, they're not going to be adding any new ones. So... Alliance, you said? Yeah, let me... yeah, switch community tab and back. The bug is pretty common. Yeah. The pet for the 1000 achievement is also a Hearthstone? Oh, interesting. Isn't the pet battle thing because of the Nintendo lawsuit versus Pal World? I don't know if that's actually the reason. It might just be because pet battles aren't very popular. I wonder what I haven't done in Ardenweald. I thought that I had done... pretty much everything. Probably because we all groan whenever a pet battle world quest appears. It's like, dude, I'm fucking 30 years old and I just learned the intricacies of Pokemon battling. Now you want me to learn pet battling? Like, I'm gonna hard pass on that. Maybe not. Maybe not. Playing Pokemon when you're an adult versus when you're a child is obviously so much different, dude. It's no wonder why people do like challenge runs of Pokemon, because if you don't, shit is easy as fuck, dude. I got to Liz and Tate on the island where they launched the rockets in Alpha Sapphire, and I one-shot their fucking Pokemon with Surf. It's just like... It's like, what are we doing here? Gym leaders just get one shot. They're fucking easy mode. Everything's easy mode. If you actually have Pokemon that have the right moves and like the right natures and shit, everything just gets one shot. I wish everything was fucking 20 levels higher so that there was actually some challenge. So it says, this says I've done 4 out of 9 chapters. So this has to be my most progressed character. Unless my druid has done more. Which I don't think it has. I don't think it has. I'll check. I think my druid's pretty new. Compared to... Well, actually, no, this druid's been around for a while. But what else would I have done that on? Nothing. Not my hunter. Not my hunter, there's no way. Hardest part's nicknaming your Pokemon? I don't nickname my Pokemon. I don't. I don't do it. I mean, here I am complaining about difficulty in a game made for literal children, so, like, what am I saying? Of course, every resource for pet battles is just, so get these 3 pets for this one fight, max their level, and I'm like, wow, that's so much fun. Yeah. Use these perfectly optimized things. I can't remember when was the last time I did a PvP pet battle in WoW. Pikachu. Gross, dude. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, 2 out of 9 Night Fae. And I'm pretty sure that's just skip chapters. So, definitely not the Druid. I can't believe they actually added Fell Druid forms to the game in Remix. That's so sick. At least the, you know, travel form, the flight. I can come up with nicknames. I mean, I think about nicknames, but I never give them a nickname. It's got to be my Demon Hunter then. So I've only done half the Night Fae campaign then. I did not know that. Make a little prog on that. Why not? It's the only one. Well, no, I have to do that in Kyrian. So I technically have 2 that I haven't finished. God, this fucking quest list is just disgusting, man. Bring the Silithid soul to Lady Moon in the heart of the forest. This is an interesting one because the Silithid soul drops from Zoval. And if there's a Silithid soul here, doesn't that mean that like Silithid and some of the minions of the Black Empire are I mean their souls go to the Shadowlands? I mean they're mortals. It's kind of interesting. If a Silithid soul goes here, then Nerubians would come here too. One would think. Mantid would come here.
Mortal.
And if they all come here, you know, it makes you wonder about the old gods. Where would their souls go? Would they go to the Void? Would they go somewhere in the Shadowlands?
May
I don't know. Interesting. I don't know I have an Ark of them data disk. I don't know why I'm carrying that. I'm so glad I have the meta achievement done. And now I'm already thinking about what do I do for the next one. What's up, Skag? See, I kind of think that this part of the forest, where it's like more natural looking and drained, that's probably what Ardenweald is supposed to look like. I think the Devourers in a large way are draining the Arcanum out of the forest. Death energy or arcane or order, whatever you want to call it. This forest is obviously magically infused. Yeah, it looks a lot like Korthia when it's drained. And Marasmus basically says straight up, like, it didn't used to be like this until the Winter Queen came. With her groves and trees. So this wasn't here. And Marasmus used to be in the heart of the forest. It's interesting, because it feels like the heart of the forest used to actually be fungi. Where, like, now it's a tree. But the truth is the mycelial network still runs under the entire thing.
What
Memory of
form do you
shapes.
take?
Silithid soul.
Run free.
Ah, the Silithid. The shape is now yours to call upon.
Our spirits
Okay, so
will endure.
I love how they don't, like, elaborate on the fact that it's a Silithid soul at all. Like, so, oh yeah, cool. Silithid soul. Very nice. Thanks for bringing that here. Like, what? What the fuck, dog? Okay. You don't think that's weird? Cool. Makes you wonder what Thros would look like? Well, we've actually seen Thros. At least a little bit. We haven't... It's kind of like, oh, we've seen the Shadowlands when we're like, when we're a Death Knight in Wrath and we step into the Shadow Realm momentarily. It's like, well, we've seen the Shadowlands. No, we fucking haven't. We saw like a blip of it, but we've been inside Thros before. Invicta, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. It definitely seems like the Winter Queen is a hostage here to me. None of this stuff should be in the realm of death. Maybe it's to ensure good behavior from Elune. Yeah, that's one of the ideas that I like too. That like her sister, the Winter Queen, is like a prisoner of war or something. Oh, dude, this stuff should be... I'm sorry, but this stuff should be account-wide unlocks, dude. This shit should be account... Like, if you unlock this shit on another Night Fae character, it should just be unlocked. Like, why am I farming anima again?
Embrace the cycle.
Fucking stupid. I don't respect it. I don't respect it at all. It's dumb. Make no damn sense. Okay, so if I have more campaign to do, return lost soul. No, that's weekly. So where do I actually progress the campaign? The Speaker of Elune. Speak with Thiernax. It's got to be this. This is the Night Warrior that was a Night Warrior before. Like, dark creatures fell onto their world and they invoked the power of Elune to fight back against what sounds like old god stuff. Pretty sure it's what this is.
These Spriggans need to be stopped. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine.
Shut the fuck up, Moonberry. Chandris Feathermoon, General of the Sentinel Army.
Shall we begin?
I pray to Mother Moon we may find help for Tyrande. Remind me again, what is a Night Warrior? The Night Warrior is the embodiment of Elune's darkest face. The result of a dangerous and deadly ritual. The one who performs it usually dies. Even witnesses are known to perish. Such is Elune's power. Tyrande lived. She fought for our people, but the power seems to be consuming her. Yeah, when you're talking about darkest face and the fact that it is consuming her, I feel like that is a bit of a hint at it being void. Cosmic void stuff. So
Nature will heal.
The Weald owes you a great debt.
explain the situation.
Elune's wrath is not to be invoked.
In our time of need, my mother took on the power of the Night Warrior.
Then her fate is sealed. My condolences, but you must let her go.
Pretty much, if you become the Night Warrior,
For your
you
sake,
die.
as well as hers.
Thiernax, wait!
You seek knowledge of
Our
the
entrance
Night
into the
Warrior?
Shadowlands wasn't precisely peaceful. It haunts Thiernax still.
Protect that which
Thiernax
you
may have
hold
seemed
dear.
curt, but there's a reason for his reluctance to speak of the Night Warrior. If you have a moment to help me out in the garden, I can elaborate. Then I'll see what can be done to convince Thiernax to help your mother.
I wish you the best,
A little
my friend.
pruning. Spriggans sometimes invade the garden to spread mischief and mayhem. There's no end to the trouble they bring, okay? Usually the Wild Hunt keeps them in check, but their huntsmen and huntresses have had far more pressing concerns as of late. Thiernax and I have been helping to keep the garden clear, but he's run off somewhere to brood. You'd be doing me a favor if you could help me clear the garden. Okay, whatever, dude.
Regret nothing done out of love.
My husband once served our people as the Speaker of Elune, until he became the Night Warrior. His feelings on the matter are complicated, to say the least. Please repair the garden's soul webs. I will recount our story as we work.
I wish you the best, my
Alright,
friend.
so let's listen up here.
Please forgive my husband. Thiernax became the Night Warrior to save our world, but he paid a dear price in the end.
Thiernax is from another world. This tab is where I put trade chat. Wait, what are these, gay deer? Yes. Well, they're not really deer. They're soul forms. They're soul forms of former mortals, but yes, they're gay. I know, it's so crazy. Alright, what do I do with this? The Craw? Pit of Endless Ravening? Is this like a world quest? Spriggan fed to the Craw. That's not. Weird story choice? Not really. Not really, dude. You should just play Ardenweald. The entire concept of, like, soul shapes and soul forms is that spiritual creatures here, they don't have... It's like you basically have a bunch of different soul forms that you can take, soul shapes or whatever they're called. And so it's not... Like, you're in a magical fucking forest, bro, in the afterlife. Like, is it that weird that they could be a fucking deer? Like... It's not that fucking weird. Yes, they were a homosexual couple who ended up becoming soul shapes in the afterlife that are deer, whatever.
The
Elk
winds
or whatever the
whisper
fuck.
your name.
Spriggan snares. Fucking get me out of here.
Run free.
All right. So you'll notice like a lot of things in here have like soul forms. This guy's like a little moonkin fucking cat thing. I don't know what the fuck that's called. A moon beast cat.
Hail, hero of Azeroth.
Bested by you?
I mean, imagine having your soul like separated from your body and then someone telling you that your soul can only appear in the form of your former body. Like, what kind of fucking, what is that? Your soul's literally energy. You know what I mean? So it's really not that strange.
You seek knowledge of the Night Warrior?
You must be straight now. Yeah, as well. Yep. Owl cat. Yeah.
Give me your best shot.
One of the main things in the Shadowlands is that it doesn't really play by like the rules of reality.
You said you were fair game.
What would your soul form be? I don't actually. That's a good question. What would my soul form be? Interesting. That's a really interesting question. I haven't really thought about that. What would I pick? I don't know. I'd be a pigeon. A pigeon, huh? I don't know. You mean like an animal or in general? Well, you pick an animal. What's up, Nathan? Well, I mean maybe like a tiger? I don't know. A mythical liger or something. I could see you as a Komodo. What the fuck, bro? How about you don't suggest them to me? That's kind of missing the point. Here's a tiger. These Spriggan are crazy.
Virnax knew the risks, but we had no choice.
Right.
He invoked the dark power of Elune, and together we repelled the invaders.
I'd be a Quattro Turbo RV tech. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I'd be a 2002 Skyline R34 GTR, R32 GTR. The twin turbos. Why are they swimming? I don't know. I thought they were running before. I don't know. I think they just kind of float around. I don't know.
Though we had saved our world, the power of the Night Warrior began to destroy him.
As it threatens to destroy Tyrande.
Ooh, you know what
Ishnuala.
You know what I'd be, dude? I'd be a snow leopard. He called Elune's power dark. Didn't notice that? I mean, the invocation of the Night Warrior happens during an eclipsed moon with a blood sacrificial ritual where it turns your eyes dark blue and black and grants you power that appears to be cosmic void. I would say it's pretty dark. And yeah, they say in the questline that it's her darkest face. It's Elune's wrath. So, yeah, there's a lot indicating that.
Desperate to save him, we attempted to lessen his burden by sharing Elune's power between us.
Now that's an interesting one. I forgot that they did that. So they try to split the power.
Our gambit failed. We both lost our lives, and he has blamed himself ever since.
They tried to share the burden and it killed them both. Fuck this world quest, bro. Give a fuck about it.
Hail, hero of Azeroth.
Hopefully they'll get the message and go back from whence they came.
Regret nothing done out of love.
I hope you do not think too poorly of Theonax's history with the Night Warrior ritual is rife with misplaced guilt and remorse. But I'm certain I can get him to see sense and offer his aid. Why are they swimming? Guys, I don't know why they're floating. I don't know. A bug? I don't know.
These Spriggans need to be stopped.
Shut the fuck
I
up,
say
Lady
we give them a
Dreadlord.
taste of their own-
Capturing souls is a far more brazen act than the typical Spriggan prank. I wonder what has changed.
Protect that which you hold dear.
The Garden of Night.
I wish you the best, my friend.
Slay Sickleshanks. That should take care of things out here. Now we must tend to the inner garden. Once we're done, I'll sort out my recalcitrant husband. Hopefully, any remaining Spriggans will have cleared out on their own after hearing us dispatch the others. What's up, Cosmic Truth?
Regret. Let us head for the inner garden.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be swimming. I'll tell you that right now. They're supposed to be on the ground. Chandris is literally swimming through the air. Like, holy cow. What the fuck? I'm gonna fly out of the quest area and come back, try to reset them. She does what she wants.
Theonax.
My apologies, Shandris.
Oh my god.
It is not easy for me to speak of the Night Warrior.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna log out and log back in. Well, we know that Chandris would be a salmon. She's a salmon. She's a fish.
Theonax.
My apologies, Shandris. It is not easy for me to speak of the Night Warrior.
She does what she wants.
The Weald owes you a great debt.
I was perhaps a bit rude earlier. This is not a part of my existence I am entirely comfortable with, and... Wait. Do you hear that?
More Spriggans? We're being ambushed.
Let them come.
Never have I seen them gather in these numbers.
Have your heads! Ha ha ha!
You seek knowledge of the Night Warrior?
I curse you!
Kadarin, no! What have you done to him?
What the fuck?
I'll never tell.
He hexed him.
Hail, hero of
Cursed.
Azeroth.
Is there something you wish to ask?
I should have never left. It was told me time and again that I should face my... Never mind. I can deal with that later. The situation would have been much more dire if the two of you were not here.
Nothing is more important than those we love.
Broken hearts.
We all do what we must.
The curse on Kadarin is a powerful one, but I will break it. Death did not part us. I will not be torn from him now. Lend me your aid, and in turn I will help you with your world's Night Warrior. I do not promise I can save her, but I will share all that I know. Return to the heart of the forest and tell Lord Heron what has happened. We will meet there.
Ilon's wrath, Kadarin. I cannot lose him again.
What the fuck?
We will break this curse, Theonax. I swear by the light of Elune.
Whoa. Some cosmic void shit. Look at her swimming away, dude. Look at her swimming away, dude. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck, dude? Holy fuck. That's funny. That thorn thing around me looks like some cosmic void. The blue, the white, the purple. Tendrils of black. Please don't be floating. Whoa! Wow. Crazy. I think it's below. Inside, maybe? Speak with Lord Heron. Oh, I'm supposed to just talk to him. The blue quest threw me off.
The wild hunt.
Explain what happened in the Gardens of Night.
Good hunting. Grim news indeed. I will send reinforcements to the Garden of Night.
Also, man, if you think the gay deer is the weirdest thing to happen in Shadowlands, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should stop looking at homosexuality as such a weird fucking thing. Or the fluidity of soul forms in the Shadowlands is a weird thing, man. Very strange. God, this fantasy game is so weird.
Well, well.
Do you know anything about
What do we
curses?
have
Does Lady Moonberry know anything about curses?
The Weald owes you a great debt.
Fix this.
Curse, you say? Oh, I know. True love's kiss.
Shut the fuck up.
Smooch him, Thirnax.
Nothing happened.
Oh, she's such a
Strange.
fucking idiot.
That always works in the fables. Anyway, new plan.
Well, still dwelling on that? That's weird. Yeah, because it makes me wonder about the kind of person you are. Makes me not sure that I want you in my stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and just make the decision that I don't. See ya. I just think that the fact that you chose to try to point that out and try to make, you know, I think that I just don't want you in my stream. So, see ya. YouTube chatter? Yeah. There's gay deer in this game? Yep. I also dwelled on it because you didn't fucking say
Interesting.
anything after you said that. You just went quiet, so.
You're a special one, aren't you?
You didn't have the balls to respond, so you can just get the fuck out of here. I bet those Spriggan thought this would be pretty funny. Well, we are not laughing.
I can't wait to see what you do next.
2K deer is the least strange thing in Shadowlands, yeah. It's just, there's just so many people
Pleasure.
that they just have to comment, you know what I mean? They can't just see something and just let it exist. They have to comment on it. And that in and of itself bothers me. You could just not, but he has to. You know what I mean? Weird story choice. Is it though? What about it's weird? It's just, yeah, I don't really need to elaborate on it anymore. All right, what do we
Never
got?
a dull
If the
moment
curse
with
isn't
you.
removed, Kadarnan will waste away until nothing is left. We used to bind and seal curses just like this all the time, but we haven't had to deal with one in ages. Go to Archivist Drayden at the Grove of Memory. He will know which curse this is and can give you its scroll. Bring it back so we can figure out what we need in order to cast a counter curse.
The Court of Night maintains an archive of curses such as this?
Of course. Counter curses are complicated. We have to know what we're dealing with first.
The Court of Night maintains an archive of curses such as this. It reminds me of the House of Plagues. Couldn't the archive also have the counter curse? Yeah, right. Unless it's like a new one, I guess. But that hasn't been archived, but That armor looks really good on a DH, thanks. I think it looks pretty dope, too. I'm really happy with how my Demon Hunter looks. I wanted it to be... Yeah, I wanted it to be a Fae-themed Demon Hunter. Like a nature Demon Hunter. But all Ardenweald themed. So,
We need to get the Gorm infestation
the fuck
under
up,
control.
Moonberry. So I think this is what Ardenweald is more genuinely supposed to look like. And they look at it as like, oh, it's withered and decayed, but it's like, what? This looks like a much more natural forest. Looks like a forest. I mean, shit here's alive. I don't know. At least for now. I remember people being butthurt about Pelagos being a female in mortal life. I didn't know since I played Aventhyr Shadow Priest, we were having topless tea parties. Oh, dude. Minor Hex. Maybe it's not drained. Maybe it's just in its baseline state. Yeah, and they call it Decay Fly, Decay Grub. But, I mean, that's kind of what forests... There's a lot about that. A more decayed forest seems like the perfect environment for mushrooms like Marasmius to thrive in. Yeah, fun fungi in general. I'm thinking, weren't Nightborn infusion from Nightwell similar to forests like Korthia being infused with anima? I mean, you can take almost anything and infuse it with magic. Yeah, it's kind of similar, but you know, if you take the magic away, will it be worse than it was originally? Maybe. The idea is that this forest is like rotting away. That like growth isn't really occurring anymore, but I wonder if that's, you know, we're kind of, it was supposed to exist in the middle, we juiced it with magic, and now that the magic's gone, it's kind of withering and going the other direction. Decay is part of the process though, for sure. Yeah. I mean, go walk through a real forest. Like, there's things decaying all over the place. Plant life, fallen trees, you know, there's moss growth, tons of mycelial growth, like, it's everywhere. You don't just put forests into stasis and you're like, ah, this is the way that it is. Heads up, brother. So you didn't know she was going to call me just now? Huh. She literally just called me to tell me that she's going to come drop it off. That's fucking crazy. The timing on that is actually crazy. Light reading. Bro.
I would be glad to assist you.
The first... Dude, I picked up the phone. The first thing she asked me, are you asleep? I said yes. I'm asleep right now. Right now. Anyway, Archivist on the edge. Please tell me you're here to help with the Spriggan problem.
Farewell.
Gracious me, these Spriggan are making such a mess of things.
The Queen watches over us.
Slay an unleashed major hex. This is Arcanum. Oh dear me, this is terrible. Just terrible. I know precisely which awful curse afflicts that poor soul, but these damnable Spriggans keep stealing my scrolls, scattering them all over and ripping them apart. Now the falls are overrun with all manner of dangerous magic. The Spriggans have the pieces of the scroll you need. Gather them along with a binding from one of the major hexes, and you can put it all back together. Sealed scroll of soul rot. Huh.
On to the next task.
How did this happen? Wither away.
I just fucking. I love going back and doing quests once you're like OP. You just once you're over leveled, you just fucking nuke everything. The fuck? How many do I need? 5. I was trying to find the magic penile jewels of Anrathzoth's balls. Wow. Is there something Pyro's working toward? I just haven't finished this quest line, apparently. Now I need a tattered binding.
This is gonna hurt.
Unleashed major hex. The magic inside the scroll wants to be let out, but you refrain from tearing apart the parchment. Oh, okay, going back, that's it. Who told you about those? Bro died before he could mutter the sentence about the pain he wasn't gonna feel. MMOs are nuts, dude. Well, I'm also... This is like from 3 expansions ago, so I'm like way, way, way over level. He normally wouldn't die that instantaneously. I fucking love this game. Me too.
So nice to see you.
What mischief are you up to today?
Such witty repartee.
Yes, this looks like it could be the one.
What fun
I knew
you're
Drayden
about
would
to
have the scroll we need. We don't have time to waste, so soul rot.
Is that all?
Secret never spoken.
We'll meet again.
First reagent I listed in the scroll is a secret never spoken. Well, that's easy. First reagent listed. I know who has tons of secrets. Watcher Vesper Bloom, our resident snoop. She keeps the Wild Hunt informed of any nefarious behavior that takes place in the forest. I know she'd be willing to give us a secret to save Kadarin's soul from dissolving in excruciating pain. I'll have the Arnax meet you wherever she's hidden them. It'll keep his mind off what's happening to his husband. Obtain a secret never spoken from Watcher Vesper Bloom's records.
Never a dull moment with you.
A sacrifice of anima. The last thing we need for this counter curse is some attuned anima. Of course, we don't have much to spare. The rumor come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Dude, you sound like that YouTube chatter I fucking banned a minute ago. Chill. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Of course, we don't have much to spare. That means this is more of a sacrifice than it normally would be. But you know what? The Spriggans made this mess, so they should clean it up. Help clean it up. Some really nasty ones have been causing mischief in Tirna Scythe. They should have the anima we need. Dirnax looks like he could use some nice, vengeful, therapeutic Spriggan stomping. I'll have him meet you there.
Always a pleasure.
Nice, vengeful, therapeutic
My
Spriggan
long
stomping.
slumber has ended.
A token of lost love. My sister, Alexstrasza, lost her prime consort, Coraliastraz, towards the end of our war with Deathwing. Coraliastraz. Fucking, not Coraliastraz, the fuck. She has loved many in her long life, but none as deeply as he. I know in my heart she loves him still. Find Alexstrasza in the Vermilion Redoubt and ask for a token of her lost love. It will surely prove a powerful reagent for the counter curse.
Ardenweir Alexstrasza must have kept some memento of Corialstraz, a token of lost love. I only hope she is willing to part with it.
And if she doesn't, I'll kill her. Don't worry about it, Sarah. I'll figure it out. Ask Watcher Vesperbloom. Ask Watcher Vesperbloom for a secret never spoken. Are you even 30 yet? Well, he's younger than me, so... No. Why don't you play Havoc? Why don't you play Vengeance? I go... There's not really a reason why I'm not playing Havoc. I'm just playing Vengeance. Like, the main reason is because when I was playing this, I was tanking on it. So in order to do that, you play the tank spec. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to tank on Havoc. Plus, when I'm doing old content like this, it doesn't matter. Everything dies fast as fuck.
Tell me how I can help.
Explain why Lady Moonberry sent you to get a secret never spoken.
My book of secrets holds exactly what you seek. You just need to retrieve it for me.
Of course.
Hey,
and it is where? 1,000 meters away, 1,000 yards. Chat all unk. I'm just 23. Yeah, that is so young. Bro, you're born after 2000. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. Oh my god. People born in 2002. That's wild. I'm saying it because that's Fell Rush and makes moving faster. Yeah, you know that Vengeance has this, right? I'm not really that worried about it, but clearly that is not as fast. That guy has a point. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, who gives a fuck? Who fucking cares? Why is it, what does speed matter, right? Like, what is that, like... like, who fucking cares? These things are gross. I'll be right back. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. My parents bought me and brought me this pack of Jones soda, which is actually a Fallout soda. So you got Sunset Sarsaparilla, you got Nuka-Cola Quantum, and you got Nuka Grape Cola, so pretty cool. I like Fallout a lot, so I'll probably put a couple in the background on, that's where they were before, that's why I was grabbing those things over there. And then I'll try maybe drink a couple of them. But yeah, they're selling them at Costco right now, so yeah. My dogs are obsessed with smelling it. Yes, here. Yes. Olive's like, what the fuck is this? Have you seen the Fallout TV series? Yeah, I've seen season 1. I know that season 2 episodes are coming out now. I'm excited to watch it. Did they add sex to WoW yet? When is the sex update? Dude, you're such a fucking degen. You're such a fucking degen. So this is a Gorm matriarch, and it looks a lot like Gahoon. It's very strange. What are the big plans for Christmas? Not everybody has big plans for Christmas, dude. A slime-covered book of secrets. Surprisingly, the Gorm matriarch's digestive juices haven't had much effect on the book's protections. Interesting. So it can't digest arcane magics or what? I have small plans. Yeah, I'm having dinner with Ariel and probably kind of hanging out, you know? We don't really like have plans with family or anything like that. ERP is the sex update. ERP's been around forever then. It's usually easy.
I knew you'd come to see me.
I was able to recover your book.
Goodbye.
It's fucking cold outside, dude.
God will eat anything, won't they?
My mom was trying to talk to me.
The secrets are yours.
I was standing out there in a
Just make
t-shirt,
sure
fucking,
no one reads it aloud.
fucking shaking, dude. She's like, you're obviously cold. I was like, yeah, it's like fucking 30 degrees out here. It's freezing fucking balls, dude. Like, what are you talking about? It's fucking cold. Sealed so it cannot be read aloud. So that it can never be told. Let's go over here. Mischief touched anima collected. And I gotta speak with fucking Alex Straza. That'll take 10 years just for her to get one sentence out of her mouth. Man, big old trees, man. So, yeah, I'm assuming they planted a big ass fucking magic-infused tree, and it started spreading magic all throughout Ardenweald. I would assume the trees are how they ordered this area. Wave, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I love how the anima in this area is like Azerite. It's like Azerite symbol icon, you know?
The forest sings your praises.
I know you came here to like smash some little what the fuck are these things called? The Spriggans, but I'm doing all the work. Tame Glade Runner. All the work. Well, that was fake news. Okay, where's Alex Straza? Wait, she's in Oribos? Where is she? She's in fucking Oribos? Wait. I have to leave the Shadowlands for this quest? Is that real? Wait, where is Alex Straza? Vermilion Redoubt. Is that in the Twilight Highlands? Blasted Lands? I think. No, it's definitely in the Twilight Highlands. What the fuck? What the fuck? I gotta go all the way to the Twilight Highlands for this shit? I think there's a portal next to her sister. No. Oh, that's tough. Well, Sarah tried to help me, but I did not take that help. Blasted lands, the wetlands. Every zone sounds sexual now. Thanks, Wave. Appreciate it. Thanks. See what you fucking done? See what you've done? Not your fault. Demon Hunters are blind. Demon Hunters are about as blind as Y'shtola from Final Fantasy XIV. We just see magic instead of physical stuff. Imagine being Ysera and thinking, why is this idiot running off without using the portal? Who's Y'shtola? She's resident cat girl. Y'shtola's mommy. What the fuck? People. Welcome to my Ungaro crater. God, don't catazones just, they look so good. God, look at this graphical design of Cataclysm. It's actually pretty good for the time, but obviously some updates since, but this fucking zone is empty, bro. There's fucking nothing in it. I hate it. I actually hate it. There's fucking nothing in old zones. Just empty. They just have like design through them, like difference in like there's like nothing in them. Kato's a little better about it actually than some of the older ones, but it's mostly vanilla zones that feel like they have nothing in them. But there are trees. Yeah, lots of trees. That's about it. There'll be a few druids farming lumber there. Isn't that ironic? Druids farming lumber. Something's not quite right. What's up, mommy? Your sister sent me.
I will listen. What is it you seek? Holf Aldon Shi. Greetings. Embrace hope. Do you think I have Big Mom energy? All life is worth saving.
What brings you here? Nothing. Nothing at all.
The Red Dragonflight will protect this world.
Ysera, it brightens my heart to know her death was not an end, but a new beginning. We were sisters, hatched from the same clutch, inseparable since birth. Ysera speaks of Corialstras, whom I loved dearly, but I loved none more than her.
Aww.
She gave me a gift when we first became aspects. Take it with you, and save your friend.
Keepsake
and
chest.
champion, please tell my sister that she is sorely missed, fondly remembered, and deeply loved.
You love your sister? On a weird story choice, dude. Very strange. A small carving of Ysera, rough edges smoothed by time and handling. The ancient wood carving has been preserved by high-quality protection spells. As a gift, she gave you an ancient wood carving of herself? It's a keepsake, I guess, right? That's the whole point. But something to remember her by, I suppose. So do I get to teleport back? I don't think so. This is fucking awkward. Okay. Wait.
These Spriggans need to be stopped. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine.
Shut the fuck up, Lady Moonberry. Step on me, mommy. Dude, you guys gotta chill, dude. You gotta chill.
I listen to the woods.
You gotta chill.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
It's seen sights no one should ever see. You mean the inside of the gorm?
Is that all?
You have no idea how tempted I am to open this and read it. Let's hurry up and create this counter curse.
I can't wait to see what you do next.
Sacrifice of
Such
anima.
witty repartee.
Have you handled those Spriggans yet? Something's a little off about this anima. Mischief-touched anima. Has the Azurite icon. Very strange that they did that.
What fun you're about
That'll
to
teach
have.
those Spriggans. You mess with the Mist Runner, you get the magical horn. Now we have the anima we need. And conveniently, it's already attuned to the bad attitude of the one who cast the curse.
We'll meet again.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
I'm bound to the dream and the moonless night.
Night embrace you.
My sister loves with all of her heart.
The cycle must be
This figurine.
preserved.
I have not seen it since... I gave this to her when we first became aspects. Our duties would draw us apart for the first time in our lives. To know that she has kept it all this time. Sarah wipes her eyes. We will put it to good use.
Ardenweald will survive the drought. This I swear.
Mending a broken heart.
Such witty repartee.
We have all the reagents for the counter curse. Hurry up and cast it before Kadarin's soul is lost, and Theonax refuses to help you. Tyrande is doomed to die horribly in the maw, and everyone is sad. But no pressure. Fey-woven branches, yo, those are dope. Oh my goodness, I might have to put those on. Equine soul.
Okay, everyone. Let's break this curse.
Cast counter curse.
What happened? Kadarin. Thank alone it worked.
I mean, you could think.
Hero of Azeroth.
Mending a broken heart.
Nothing is more
Were it not for your aid, Kadarin's soul would have been lost forever. Where would it have gone? I can do no less than offer my aid in return.
We all do. I know not if the Night Warrior's fate can be averted, but I will do all that I can to aid you.
Thank you, Theonax. And you, Kadarin. You are fortunate to have each other.
Yes, we are.
Greetings. May you find respite here.
So now do I do the fate of Arelon? Like what now? That just kind of ended.
My long slumber has ended.
Why did you become the Night Warrior? To fight a great evil which had slain many. A coalition of champions had formed to kill the dark god who had landed on our world. To succeed, we needed the power the last speaker had tried to invoke from Mother Moon. We fought over that. It had already killed his mother. He did not wish for it to kill his husband too. The Elun's power was one of our greatest weapons against the monsters. So I did the ritual, survived it. He stood by me, our eyes dark as the new moons. We fought the monsters. I mean, you'd think old gods, but I feel like you could also attribute this to the Legion, maybe like the Avatar. I think I don't know. What was the cost? The price of Elun's dark power was my life. Mortals are not meant to hold such things. One way or another, it would kill me. For my world, my people, my family, I was willing to make that sacrifice. Darren was not so willing to let it happen. To my eternal regret, trying to share the burden killed us both. Diernak sighs. I should let the past be. What matters is our world was saved, and we are still together.
Elun's wrath is not to be invoked lightly.
Where did you come from? My world was called Physandi. It was a beautiful world of vast forests, mighty mountains, and tranquil plains. Sounds a lot like ours. It was for these wilds we fought against the Dark God. A Dark God? What's that mean? Some generations before I was born, the Dark God landed on our world. The impact wiped out an entire kingdom and disrupted the balance of nature. Yeah, okay, so that sounded more like an old god. No one who ventured into the area returned from the wasteland. We druids kept an eye on the borders, but we did not anticipate what would come. Generations before I was born. So it was there, it was doing its thing, probably building a little empire, a little army. Monsters. Okay, so this really gives you the old god vibes here. Creatures with too many eyes, too many limbs, and too many hungering mouths. They swept across the world when my great-grandparents were children. Thus, the endless war began. Entire generations spent their lives holding against the others and their madness. It was my mother who discovered the nature of what lived in the center of the crater. To slay the being from another world, she tried to invoke Elun's dark face. She died. Being from another world. But you won, didn't you? Eventually, Diernax was successful in becoming the Night Warrior. I fought beside him and the other champions of Physandi to the end. We won, but at terrible cost. The armies of madness killed many while we were away, then scattered when the Dark One died. Some of our people succumbed to the whispers. They disappeared or went mad. We lost friends, family. The god bled. It will take many generations to cleanse the sickness from our world, if it can ever be. So it sure sounds like this fucking thing came from the sky. I mean, Chronicle says that the Void Lords pooled their power to create these horrible beings and fling them out into the cosmos, and they would randomly impact worlds. I just have a hard time seeing a connection between things like Dimensius and the Old Gods. The Old Gods never talk about the Void Lords, ever. They never say anything about them. They never speak as though they have masters, or had masters. And I'm not sure how the Void could accomplish that. The Void, like, sucks away energy. It transmutes it. It doesn't create flesh. It consumes it. So it's confusing because it's like, there's all these different ways that Old Gods could have hypothetically come to be, theoretically come to be. But then you get stories like this where it's like, oh, it fell out of the sky. It came from the sky, from another world. It's like, what the fuck? If it came, did it come? And that's another thing too, is like, did it come from the Void, where there's just like void stuff? Or did it come from another world? Is it like another dimension and realm of darkness and energy, or is it an actual world? It took some time for it to become a direct threat to them. Which makes me wonder, is it possible that it landed in one state and then ended up in another? Man. And then you have to ask the questions of, like, we don't really know what Physandi actually is. And so you could have other cultures, like the thing is that cultures sometimes name things, they name things differently. Even though they're referring to the same thing as another culture, they use different words, right? So they call their world Physandi.
Owes you a great debt.
But who knows if that's, you know, is that like what their people in culture called it? Could it have had a different name at some point? Like, sometimes perspective is kind of a limiting thing. The Airnax reminds me of like an elven name. And Kadarin, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like those are almost like two elvish names. The Airnax especially. I don't know. What's up, Eber? What's up, Ningguem? Welcome. What if it flew out from a world soul similar to how Beladar did, but not a calcified form, but a fleshy one? It's maybe. There is also the story of the Doom of Koresh. Isn't it like they wielded the power of their world soul to strike back at Dimensius, ultimately like sacrificing their world, but didn't it shatter Dimensius? Don't they like make it out to be that like Dimensius basically like fucking exploded and like a bunch of his and bits of him got flung off into the great dark? So then I wonder, is like, are those pieces Old Gods? Is it void energy that impacts into something and then that turns into an Old God? Like, it's I mean, I really like the idea for Beladar, that like the Old God, they had a relationship with Beladar, they were drawing upon its light, and then it shifted to void and like corrupted them. But can't really prove that. Drust to Drust. I think that's going to be this quest over here. Fate of Aralon. Crystals are very important to the races of the Old Gods. They could use the same sort of tech. I mean, they have a mural where the Old God down in Ashkahed is like, there's the Beladar is like depicted alongside it, you know? There's obviously some kind of relationship. And again, if you pay attention to the oral history of the Earthen, when they went down deep into the earth and found Beladar for the first time, it was in a void state. which happened way before the Arathi ever arrived. So the Arathi's perspective that Beledar was always light and changed to void for the first time during the Day of Darkness, that's not true. That's not correct. And when the Earthen went close to Beledar, they saw that there was an Nerubians. So the Nerubians had been in proximity of Beledar. They had been in Hollowfall at some point. I mean, they have some stuff built up to that area too. So they were interacting with Beledar at some point. And again, in the cutscene where Xalatath says that the old gods are dead, they seem to be bleeding all over the place, but their blood looks golden. And the mural of the old god on the wall has like golden and orange eyes, which makes me very much think that like maybe they were feeding on the power of the light of Beledar, and that it ended up corrupting them. I like this idea that they were like, the old god was like drawing on this power to maybe grow or perform transmutation, to transform the Nerubians' forms or whatever, to ascend, the old style of ascension, and that like that energy that went in it ends up shifting or corrupting them in some kind of way. Now, you don't want to do alchemical blood ascension because the old god's blood is all corrupted by void. There's an achievement in Avernus called We'll Never See That Again, surely, where you have to swim in a pool of void liquid to cultivate a lump of flesh, which you later have to tear off and toss inside the emptiness between stars phase. Sounds familiar to certain entities? And I mean, dude, that like you can even get into like theories there where it's like the old gods are the divested, cast-off flesh of the Titans. Like they ordered the flesh or whatever out of themselves or out of worlds and like flung it out into the void, thinking that they would never see it again, but they did. Like the Titans once having been mortal or ordering worlds to remove the flesh, the chaos, the corruption from them. Just like flinging it out, like fucking, who cares about this, you know? Kind of carelessness, where it ends up, you know, manifesting as this fucking creature that slams into another world and corrupts the fuck out of it. But I don't know. Where the fuck is this quest? The Fate of Aralan.
Hail, mortal.
I have an urgent request to make of you. Recently, the Wild Hunt has been encountering the masked Fae in greater numbers, particularly in the area surrounding Blackthorn Grove. I sent a hunting party to investigate, but they have yet to return. Aralan was leading the hunt. You have offered him aid before, yes? I ask that you do so again. Search the area for signs of the missing hunters and report back.
We can ill afford to lose more huntsmen and huntresses. Find them and bring them home.
Fate of Aralan.
Mortal, over here. I require aid.
It's fucking dark over here, dude.
I serve the Queen.
The Fate of Aralan.
Do what you must.
Keep your voice down. There are masked Fae nearby.
The forest.
Masks of deception.
For Arden.
My hunting party was ambushed not far from here. I narrowly escaped capture, but the others were taken deeper into Blackthorn Grove. We must find and rescue them. We are vastly outnumbered. We'll need to disguise ourselves while we search the grove. See if you can do something. See if you can find something we can use to do so. I need just a little longer to recover from my wounds. Find 2 masks of possession. So these
need disguises. Search the area for
these are literally Drust domination masks. It's like dark druidic domination magic. It's even the same color scheme as domination. It's just leveraged through domination through nature rather than the black metal fucking look of the jailer, whether that's order or death or whatever. It's just different. It's like just a different flavor of the same concept. And so the Drust and any of the Witches' Coven and like Drustvar that are using this magic, they're basically leveraging not only a form of dark druidism, but druidism that leverages the power of domination. That's why these masks are possessing these people, because they're effectively wearing masks that are dominating their minds. These are basically like miniature nature-based helms of domination. Mask of Possession. This unused mask appears to be dormant and safe to wear. Subjugators. Like, come on. Motherfucker's name is Subjugator. Title, you know. That's what he does.
The masters lay claim to the Weald.
And so it makes me wonder, like, if it is true that the Primus created domination magic, how did the Drust get their hands on it? And it has been pointed out before how similar Gorak Tool actually looks to the Primus. Pyro, did you watch the Bellular video of Denuzer copy-pasting some lore he created for other games inside WoW? No. I don't give a fuck about... I don't watch Bellular videos, dude.
Protect the heart.
Oh, let's make another video trying to fucking bash Shadowlands for a different fucking reason. Who gives a fuck, dude? Who cares? No, I don't watch that shit. Oh, Denuzer wrote a bunch of fan fiction or fucking things for another smaller universe, and that inspired him to write similar things for WoW? Oh, what a piece of shit, right? Man, I guess Metzen's a piece of shit then too, right? For writing stuff for Transformers and then doing the same thing for WoW? Wow, what a fucking loser that guy is then, huh? Damn, must be why the game sucks, right? It's just so annoying. Yeah, sometimes people write things and then they fucking... Writer copies own work, damn. Yeah, dude, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck even is that? Who cares? Just annoys me. No, I don't watch any Bellular content anymore.
What do you fight for?
Masks of Deception.
The forest
What have you found?
will endure.
Yes, we can use these masks to disguise ourselves.
For Arden,
Blackthorn captives.
the forest
These disguises will allow us to
endure.
explore the grove undetected, but beware of the overseers. Their Drust magic will more than likely be able to pierce through our deception. We need to save the rest of my hunting party while we still can.
For Arden,
I didn't see it that way, that's true. Yeah, you
Don
didn't
the
see it
mask
that way
when you are
probably
ready.
because
find the
Bellular
others.
and the fucking team over there, they tend to make things in the most disingenuous fucking bad faith way as they almost possibly fucking can. To try to paint it as though it's some kind of fucking bad thing. Bellular has the biggest fucking hate boner for Shadowlands of any content creator. And the sad part is he doesn't really seem to know very much about it. So they talk a ton of shit about something that they get information wrong about all the time. So I just don't take it seriously at all. It's not worth listening to. It's just clickbait, just literally feeding into the endless fucking hate train of Shadowlands instead of giving it honest, like, detailed reviews and speculation based on it. They just literally feed into the negativity because it gets clicks. That's it. That's it. And, by the way, there's comments on that video calling out that they get a bunch of things about that other game wrong. So you have people correcting them about, like, that's not exactly what it is. Like, the way you're interpreting it, so, in my opinion, much of it is perhaps being interpreted to fit the narrative that they're trying to push, rather than it actually being accurate. And so I commented, I was like, yeah, it's the same shit he does to WoW. It's the exact same thing. They don't want to look at it for what it actually is. They don't want to give it a fair analysis or be honest about it. They just want to push the narrative so that it gets more views. That's it. That's all it is. I never go into Shadowlands, but watching you replay it honestly makes me really appreciate it for the story. I'm glad. I mean, I think that people should replay it or play it for the first time. Shadowlands has a lot of really, really good stuff. And unfortunately, people like me baby raged about it at the time and didn't fucking help the situation at all. This motherfucker's flying again. They're flying again. He was pretty against the idea of the Titans being an antagonistic force, and that's because he didn't really know anything about them. But they act like they do. And once it was all but confirmed in recent years, he slid right into being like, look, here's what we figured out. Yeah, dude. It's just, to me, dude, they're just a smaller version of like mainstream media outlets who just kind of say what they think people want to hear. They're not worried about
Take care not to
not
be
worried about
unmasked.
honest like reporting at all. They're just concerned with maintaining relevance and feeding into what they think people want to hear.
You must.
I don't think there's anything honest about it. There hasn't been for a while. I don't think it. Anyway. He gets the very first thing wrong. The first bit of lore the game introduces you to. It's just a... Yeah. I feel like ever since that Sylvanas stuff, people take any interpretation of established lore as a retcon when it could literally just have been that we don't have all the information yet. I mean, we don't have all the information on a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, that's how you continue to iterate upon and write stories. Like, if we had all the information, the story'd be fucking over, wouldn't it? Like, but often what I find is that people they're ignoring the evidence to disprove their claim and focusing on the evidence that they think proves their claim. And that's not how you discover things. That's not how you prove things to be true. If you convince yourself, this is like, it's a problem that I used to have with Sargeras big time. If you convince yourself what the answer is before you have the evidence, you fall into confirmation bias, and you just look for things that will confirm what you think it is, rather than looking for evidence to the contrary. Because we are often not concerned as much with the truth as we are with supporting the narrative that we believe is the case. And unfortunately, that is, I don't know what to do about that. It's extremely common.
Azalor, I feared as much. You deserved better than this.
And unfortunately, what World of Warcraft's community doesn't really have is peer review. And if you do peer review, you're often looked at as antagonistic. And I think that there's ways to respectfully do peer review and ways to not do it respectfully. But there is no peer review. So you just have people that are viewed as authorities because they're popular in the community, saying things that are incorrect, and no one corrects them. And so people just think that what they're saying is correct, because oftentimes the people that are watching these videos don't actually know anything. They don't know any better themselves. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, it's not... the closest to peer review you'll get are the wikis. Well, the wikis are also full of misinformation. The wikis get things wrong all the time. There's wiki articles that say things are mistakes when there's no evidence that they actually are. They just don't think that, for example, the Tol'vir were part of the Empire of Azakir, but they were. There's several pieces of information that confirm this for us, but they write in the bottom of the article, we think this is a mistake. It isn't. It isn't. It's existed in archaeology since Cataclysm. It's not a mistake. You're just ignoring what it's trying to tell you because you have a set in your mind that the Tol'vir are Titan forged. So, yeah. Again, it's more about supporting how we see things subjectively than looking for the actual truth. And this is just an inherent aspect of, like, subjectivity. Pretty much everything to the perception of people is subjective. So... because it can even come down to the idea of, like, well, I just don't believe it. And it's like, well, I'm not sure what to say to that. I've had to correct a few things on them, but there's more discussion than X says. Yeah. I just think that when you're going to make theories and you're going to push narrative ideas and concepts and stuff, you're going to claim things are retcons or whatever. If you're going to cite something, I mean, this is something that you learn in middle school, early high school, that citations are necessary. So you can't just say Chronicle Volume 4 said this, but then not cite that at all. You need to show the quote. You need to cite the dialogue, because otherwise what you're doing is you're using source information. You're trying to validate your interpretation of it without providing the actual material. And so what happens is you provide your interpretation as though that is what it says, but it isn't what it says. So that's largely why Bellular thinks that the first one stuff is retconned, because I think that he doesn't actually know what the source says. He doesn't know it in the case of Chronicle Volume 4, and he doesn't know it in the case of Grimoire of the Shadowlands, and I doubt he knows it in the context of actually playing through Zareth Mortis. And even if he does, when was the last time he reviewed that stuff? When was the last time he played through that stuff? Has there been any development of perspective that would maybe change how you look at some of these things? Maybe it's possible that you took the existence of the first ones a little bit too much at face value, or didn't really think about some of the hints that people like Denuzer were giving about how we think we're fulfilling a prophecy. We're kind of inserting ourselves into a prophecy when maybe that's not exactly the truth. There is also the fact that we are this fated, destined Mawwalker of legend, but the fact is that we have literature, multiple pieces, in fact, that actually clarify that Sylvanas is the Mawwalker, right? So you have to consider these things when looking at the grander narrative of Shadowlands. One of the biggest problems with Shadowlands is it's trying...
Mara was the fiercest among us. She would never have knelt to the trust.
It's trying to tell a story perhaps a little bit too subtly. I think it's a big fucking problem of Shadowlands. They tried to be a bit too subtle. They tried to be a bit too sneaky. And it doesn't mean that it's written well, but I do think that that's a big part of the problem. I was already out with him, but when he said Shadowlands was entirely retconned, I now actively ignore his videos. Well, it's because there was so much out. I'm such a proponent of this, dude. I'm such a part of the fucking problem, dude. I can't even act like this is I'm such a part of the problem, man. How many fucking multiple? There was literally millions of views on the shared uploads and clips and reactions to my Shadowlands crash out, bro. I'm literally part of the problem, because instead of tempering my emotions, taking a break and coming back with renewed perspective to see it for what it is, I had the emotional knee-jerk reaction, and a bunch of people resonated with that. And that I'm literally part of the problem. So it's really frustrating because, you know, I'm part of the reason why people see Shadowlands the way that it is. Or the way that they do, excuse me. And the unfortunate truth is that there's a lot of people who never played Shadowlands, but they saw what other people thought about it, and now that's a stereotype that's perpetuated by people who've never experienced it, and it's very annoying.
Gweir, she yet breathes.
It's very annoying.
But
I wish I hadn't
done to her.
It's so annoying. I could have gone and played Final Fantasy and had just as good of a time and had popped off there as much as I did without fucking crashing out about World of Warcraft. Those things did not, they're not mutually exclusive. So it's just so frustrating, dude. I wish I hadn't done that.
I serve the Queen.
Speak quickly, we have much to do.
For Ardenweald.
Gweir is the only survivor, but she's already been afflicted by the Drust's cursed magic. We can't just leave her. Not like this.
Do what you must. Are you in need?
Report to Lord Hearn. I will do whatever it takes to save Gweir from the Drust curse. Lord Hearn must be informed of what befell my hunting party. Deliver my report back to him while I escort Gweir back to the heart of the forest. They were under my leadership during the ambush. She's my responsibility. I will make sure she gets home safely.
The forest. Report to Lord Hearn. I will guide Gweir to safety.
Not only because of you. No, I know. But I feel like when it comes to... Maybe I'm wrong. You tell me if I'm wrong. But when it comes to the most visible crash out, like someone genuinely upset that wasn't just seen purely as someone baby raging. I mean, it definitely had an impact, and it's frustrating because I said shit like I could write a better story than Steve Denuser in my fucking sleep or something like that. And the truth, I don't think that's true. Upon, you know, calming down, reflecting upon my own writing ability, stuff like that, I don't think that's true. I think Steve's a pretty fucking good writer. But I also think that it's possible that some mistakes were made that, you know, and I just think that Steve Denuser kind of took the entire brunt of that when in reality it wasn't even entirely him. Christy Golden was part of the writing there as well. And there are other writers at Blizzard too. And at the same and it's funny because even when I look back on it, it's funny because I have this thing in my mind where it's like, oh, the writing wasn't good. But it's funny when I actually go back and play it with Sylvanas' story in mind and thinking about the purpose of how Arthas was used and all of it, like, I actually don't think it's bad. Like, I genuinely don't think it's bad. I wish that I had played it in its entirety when it was available. Because again, I didn't even play 9.1 Chains of Domination that much. I watched the cutscene of Sylvanas on YouTube, and I came to my conclusions there. And look how detrimental that was to my understanding of Shadowlands. You know? I kind of fucked myself, like blinded myself there by choosing to engage with it like that. You know? You're wrong every time you tell a different view on the lore and they don't listen. They only listen as you crash out with the game. Yeah, we almost have this like weird propensity to agree with the negative and like join in the pessimism than we do to be optimistic and patient and fair. It's fucking weird, dude. It's weird. I felt lucky to not play it when it was live, so I just got to enjoy it without the Covenant friction. It's definitely better to play it after the fact. I would totally agree. It's definitely better. It's just, this is one of Blizzard's biggest struggles, I think, and you guys tell me if you agree or if you disagree. One of the biggest struggles with the format of World of Warcraft is patch-released story and system iteration. So the first half of an expansion might suck ass, and then the second half might be really good. That's a big problem. Like, because you don't even get the conclusion to the story until sometimes 2 years after it first came out, it's so hard to experience something in its entirety and appreciate it. Like, I think that I could have much better appreciated what the Primus had done and the story that existed there, the concept art of the jailer actually being the Primus, all of that stuff, if it was actually just released in its entirety. But the problem is it never is. So sometimes you know, it's like, it's almost like only getting, one of the only comparisons I can give it is like, it's almost like only getting a television series in, you know, 3-episode blocks and then having to wait like months for the next ones. And the problem with that is like, one, you're going to forget some of the things that happen in the first block unless you review it. You're sometimes going to get only part of the story, and it might not seem very good because you're not like the big hooks, or not the hooks, the big twists, or the, you know, extrapolating on what was initially thought, and then maybe it's something else. That doesn't happen until later. Like, you don't really see the jailer for what he is because you don't really comprehend that he's dominated. You don't really comprehend that he is a Lich King similar to Arthas who's been bent to the will of someone else. So he's positioned as the big bad guy, but he kind of drones on with his voice and, you come to the maw, and my nipples are out, and like we meme about it and it gets made fun of and he's not taken seriously. But what people aren't realizing at the time, myself included, is that's not really Zoval. Like, that's not really him. This is like a shell of him. You know? This isn't really the real thing. Like, and who's behind this plot? Well, it's the Primus, who's a victim, right? Who's been captured by the guy that he imprisoned, kind of situation. It's, you know, again, we have the concept art of the jailer, and people go, oh, I wish the jailer actually ended up looking like that. Well, he does. He actually kind of does. You just don't realize it because you think the jailer is Zoval, because that's the narrative we're given. But the truth is not that. It's the Primus. So all of that is lost when you can't, like, that all ends up lost. And it ends up, you know, Denathrius ends up being a more compelling, interesting villain than Zoval, because frankly, he is. But what ends up not happening is the Primus is not identified as a villain. We're not sus of him in the way that we should be. So at the end, before we confront the jailer and he's like helping us, he's studying us to figure out how we resisted domination, and then we end up putting this reformed crown of a helm of domination on the arbiter. We're not recognizing the risk. We're not recognizing how that's like very scary that he's done this, because we don't recognize him as the bad guy. There also wasn't actually a proper reveal of the Primus dominating Zoval, or an outright statement of Zoval actually being dominated. There is actually. That's not true. The Primus tells you that he created domination and used it on Zoval, but he plays it off as though Zoval had forged those chains into a weapon and turned it around against him, right? But instead of questioning that, we're just like, oh, that's what happened. That's what happened. The Primus tells you overtly that he dominated Zoval, but I think that part of the issue is that there's a lack of understanding in what domination really is. There's a lack in understanding of where Mournblades come from, how they work, even though it's pretty overtly stated that they're machinations of the Primus, like they're his literal designs. And so the problem is, Cast, I agree with you. Should it have been more obvious and more overt? Yes, it should have. And that's why I say that I think that the storytelling they tried to do in Shadowlands, it was too subtle. Because evidently, the subtle storytelling does not resonate with a large portion of players, because there's people that are just now surprised in the very obvious, thank you, HSHAO, for the sub on YouTube, for the membership. Now that they're being like, here's the Titans who sent this giant fucking robot at you, at the Earthen, for breaking the edicts of the Titans and wanting their own free will and desires. Now people are like, oh, the Titans are bad guys? Guys, yes. Like, at least to some degree, yes. Like, there's been hints about their nature for a very long time. Like, all the way from Classic, even RPG lore had it, all the way through Wrath of the Lich King. Like, it's not new, but because it wasn't said overtly, people didn't get it. And what frustrates me about that a lot is that that's the point of the story. It's not supposed to be obvious. It's not supposed to be like, oh, like, imagine if for the last 9 expansions, we were just like, yeah, the fucking Titans are blatantly, obviously the bad guys. When are we gonna get around to that? Like, there's supposed to be a subtle story unfolding where we're meant to realize that, like, one of the greatest threats that exists has been subtly hinted at for a long time. Like, and like, we're not really supposed to know. Well, I mean, you can figure it out, but it's not supposed to be obvious. Don't you think that maybe it is people that came in later that changed things to make more sense around Shadowlands? I don't know what that means, so I can't really agree with you. I don't know what that means. Don't you think that, first off, no, don't be suggestive and that I should think this. No. Don't you think that maybe it is people that came in later that changed things to make more sense around Shadowlands? I don't know what you mean. change what to make more sense in regards to what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Algalon was the most in-your-face proof of their observation of us and what they were willing to do in the case of what they considered to be irreparable systemic corruption. Like, think about the state of the world, the factions, everything going on during Wrath of the Lich King. That was too far gone, according to the Titans. Their systems were set to wipe us the fuck out. That was too much, which is crazy. Once more, there is this preferential idea that in any story, a deific entity is benevolent and for helping the protagonist unless otherwise stated. Yeah, it's frustrating. I don't know why. Do you think it's also a big part of the struggle that we, the player, always have more information than the characters in the story? Perhaps. Like, Sylvanas has only more recently come to the realization that the Shadowlands was ordered, right? It's not like when Sylvanas was introduced to the Shadowlands, it's not like she heard Tal Inara or whatever the fuck that thing is, you know, the thing in Ouroboros is saying, for eons, the Shadowlands existed in perfect order. Like, she didn't hear that. It's not something that the characters understand. So, I don't know if it's... I mean, it can be a problem in that, yes, sometimes the characters are not as aware of what is happening as we are, and so they don't comment on it in a way that makes it obvious for the people that maybe aren't aware. I think the truth is that sometimes you do have to have your character overtly state things in order for people to realize that that may be the case. You know what I mean? So, for instance, there is a Stay a While and Listen, which is an optional piece of dialogue, where Illyria flat out says, like, Xal'atath is not an old god. But people still speculate about her being an old god. And it's like, well, it could be Illyria, it could be that Illyria's wrong, but Illyria does overtly state, like, no, she's not an old god. And so it's kind of problematic when you have important story things like that that are optional. And so, in a way, I really feel like Blizzard, I don't know if they gave up or if they never cared, but it almost feels like they gave up on trying to get a certain group of players. I won't even say the average player, but players who are intent on just like getting to max level and farming endgame content. It's almost like they gave up on trying to tell them the story. You know what I mean? Like, they're still telling a story, but some of the finer details, they just don't care if you skip them. They just don't care. Like, if you're into it and that's what you care about, you'll read it. If you're not, fine. And if you want to speculate that she is something that you've been overtly told she is not, fine. You should have read the quest text. But the problem is that these people will often get upset and up in arms, even though they don't really care about it because they're not reading it anyway, because they thought that it was going to be one thing and it wasn't. And the hints of the story were indicating to them that it wasn't going to be that for a while. But they just, you know, so then, oh, now it's fucking Blizzard doesn't know how to write a consistent story. No, you just weren't reading it. Weren't paying attention to it. And so that's really frustrating. It's writing for the audience. WoW has had this population split between people who claim the story never matters, yet talk about how much they loved Arthas and Illidan's story, and people who pay attention to the story. There's a lot more in-game videos and voice-narrated quests than in the past. Oh no, and that's absolutely true, Darnoker. It's true. But what I'm saying is, in those voice-narrated quests, in those videos, they're not giving some of the finer details. Like, in order to understand that the Dark Heart is a transmutation device, you have to read. You have to, not books, you don't have to go outside the game, you just have to read what's in the quest text. In order to understand that Xal'atath is not an old god, you have to listen to the optional Stay a While and Listens, right? That's what I'm talking about. There are more voice-narrated quests than in the past. There are more cutscenes, but some of the finer details are not in them. I'm pretty sure they mentioned that in a recent interview, they've received a lot of negative feedback on quests being held back by dialogue to progress. And you know what, man? My stance is this. Fine, but then don't complain when you're done that there was no substance or detail or that it didn't make sense. You can't do that. You either gotta actually pay attention and be present and read and listen and care, or you gotta be quiet about it. Pyro, isn't Zal the 5th old god? Did I miss one of your videos? No, Zal is not the 5th old god. No. Again, Illyria Windrunner, who is the most proficient in the void of anyone on all of Azeroth, overtly states in a Stay a While and Listen in the War Within primary campaign that Xal'atath is not an old god. Here's the problem, guys. I have over 1,000 videos on my channel. 1,000. Let that sink in. 1,000. Not every single one is a World of Warcraft video, but I'd approximate that about 2/3 of them are. Maybe 3/4 of them are. Let's say that's 750 videos. And they're an average of 10 minutes long, which they're longer than that. That's 7,500 minutes. Even if I had a video on it, the likeliness that you have missed it is way higher than you think. Way higher than you think. And just so you know, I do have a video talking about what I think Xal'atath really is. Yeah, you probably did miss it. And, you know, there are people that say they watch every video. I appreciate that, but I also doubt it. There's a lot. You should cut all those up into 30-second TikToks with all that extra time you have. Yeah, I guess so. I am thinking about doing more short-form content. Sometimes I find myself skipping the quest text when I'm moving between quests. I just click accept and claim reward. And there's also a chance that you have watched the video and then forgot because there's so fucking many of them. Plus, I mean, how long have we been doing this shit? You know what I mean? I've been making videos on the lore for 7 years. It's a long fucking time. I've made videos that I don't even remember that I made. I've said things in videos that I don't even remember that I said. So I can't expect you guys to remember all of it either. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Do you have any video about the unused map for the Argus fight? No. I don't believe so. I've seen some WoW AI lore TikToks that are crazy. The battle against misinformation. The battle against poorly curated information. Pyro doesn't believe in maps. Yo, true. Maps are fake news. I was like 14 watching your videos. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's also part of the frustrating thing for me is that you shouldn't really look. I don't mean to be like a jerk, but you shouldn't really need me to tell you that Xal'atath isn't an old god. Go play the Xal'atath lore walking quest. I think that makes it pretty obvious. You know what I mean? That's content in the game. You even get rewards for doing it. Just do it. Those lore walking quests are such a good idea. Yeah, it's good. The in-game text told me to watch Pyro video. Shut the fuck up. Well, you're wrong, Pyro, because Zal is old, and she has the body of a Greek goddess. Therefore, she is, in fact, an old god. It's not even her body. She stole that shit. Which we played through as well. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just eating a little lunch real quick. The Blizzard customer support agents link to Wowhead articles. Wouldn't it be crazy if they linked to YouTube when getting asked lore questions? I don't know. At the end of the day, while I think my videos can be helpful, I'm getting almost all the information that I talk about in those videos from the game. But to be fair, a fair amount of it is from like the books too, and other external media like short stories and audio dramas and stuff. I just remember a lot of it. You can only believe what you see with your own eyes. I'm watching this Netflix series, The Staircase. And I like this one thing that they say in it. That is that, as a writer, storyteller, there's something that you have to accept. That is that you can write the story. You can write its meaning, the intent of it, all the detail. You can control all that. But the one thing you must accept as a storyteller is that you can't control how the reader will interpret it. It almost doesn't matter how much detail you put and where, that there will always be people who have different interpretations of it, or even misunderstand it. Did anyone else find the message the other day kind of funny, asking why they were banned in game? I don't think they were asking why they were banned. I think they were trying to figure out what they could do to try to get unbanned. Didn't realize Pyro was Blizz tech support. That was definitely an interesting one, but they're basically saying like this got banned. Anyone like haven't received a response from Blizzard CS yet. What do I do? So I kind of get where they were coming from, but yeah, definitely an odd one. Just sniff some inky black potions and listen to the void whispers. All right.
My oath is to the forest entire.
The fight to preserve Ardenweald is not yet over.
Night embrace you.
Did you find the lost hunting party?
For
I did.
Queen and Grove.
So Gwayer and Arelon are the only survivors. This is grave news.
Our prey Drust's curse will soon bend Gwayer to their will. It is too great a risk to keep her here.
Bend her to their will. Yeah, it's domination.
There may yet be hope for the young huntress. Time may pass,
Ulfar's guidance.
but the dream is eternal.
There is one who may know how to dispel the curse from Gwayer. In the mountains of Drustvar lives Ulfar, an ancient thorn speaker who sided with the humans of Kul Tiras against his fellow Drust. Journey to his den and ask for his wisdom. He may hold the answers you seek.
If there exists a way to break the Drust's curse, Ulfar will know of it. Seek his wisdom.
To Drustvar we go. What a great sentiment. Unfortunately for you, I'm just going to retell the lore with just the events unfolding and remove all character nuance and subtext. Yup. And it's so fucked because once people are cemented in that perception, whatever it is, they will often not change it. I'm wearing one of these masks. That actually kind of fits my mog. It's kind of dope. I thought to myself actually recently that it's very reasonable for Blizzard to leave many of the story points we discuss open-ended for the players. Sure, I'm just not sure that it's as open-ended as people make it out to be. Some of it is. For sure. Drustvar, Ulfar's den. Probably be in my benefit to redo all the Drustvar quests too. Athane, secret keeper of the forest, High Thorn Speaker.
My wisdom is not for the faint of heart.
It has been a long time since a mainlander stepped foot in my grove. Do you wish to learn from the Thorn Speakers, or have you come to lay claim to this land as your kind are so fond of doing? Who are you? I am Ulfar, the last of the Drust Thorn Speakers, and the teacher of these students. One day my task will be over. I will return to the earth, and a new High Thorn Speaker will rise to lead, as is the proper way of things. But that day has not yet come. Are you druids? We are. We are guardians of the balance in nature, the keepers of the cycle. Life is a part of nature, as is death. You're a Drust? Wasn't there a war against them? Indeed I am. Not all my people agreed with the conflict. Have you never seen division among your own? We Thorn Speakers joined Kul Tiran's society. Some of their descendants heard the call of the wilds and wished to learn the ancient ways. And so we have taught them.
Strength of the forest.
You've come from beyond the veil to seek my wisdom? A long journey indeed.
Maintain the balance.
Blizz just doesn't want to make the sort of mistake the writers of Destiny did, because if they don't hook people on a new story thread before ending the current one, people will leave because they feel satisfied with the conclusion. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is struggling with that as well. There's a lot of people who are pretty fine with how Endwalker ended. And then, like, everything after that has just kind of maybe, for some people, not been as interesting. You know, it's like, okay, that's it. That's the end, right? So Blizzard is definitely taking a big risk in trying to wrap up some of these stories in the World Soul Saga. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I think that all good stories have an end. An end is written. You can't be afraid to write the ending. I love dressed stuff, me too. I understand your frustration, Gaara, but you must not jump to conclusions. I know the curse of which you speak. Dark magic that possesses the mind of the afflicted. Long ago, the Drust were ruled by a sorcerer king named Gorak Tul. It was he who twisted our rituals and set us on the path of death and domination. Bro, what the fuck? They literally just say it. Domination, right there. I didn't know that they said that. I mean, here, I'm gonna show you this. This is Gorak Tul. Okay. This is the Primus, creator of domination. Interesting that they both have a gauntleted right hand with pointy, creepy fingers for like carving, probably for domination. Similar facial hair, obviously a lot more on the Primus, and horns that come up above their head as well. The likeliness that in some capacity Gorak Tul is related to the Primus is very fucking high. And Gorak is a sorcerer, not a druid. Look at the dogs sticking out as well. True. The Primus is a master of subterfuge, illusion. I mean, think about some of the think about some of the premises of the houses of Maldraxxus. The House of Eyes, things like that. Infiltrators, spies. He's very good at that. Think about everything that the houses of Maldraxxus embody are fragments of what the Primus embodies. Perhaps the Primus' soul that's infused in the artificial body they get from Zereth Mortis is a Drust soul. We don't know that we don't know that they get an artificial body from Zereth Mortis. We don't know that. We don't know that it's not true, but we don't know that. The prototype Pantheon that is in Zereth Mortis is new. For those that don't know, the prototype Pantheon is not old. It's new. They're being printed as we arrive there. They are bereft of the cosmic spirits of the Eternal Ones, yes, but their host bodies are not like the more like generic ones like what we see Zoval in, so it is possible that the Pantheon have that similar body to Zoval, but they're not this. The Eternal Ones are not. The Primus is not this thing imbued with the spirit. That's not the case. This is a copy of the Primus. This is a copy of Carestia, a copy of the Winter Queen and of Denathrius. But they do have the generic models down below in rows and rows, so maybe, similar to Zoval, they had their souls or spirits infused in a more generic-looking body, which gave form and function and stuff like that, whereas the prototypes in Zereth Mortis have to be crafted that way. Right? But regardless of that, we still don't really know, no matter what, we still don't really know where the original spirits and souls of the Eternal Ones came from. So what you're saying could be true. It could be true. He could have been some kind of Drust thing originally and was bound into that body. Maybe. Just don't know. Doesn't he also say when we kill him in the dungeon that I await you in the Blighted Lands, fools, you merely defeated a vessel? Yeah, I do think he says that. He does say I await you in the Blighted Lands. I do think he says that. Yeah, this body is merely a vessel or some shit. So yeah, not particularly surprising. Possibly new vessels ready for infusion with the spirits of the Eternal Ones. Perhaps. I think that these are crafted to try to embody what the Eternal Ones are as closely as possible without having the spirits, because they sound the same, they look very similar, their alignments, war, duty, renewal, absolution. These things are all accurate, but because they are bereft of the cosmic spirits, they lack compassion and mercy. So they're lacking what makes them kind of like human in a way. Not actually human, but you get what I mean. It gives them, they're lacking the depth of personality. They only have base directives, effectively. And that's what it says, they're base directives. It's strange that Blighted Lands border both the Nightmare and the Shadowlands. It is, and I believe in Chronicle Volume 4. Let me cite this for you. This is how you're supposed to do this. Use the glossary. Or I might not have to. I might have just opened right to that shit. Hold on. Okay. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Okay, listen to this. Long ago, a group of seafaring Vrykul known as the Drust settled the areas of Drusvar, Stormsong Valley, and Tiragard Sound. They beat back the forces that threatened the land, including the great sea beasts and Naga, and built roads and structures as they settled the region. At first, the Drust practiced a form of druidism, but when humans arrived from Gilneas and began settling nearby, the Drust leader, Gorak Tul, began to twist the old ways in favor of death magic to secure his hold on the region. When these humans attempted to treat with the Drust, it fractured their people. As Sef Iwen and her druidic thorn speakers found peace with the fledgling Kultirans, Gorak Tul led the majority of the Drust to war. Years passed as the Drust assaults pushed Kultiras to the brink. Seeing a dire need, House Waycrest formed the Order of Embers to research weapons and magic that could combat their regional rivals, so they went to fire, obviously because it's like Bramble and Witch themed. Also, it's like fire as a form of light versus darkness is a big theme. The Order significantly thinned the Drust's numbers, yet even a string of defeats could not stop Gorak Tul. He created runic constructs to replace his beleaguered fighters. It was almost basically Titan Forged in a way, but calling on dark powers as he made his final stand at Gol Izir. Colonel Aram Waycrest struck what he believed was the killing blow, but unbeknownst to Kultiras, Gorak Tul and his Drust had survived. Listen to this part, this is really important. The death magic they used came from the realm of Thros, a part of the Emerald Dream that lay at a unique confluence of void and death. When the Drust fell in battle, they went not to the Shadowlands, but to Thros, and they made this twisted land of decay into their new home. For millennia, they honed their dark magic, uncovering terrible secrets and seeking an opportunity to re-emerge on Azeroth, to exact revenge on those who had taken Kultiras from them. So again, the death magic they used came from the realm of Thros, the Blighted Lands, as a part of the Emerald Dream that lay at a unique confluence of void and death. So, very interesting, like, there's areas of the Emerald Dream that are inundated with death and void energy, but we haven't seen those, have we? I mean, we have briefly in the case of Thros. We didn't really see it, though. So it goes to show that, like, these ordered gardens, for instance, that we see in 10.2, these parts of the dream, that's not what the whole dream is like. This is this almost like eternal, idyllic, orderly state of life that is not the truth in terms of all that life is and can be. Life as a force seems pretty damn versatile and pretty adaptable. And I think that's part of why you see so many living things adapt to additional cosmic energies and powers and magics, because it's highly adaptable. Life finds a way, you know, no pun intended. There's a massive landmass to the east in the Emerald Dream Zone that we simply can't get to. And well, how it's supposed to work is these are supposed to be it's supposed to be a reflection of Azeroth. So presumably you would see a very similar landmass to Azeroth. The Emerald Dream is meant to act as a blueprint, though, that is supposed to be unchanging. At least unchanging by anyone's hands but the Titans and Titan Forged. The Keeper's hands, right? So it should be reminiscent of Azeroth, but without certain changes, without the influence of things like mortals and stuff like that. That's one of the things we've been told about the dream for a while, is that it's supposed to kind of be this uncorrupted, unaltered blueprint. Yeah, exactly, Kaz. It's mostly living things that wield the other types of magic. So, and it's also important to realize that, like, one of the themes in The War Within, in the Undermine patch, is one of the important things to take from it is learning that Khajiamite, which is green, perhaps nature related in essence, is used to stabilize black blood. So black blood is kind of like presumably like more chaotic, tumultuous, or whatever causes transmutation shit like, or transformation shit like that. Khajiamite, it connects well with it, right? Another thing that's important to know is that in the past, like during the Ordering of Azeroth, Eonar, and similarly the Earth Mother, had tried to use the power of nature and life in order to stifle the darkness and corruption that was spreading as a result of the Old Gods. So I believe it's in the Folk and Fairy Tales of Azeroth book, and in the Ordering of Azeroth from Chronicle, that, and we see this done actually by the Cenarian Circle, or I think it's Cenarian Circle technically, Fandral and his gang, who tries to plant world trees on top of deposits of Serenite, because they're trying to basically nullify that energy. So in a way, life and nature energy, which may be different things, life and nature, life and death being part of nature, but nature energy, is supposed to help not only kind of push back the darkness, but I think also kind of nullify it is the intent. So the way that I see that is, it's not so much the aspect of nullification and stuff like that, it's that it's compatible to some degree, I think. It's almost like the way I take it is that the two things almost fuse together and maybe either become something new or at least stops the spread of the one thing. So like there's a level of compatibility that exists there. And so that's kind of what I take away from this, is that life is highly adaptable and compatible with other things. And so what you're saying there, yeah, kind of supports that same narrative. Khajiamite and its unique properties of bolstering intelligence, bonding with the essence of flesh. Yeah, as long as they're continuously exposed to it. Goblins, I think, have a pretty high intellect. They just use it for bad fucking things. But they were definitely more juiced when they were consistently exposed to Kajamite. Like back in the primordial days. That Ulfar thing looks sick. So these are, you can actually get, if you make a Kul Tiran Druid, you actually get these as your Druid forms. This is your bear form as Kul Tiran Druid. It's pretty fucking badass. Kul Tiran Druid forms are fucking sick. But you'll notice this is a different kind of Druidic form, right? Rather than like the more, you know, balanced or orderly nature kind of forms that you'd get from like a Night Elf or and that's really more like lunar forms technically. You know, there's a bunch of different types of Druidic forms. Obviously there's different racial forms, but this is more like Wicker and inspired, you know what I mean? Like more witchy, almost like a darker druidism, more associated with like decay and like the darker aspects of life because nature is life and death. The difference is that Gorak Tul, a sorcerer, not a druid at the time, you know, took it to extremes in the use of sorceress magic and domination and kind of away from the druidic practices. It's actually funny because if you compare that, there's actually an interesting comparison that you could make to the Night Elves. When Queen Ashara came to reign, right? She kind of pushed through the use of magic in the arcane, she kind of pushed a lot of the Night Elves away from the old druidic, or not necessarily, because Cenarius is really the root of their druidic practices, but I would say that there was definitely more of a push from her towards the use of arcane magics as the leader than in the more balanced ways of nature, which we can thank Cenarius for. We see, and Malfurion, we see the plants in the game take on tons of different elements, if not all of them, yeah? Even what we would consider artificial, like Titan empowerment, life taking on other things, like you say. Yeah, it's a good example. And I focus on the mortal aspect of look at all the powers we can wield and bind to ourselves in this other stuff, but plants is a very good example. Plants with void infusions, fire infusions, fel infusions, light infusions, arcane infusions. We see all of that. Would all elementals have a bit of life in them too? At the very least, I think in order to be manifest, and especially in the case of those that have intelligence and personalities, they do have spirit. I have spoken, and things could have changed, but I did speak to Dave Kosak, who was former lead narrative designer in WoW back in Miss Pandaria and WoD and for a time there. And he said that spirit is basically what gives the elementals sentience. Without that, they're kind of just elemental energy that's coagulated or controlled into a form, but they don't really have a personality. You know what I mean? Like you can summon a water elemental, and presumably that one would take a little bit of spirit or something, but that not every elemental manifestation has spirit in it. So, or enough spirit to have a personality. So, if it's to be believed that they were dark trolls, she helped warp their original magic. There's a constant illusion that the trolls had a different form of arcane magic before the elves. Yeah, probably something like voodoo, which either confused or irked them, and I can't fully recall. The high elves were peeved that trolls had enchanted weaponry, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it was like voodoo, more like ancient practice type stuff. And night elves are specifically derivative of dark trolls, which are a derivative of Zandalari trolls. That's what they say. So night elves are specifically from a group of trolls that lived in a cave system underneath Mount Hyjal. And there are very few, I think maybe only even like 1 or 2 remaining dark trolls. One we actually meet in Cataclysm while we're questing in Mount Hyjal, which is very cool. But I would love to learn more about that and how those dark trolls maybe could relate to the Herenir, or what that relationship actually is there. Because yeah, I think ultimately one of the things that's happened in WoW, especially with the Night Elves is a lot of kind of, I wouldn't say cultural gatekeeping, but they have a very sacred, almost rigidly defined cultural framework. And it makes me feel like the Night Elves, to a degree, almost kind of like deny what came before. You know, like, our culture is our culture, and it isn't anything else. Like, Elune is not related to the Naru. She's not, like, Tyrande does not like when Velen says that, but Velen wouldn't have said that if unless he really thought about it and really thought that was the case, right? So he wouldn't say that without due consideration. But they're very, yeah, cloistered maybe is a good way of putting it. They're very bound to their traditions and what makes them them. The irony of which is that so much of their tradition and what they are, who they are as a people, is derived from an earlier race that they kind of magically evolved from, right? The way they speak of Blood Elves and Nightborn makes it evident. Sure, but there is also because those two groups specifically are continuing to use arcane magics, and, you know, the Night Elves had a pretty good reason to be against arcane magics after what Queen Ashara did. But even still, some of the, goodness, I can never remember their name, the Chendralar are still, you know, being assimilated back into Night Elven culture. So it's not like they're entirely against the arcane, but I don't think that it's like, I don't think it's controversial to say that, like, historically the Night Elves have been seen as kind of xenophobic. Like, they're kind of, you know, cloistered, isolationists. They don't really want anything to do with other cultures. They mostly just want to be left the fuck alone. And I can understand why, but at the same time, like, that can also be detrimental to their society. They can be stagnant as a result. So maybe not always a good thing. The Elves being split between the factions shows more than just, I think, character decisions. There are massive cultural differences. Absolutely. And the root, really, one of the root cultural differences is the use of arcane magic. That was the first, like, as far as I understand it, the first big initial split among the Night Elven culture is after the Sundering, those who continued to want to use magic and those who did not. And frankly, the culture had already begun to divide before that as a result of the Highborn, right? And the fact that they were basically favored by the Queen, they were prideful, they were arrogant, they looked down upon the other Night Elves who weren't Highborn and basically, you know, thought lesser of them. So there was already kind of like a not class, I mean, a class war, kind of, but like already divisive among the elves. So, and I would maybe even argue that even before that, before they started really getting into the use of the arcane magics of the Well of Eternity, they worshipped the Well of Eternity, believing that it was basically where Elune slept during the daytime, right? So it was a font of religious iconography for them, is religiously significant. Their goddess sleeps in that well. And so for a time, the elves didn't fuck with it. Like, the Dark Trolls were brought to the edge of the Well of Eternity and slowly changed by it over time, yes, but I would also imagine that along with that changed their customs, their beliefs, their culture shifted. And that's one of the things that I think is so interesting about the Well of Eternity, is that not only with the elves, but depending on how you interpret the coalescence of the energies of the well post-sundering, you might associate that, like, exposure to this energy causes not only potentially relatively rapid evolution of their bodies, but also of their minds, of their culture. Because when you start using magic, really everything changes. And I do think that there is a pretty stark and clear difference between the use of arcane and fel magics versus other more natural types of magics. People don't get addicted to using the elements. People don't get addicted to druidism. People don't get addicted, as far as I know anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, to things like, I mean, power can be addicting, but it's not as though that the magical essence of these types of magics is inherently addictive. Like, I don't think that you get addicted to the light as much. You don't like get addicted to the void. You can get addicted to the power of it, but it is pretty explicitly stated that the arcane and fel are very addictive. Like, extremely addicting. And we see what happens to beings when they stop wielding those powers after they have for a long time. It's almost like that magic replaces something in them. It's almost like an exchange is happening, and when the magic is no longer available to them, what they have become withers and like dies. And it's like drug addiction. It's very much, they develop a heavy addiction and dependency on it to where, like, I mean, that's why they call it withdrawals. When they stop using it, I mean, they start going through it. Look at the withered. Look at the wretched. You know, different things happening there, but still overuse of Fel, and no longer being able to use arcane magic. So I think it's important to separate the way that different magics can affect you. So yeah. Oh, they were fully xenophobic. They attacked both the Alliance and the Horde. Season of Discovery went and added an NPC that still held on to those beliefs, that joining the Alliance and opening up was a mistake. Sure, and I think that's realistic though too. Like, you're gonna have people that feel that way. I mean, think about being an isolationist nation. You know, like maybe sort of like Japan, which the Night Elves are very much inspired by, and you know, kind of opening those borders. You know, kind of. You have these, again, sacred traditions, very honor-bound, very duty-bound, very code. You know, it's very by the book, by the code, right? If we're talking especially like feudal Japan, right? So you start breaking down those barriers. I'm sure that there were people at the time as well who were like, we should not be letting these Anjins in here. This should not be happening. I mean, there's a reason why there's a term for them. Anjin, barbarian. Like, you're not supposed to be here. And it's funny because those people, the English and you know, whomever came, Portuguese or whatever, saw it the same way. These are fucking barbarians, neither of which respected each other's cultures. They didn't, because they didn't know anything about it, right? So it's understandable to a degree that the Night Elves are like that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't cause weakness among them or that it's not a downside to their culture. It certainly can be, but you can also make an argument that staying isolationist and keeping to themselves is a strength in and of itself. So it just depends on it's so much about perspective, right? To some it's going to be a mistake, to some it's going to be a boon. I want to go back and look at Blood Trolls and their lore and the similarities with the Night Elves and Elune. Blood Trolls are a very interesting point of troll history, because what we also learn in the Zandalari, I'm going to go on forever here. The Trolls and Night Elves and the Elves in general have such fascinating lore. It's some of the most deeply well thought out, well written lore in the game. We learn by questing in Nazmir and Zul'Dazar that that King Dazar was the first king of the Zandalari, and he brought, thank you, Cito, he brought them out of the muck and the mire of Nazmir and up into the mountains and the hills, right? So what we know is that the old ways of the trolls was centralized around things happening in Nazmir. Now, does that mean that they were doing full-blown Gahoon worship back then? No, not necessarily. But I also believe that Uldir was buried underground, and that only the top of it shone. It is very possible that the top of it was some kind of sacrificial blood altar where their blood had been sacrificed, was being collected, going down into Uldir, and then the facility was testing on it, running all sorts of shit, testing on Loa, all sorts of crazy fucking shit. But at any rate, we don't know, I don't think we know, if the old ways is as explicitly like blood troll, Gahoon, Hakar, blood plague related type shit as much, but it definitely was not as civilized. It was definitely a little bit more tribal, a little bit more maybe barbaric, maybe, you know, maybe having some things like cannibalism, stuff like that. And King Dazar really like united those trolls and brought them up and out of that, right? So that's why he's so revered, because as the first troll king, he really shifted the way that they were interacting with the world around them and their cultural structure. But the thing is that to me, it seems very likely that this is somehow the result of like ordering, because the way I see it is that trolls and things like Yongal probably do predate the arrival of the Titan Forged and the ordering that occurred. And so it would not surprise me at all if like the Zandalari ended up what they were, living in a gilded city that's technically a Titan facility, as a result of ordering or exposure to Titan energies because of the facility or something like that, right? So, yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. And the Zandalari are the oldest empire, barring technically, I think, alongside like Ajakir, which had shattered and fallen apart. So, yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting to me. It's very interesting. Thorn-laden heart, moon-touched thorns, thorn speaker ritual knife for some items hunters use to tame Drust. Okay. Arcane and Fel are addictive, and they also have mostly been the magic depicted with the ability to drain sources, right? Like eating the life out of the land. Elemental magic is more borrowing. My Fel and Arcane are more power concentrated, giving you a high. Sure, it's more consuming. We just need to bring Shadreen to Azeroth and leave him to observe and write. Oh, fucking hell. We might see Shadreen eventually. That could be who fucking what's-her-face is serving. Kaiveza. I think it's hinted that that's the case. It was the Sindori's experience with Fel and Arcane that allowed them to drain Muru. That isn't something that naturally occurs with the light, right? They kind of subjugated Muru and forced that energy out, right? And then realized after that they had committed a great sin. And they might have fucked themselves over as a result of doing that, by the way. It's interesting how natural magic in the Arkandor cures the addiction of the Nightborn. Right, Cast, I think that's another really good example of how almost a binding between arcane and life found a balance. You know what I mean? Instead of them just continuing to suffer and pure arcane energy, right? There was once, because the Arkandor and trees similar to it used to be a common thing in Suramar back in the day. Way back in the day, right? That's part of like the quest line that we do with the Lystra that we're supposed to learn, that like this is an ancient custom that's kind of being restored by us right now. So it was much safer. They didn't become so viciously addicted to the arcane. They didn't wither in the same way because, frankly, I think that perhaps this is indicative of how unstable magical essence can affect people, right? When things are unstable, when things and instability often happens as something being singular in nature, right? Like singularly aspected. One thing we learn in Palatar's Codex is that elements in the cosmos, and I don't just mean elements like earth, air, wind, and fire, I mean magical elements, are unstable by nature when singular, right? So they bind to one or more secondary elements naturally. It doesn't mean that you can't have singular elements, but when you do, they're unstable. So the idea is that as we add additional components, the binding of those things becomes more stable. So yeah, I think that's kind of what's being shown there, is that perhaps to some degree Fel and Arcane are singular in nature. They're extremely polarized cosmic powers, and as a result, they're unstable. I like to think that Holy Light is actually pretty fucking similar, in that, like, that's why it has the capacity in the case of Beladar to shift between light and void, and my interpretation of this could be wrong. Of course, it could be wrong. But that's why it's unstable, because it's not bound to anything additional. It's just light. And light by itself, I don't know, so I don't think it's stable. So I think that could be why you have that kind of polarity shift, because it's not bound to enough secondary elements or whatever. So that's how it exists. I think, in my opinion, that's why something like the Sacred Flame would be significantly more stable than just light. Because it's bound to a secondary element that is either spirit or fire or both, whatever it might be, and that's adding additional stability to it. Don't shamans channel the elements as well compared to mages and warlocks who ring it into shape they want it to be? Yes. Now, this is something that I think I've read some different things on. I think that you could interpret mages wielding, like, summoning a water elemental more as, like, forcibly binding it with the power of order to subjugate it to their will, basically. To kind of shackle the elements, kind of like ordering the elements. Think about how the Stormrooks were bound by Keeper Ra and Keeper Arcadis with those bindings that go on them, right? So they're these chaotic, wild elementals, and they end up shackling them, right? And pretty much every time that you see an elemental summoned, they have these shackles on their arms. So, yeah, you can have shaman totems that kind of like bind elementals, but I don't think it's I don't think it's quite exactly the same thing. I think a totem is more of an icon of offering or spiritual connection, whereas like shackles is like you're using fucking order to basically bind it. I don't think those are the same thing. Shouldn't warlocks be able to do all the stuff that mages can? I would say yes and no. And the reason why I would say yes and no is because technically the languages being used to manipulate the matter and energy are different. So arcane and mages are typically using the language of order, what the Titans would use, to kind of use their mind and intellect to bend kind of reality and matter to their will, whereas warlocks are using, in a lot of cases, demonic practices, demonic languages, more sacrificial things, right? So you have one that's inherently more orderly and one that's inherently more chaotic. So yeah. Water elementals summoned by mages have bracers. There's a glyph called Unbound Elemental without the bracers. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's very interesting. And I would assume in the case like a Stormrook, like this is a big theme in the War Within. Again, Shrabander and Lucella. Shrabander is a Stormrook that does not wear bindings. Is she a little bit stubborn and doesn't always listen all the time? Yes. But she also really cares about Lucella because they have developed a true bond, right? And the way that the Stormrooks had bound those elementals in the past was not kind. It was forceful and it was brutal. And so when they escaped from it, they ran away. They didn't want to come back. But Shrabander and Lucella are meant to show you how, through trust and time and communing with the elements, which the earthen should be able to do because they are inherently crafted out of elemental energies, that there should be a kind of more gentle relationship, right? So I'm not saying that it's impossible to have that type of relationship with the elemental energies and spirits that you're calling upon to accomplish this stuff. I'm just saying that, like, as it has been kind of widely used, it's more about kind of just controlling it rather than developing a relationship with it. And I think that that's basically a microcosmic expression of how the Titans operate, right? This is what the language of order is often used for. Instead of developing a relationship, friendly and considerate and compassionate, it's more like, I'm just gonna control that. You know? The mages can do shields, barriers, they can alter time to bring health back. Mana buns, yes, which does replenish health and mana. Warlocks directly drain their own life for others. Nope. Warlocks make health stones. So now I do believe that technically that's done with like soul shard fragments, but you're making a little green stone of healing. It's almost like a wild demonic, like almost nature healing magic. It's very interesting. And this is something that it's why I think the connection between Fel and nature is so important, because nature may just be the orderly form and Fel might be the chaotic form. And it might be more nuanced and complicated than that. But I can see things like health stones being Mana Tap, I would almost say Mana Tap is almost like more of an arcane spell. But the point that I'm really trying to make is considering that they have this ability to make this healing stone with this kind of green energy. I'm not saying that warlocks don't drain their own life or drain life from others or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm more so that's not really that important to me. I'm more so trying. Hellstones come from soul wells. Yes. I think you're just saying things at me right now. Like, what I'm trying to say is that that doesn't mean that that magic isn't nature related. And death and life are both part of nature, so it can still be death related, draining the life from something, but you're still manipulating energies of life in doing so. Right, like when, and I know it's the movie, but when Gul'dan drains the energy out of the deer and gives it to Thrall so that he may live, that's different. Or it's not, I don't know how different that is from a druidic healing spell. In the book, The War of the Ancients, Malfurion drains the life out of the forest around him to heal someone. So to me, that's like, okay, we can say that one is nature and one is fel, but they're effectively doing the same fucking thing. So maybe I'm conflating them as a result of them utilizing a similar technique, or underlying, like, this is necromancy, even if it's light or death magic, it's still necromancy. You know, maybe it's just restorative magics, regardless of whether it's fel or nature. But I'm trying to point out that, like, they're related in some way. But anyway, I'm really, like, off point now. The Voidwalkers got the same shackles on their arms. Wouldn't that mean warlocks can shackle the void like mages can elementals? Yes. Yes, and when you summon a Voidwalker as a warlock, sometimes the Voidwalker says, "Send me back," or "I don't like this place." You know, he says things like that. So you have to let it go, or it has to be killed. You have to let it go back to its plane because it doesn't want to be here. So you, as a warlock, yes, you are basically subjugating shadow to your will. And summoning that aberration is not the same thing as forming a pact with a demon. That's not the same thing. So it's important to understand that, like, one of them is being basically subdued. Yeah, Zangetsu, you have to beat up and subdue your Voidwalker in the old class quest. And the other one you're making, like, a pact with. Okay, Mike, I was misunderstanding what you were saying. I see druids and warlocks as two sides of the same coin. One uses the regenerative parts of life magic, the other takes a part of life and keeps it as a stone to spend later. So yeah, there's a lot of bleeding between the classes that I think exists. It's not just so, you know, warlocks use fel and mages use arcane. There's a lot of crossover. Mages have spells that are derived from the holy light, like invisibility. You know, you have spells like Fade as priest. There's a classic quest that basically says that, like, arcane arts are arcane arts whether they're holy inspired, divine inspired or not. Like, they're related, right? So when you look at your class spells, you'll notice that you have spells that bleed into other power sets without, like, you might think Demon Hunter just uses fel, but it doesn't. It literally has a spell called Darkness. You know what I mean? There's a bleed over. Spirit Bomb is another example of this. Sigil of Mastery, another shadow magic example. Sigil of Silence, I think more of an order or arcane example. It's blue, and it's about silencing people so they can't spellcast. Right, so it's not so clean that, like, every class just uses one thing. Fuck, shamans have a spell called Astral Recall that rips their soul through the twisting nether. So, monks use spirit from their own body, right? Yes. Chakras and chi and stuff like that, effectively. I'm 100% convinced that warlocks should be able to subdue the void, as they've already been doing it for a long while. Enslaved demon spell might work on void creatures. Well, I mean, Alaki, think about what the new void demon hunter spec is. Isn't it exactly that? I mean, as a demon hunter, you're effectively taking fel and shadow energies and infusing them into your attacks and abilities, right? But you can spellcast too. Immolation Aura is formerly a warlock spell. Metamorphosis is formerly a warlock spell, right? So Demon Hunter's already warlock tangential, and the new spec is basically entirely about the idea of subduing the void. That's why Demon Hunter is able to do it. Have you thought about playing Witcher 3? Not recently, no. Is there a reason you're asking me that? You just want to watch me play it, or it's pertinent to the discussion or something? Or I don't know why you... Alright, I'm gonna continue this quest line.
Speakers.
Into the flame.
Strike fast.
I know the curse of which you speak.
True.
Dark magic that possesses the mind of the afflicted. Okay, I read this. You'll need to claim a portion of Gorak Tul's power to break the curse. Take this fetish of Golinoth to Golinoth and temper it in the flame of oblivion. But beware, it is a vile place, and danger lurks among its shadows.
Stand strong.
Place the fetish inside the cauldron in Golinoth, but beware. Gorak Tul may be dead, but his dark presence still lingers within those walls. You know what that reminds me of a lot? Yogg-Saron. And I can definitely find some thematic links between the Primus and Yogg-Saron. Not only the god of death thing, but the whole flesh thing and how fucking Maldraxxus looks like... It looks very similar to Yogg-Saron, like his flesh and shit like that. The use of Serenite by the Scourge, it was their choice metal for building stuff in their army. All sorts of shit like that. Even though the Scourge didn't like Yogg-Saron very much. So... this kind of reminds me of that. He might be dead, but his darkness still haunts that place, and that's pretty much what happened with Yogg-Saron when we killed it in Ulduar. I want to stay Warlock, but actually merges with the Demonic like a Demon Hunter. But stay a Spellcaster and don't be a DH? Yeah, you mean like old Demonology? Like what Canrathat Ebonlock did? Oh, okay, Zan. Yeah, fair enough. Unfortunately, we used to have the exact thing that you're describing. Sister Martha. A hag. And honestly, even her, like, skin tone and gross, like, nails and feet and stuff reminds me of some of the stuff we see in the Maw. Doing some spooky, maybe blood magic back here. Looks like there's body parts boiling in a fucking cauldron. Yeesh. An eyeball and, yeah, gross. Crimson Forest. And I'm pretty sure when you go into Thros, you have a lot of crimson colors as well. They probably just repurposed a part of Drusvar for that quest. So this is Golinoth, which is a very fucking creepy-ass tree that is surrounded by a bunch of Druss-style domination magic, so I don't really know much about Golinoth, but it sure looks like a really fucking gross version of a Great Tree or World Tree or something, and so I imagine that this place links spiritually to the plane that is Thros in the Emerald Dream, where these void and domination energies exist. Yeah, these big wicker constructs. This is some of the coolest fucking aesthetics in all of WoW right here, man. This shit is badass. It does give Nightmare vibes, but remember, the Nightmare is effectively part of, or at least a twisted image of the Emerald Nightmare, and Thros is in the Emerald Dream. The Emerald Nightmare is a twisted, corrupted version of the Emerald Dream, excuse me. Or potentially the truth of it. Never know. Thanks for sticking with WoW lore and all the streams and vids of it through time. And I'm sure everyone else here really appreciates it, so thank you. Merry Christmas. Thanks, Alaki. It's my pleasure. The mishmash of Wicker and Flesh Abominations was sick. Absolutely. Mysterious Brew. Fuck it. Hexed Raven. Witch's Boon, Excellence. All stats increased by 10%. Yo, sick. Here we have... there's a rare back there. This is such a creepy tree. This also reminds me of that tree. It's got fungus growing on it as well, so, you know, likely to have some rot going on. This reminds me of the tree in Diablo 4. Braden Whitewall. Bramble Pelt. So it's just back here devouring animals. It's almost like he's afflicted with like an insatiable hunger. And that could be Because things like domination or this style of magic is, if it's infused with void, it could cause like an insatiable hunger. That's one of the big traits of the void. Your blood will feed the forest. My soul is blighted. The ropes hanging from it really make it look like it's some sort of sacrificial grounds? Yeah, I mean, it looks like a fucking... It looks like a hanging tree. It's not, yeah. Doesn't look good. Maybe where they'd hang witches or something. Typically you want to burn the witch, right? But... And yeah, I mean, if you come down below here, this is pretty clearly Vrykul, because for those who don't know, the origins of the Drust, before the Kultirans ever came here, it was in the Titan Forged, okay? So you're probably looking at like Helya related stuff. Stuff that's kind of already inherently related to the Shadowlands. That's why you have this like braided stonework and stuff, because this was originally built by Vrykul. That's why you're gonna see a lot of like Norse runes and stuff. This is actually very similar to the runes that we see in places like Siren Isle. And it could just be reuse of assets, it probably is, but you see a lot of this kind of thing. And so this place obviously built down beneath, and that is effectively, as I understand it, that is a portal to another realm. That's what I understand this to be. Did we ever find a realm controlled by Helya in the Shadowlands? Well, Helheim is literally right on the border of the Shadowlands. I would assume maybe overlapping with the elemental plane of water, considering that it's underwater and there's like vicious storms happening there all the time. But Helheim was basically her realm. Helya does appear in the Maw at one point, at a couple points technically, and the last time she does, the Primus banishes her from the Maw, which I think is very suspicious. I think it's very suspicious. Yeah, this I think is basically a portal to another realm. And the roots of the tree are also seeping in, reaching into it, so I can't imagine that's very good for the health of the tree. And this is what appears to be maybe a runestone gateway. So it wouldn't surprise me if, similar to the gateway that we take down into Helheim, if this served like a similar purpose. With different runes, we actually see these runes in the Halls of Valor. And this certainly looks like a gateway to me. So something that would be powered up and that you would walk through. Could be wrong, but that's how I interpret what I'm looking at here. Very evocative of the tree in the Emerald Nightmare leading to the Rift of Aln, sure. Or the roots of the World Tree in Ashkahet reaching down into the Whispering Pit or whatever. To me, it keeps sounding like the Shadowlands isn't the actual land of the dead, but rather a region of it parted out and magically controlled. I think both of those things can be true. I think it can be the actual land of the dead, but parted out and magically controlled. I mean, it is possible that it's just an ordered fragment of it, the same way that we experience the Emerald Dream, and that there are other parts of it that are not ordered and controlled in the same way that we see. I think that is probably true, because that's what I believe about the Emerald Dream. So, yeah, it's also possible that maybe they're not supposed to exist as independent realms, but maybe we're split. Maybe the Emerald Dream and the Shadowlands are supposed to be like one place that has been torn in two, like Aber Toril or something like that from Forgotten Realms. You know what I mean? I like that idea, because death and dreams are so similar. Like, I think anyway, death and sleep and dreaming and all of that stuff. So, I could see the realm of life and the realm of death, being connected or supposed to be connected or something like that, because they kind of feed each other. So, I don't know. Like, imagine you're in the Emerald Dream walking around in this beautiful Fey kind of foresty area. It's kind of what happens in Ardenweald. And then all of a sudden, you walk down this path and the trees start to wither and darken. And these sharp, foreboding branches start to creep down towards the path. And the animals of the forest all but disappear. And all you hear is the cawing of crows and ravens. And the movement of shadows around you. And every time you look, you can't actually see them. It's like there's something there, but there isn't. And eventually you walk far enough and you find yourself in this darker aspect of the dream, moving towards the realms of death. And, you know, having it all be connected would be fucking badass, man. I would love that. That'd be badass. You notice the fetishes of hags and witches hung on the trees and bones scattered along the edges of the path. And the air is still and oppressive, you know? I love that, dude. That's what I wanted the Shadowlands to be like. But then we went to the Shadowlands and it's, for the most part, all pretty and ordered, with the exception of, like, Maldraxxus and the Maw. And it's like, what the fuck is this? This isn't what I thought the Shadowlands would be like. I thought it'd be like a black forest. So, this is the Flame of Oblivion, which is obviously like some kind of domination flame.
Pitiful mortal. That witless Thornspeaker led you right into my grasp.
Gorak Zar.
Kol Inath will be your grave.
Man, look at that thing. Drust Fetish. And it appears to be some kind of wand with a rune stone affixed to it with arcane, almost kind of Norse-looking runes. Domination, you know, blue color. Yeah. Imbued Drust Fetish. Dreaming is very connected to renewal in the cycle. So yeah. And death is a part of it. Yep. Again, I just think there's a big theme in WoW of things that were once whole being separated into multiple parts. And that's not, I don't think that's how it should function. The universe has been, like, divvied up and split apart. And I think we're at the part where the fulcrum has begun to waver and the tides are turning and things are now being drawn back together, you know? Like, look at, you know, Ardenweald and the Dream, I guess, for example, with, like, Amir Drasil. Things are being reconnected. Argus and Azeroth, you know? Alexstrasza and Viranoth. I don't know. Just some things to think about. I think there were lore tablets in Drustvar. I'm sure there are. On the Order of Embers, I'm sure there are. Could take a little detour. See if I can find some of them. I'm sure there's an achievement for it. Drust. When the Drust settles, let's Drustvar achievements. Drust the facts. Find and read all of the following Drust, Steel, and Drustvar. I think that's what I'm after right there. I don't have any of them. All right, how about this? You guys interested in a little detour here? Let's learn some shit, huh? Oh my god, it's so annoying. Oh, do I not have... Do I not have... Oh, I have it disabled. Never knew that there's a Titan Vault at the Maelstrom. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I knew that either. There's a Titan Vault at the Maelstrom? Is that where you get the Fist of Ra-Den or something? Oh, that's the Priest Order Hall. No, no, no. Isn't that the one where you get the mount? Yeah, I do know that one. I do know that one. I've seen that. I didn't realize that was at the Maelstrom, though. I mean, it's not that surprising. I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising, considering that basically after the Well of Eternity was created, they basically built, you know, around it, trying to calm the tumultuous energies and bleeding that was happening. You know what I mean? So, it's not particularly surprising that that's the case. Underwater. Oh. Sacrifice. The weathered stone has a worn groove across the middle as if a blade has struck down the same line over centuries. Dark stains mark one side of the worn cut. Interesting. Well, that didn't really give any information. Beheading. Oh, it's a beheading stone. Hence sacrifice. Which is why they hit the same spot over and over again. My brain is small. Your brain is big, chat. Should have read the description of where this was. Oh, it's right there. The cycle. This image shows a single tree in multiple stages of life. On the right, the leaves are small and low to the ground like a sapling. In the center of the tree, the branches are tall and strong. The leaves large and open. On the left, the branches are thin, broken, and mostly bare. The last vestiges of dried red-black pigment cling to the ancient stone to mark fallen leaves. A stylized sun passes over the tree. Passage of time, the cycle. Birth and death. This forest is fucking dying. The tree. The carving shows a massive tree, bigger than the others, marked onto the stone. It is surrounded by worshipful drusts. So that's Golinath. Down the waterfall. The circle. A weathered cairn depicts a group of Drust in a circle. A horned creature, possibly a stag, possibly something else, is being sacrificed. Sacrificial circle. Literally, it's just, yeah. Witch sacrifice. Stag, but possibly something else. Near the tree. The dross carved onto this stone appears to carry a curved blade in one hand. The head of a man or animal is in his other hand. At his feet are the bodies of many slain animals. Their entrails are being observed by other Drust. A curved blade. So like a blade for gutting for rituals, but I can't help but think of fucking... Anytime I hear curved blade and sacrifice, I can't help but think of... I can't help but think of Xalatath. And these are technically entities from a... like, using magic from a realm that uses void magic in it. but this is isn't this like a reference to like divination through entrails, right? Isn't that like a witchy kind of theme? Like you spill the entrails of an animal and you'd like divine from it what it meant for the fates or whatever. It's fucking crazy. Up the mountain. Dude, these are really hidden. That's fucking crazy. The carving on this stone is of a life-size Drust who's been flayed. The placement of important organs is surprisingly accurate despite the stylization and primitive materials. The eyes are white stones with the faint remains of paint on them. They seem to follow you around. At one point there were prayers or instructions carved around the body, but time has rendered the runes illegible. The carving was done with great care, but the purpose remains unknown. Maybe some form of necromancy? Or maybe even taking the soul of like a flayed Drust and prepping it to bind it into a construct or something? Near the wall. The carving looks like breath or wind is being drawn from a body and put into stone. Breath into stone. And I would assume that that's how you get these awoken guardians and these ancient sentinels. This is Gorak. This is what Gorak Tool did, if I'm not mistaken. It was about when his numbers waned, he would like use sorcery to bind them into constructs, which again, they're runically inscribed. This reminds me, it's just like almost like another form of Titan Forged, or even stone golems, you know, just kind of taking the essence or magic, binding it. And then it's not only Titan Forged do that, you know, evidently, the Druss would do that. We've actually seen the Draenei do that, the Eridar. Yeah, there's other examples too, just kind of slipping my mind right now, but yeah. Yep, it's the same thing as what the Draenei do, just with a different coat of paint, so it looks a little prettier when they do it. It's what Sokrathar was going to do with his soul in Hellfire Citadel. He was trying to bind it into a machine. Behind the wall. Yes. There are many scenes on this stone, but 3 are clear. The Drust are building large, person-shaped constructs in one image. In a second, a person is killed over the chest of one construct. In a third, the stone creature walks into battle, taller than even the Drust. They were taking their life essence and putting it into bigger constructs to make themselves more effective in combat, more powerful. That's fucking crazy, dude. So these aren't just animated stones. They're literally stones animated with the souls of sacrificed Drust. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. That's fucking wicked. And if the Drust could do this, it just makes me wonder, like, the other Titan Forged, you know? Think about Siren Isle. They had similar things where they had, like... They had... stone sentinels, very similar to this, that were awakened to fight alongside the Titan Forged. It makes me wonder, like, I can't remember if those stone sentinels were powered by citrines, and if they are, what is the power within the citrines from Lorendel, Himisul? What is that? Is it soul energy from a formerly living being, or still living being? Or is it souls of fallen Vrykul, or like, what? You know, now that I think about it, I don't really remember seeing... I mean, the crystals, they literally took their memories and being in the citrines and inlaid them into sentries that could awaken to fight intruders. But I don't remember seeing any actual, like, burial ground or crypt. So ultimately, the Titan Forge of Siren Isle did not, like, bury their dead. I assume that through their link with Himosul and the Citrines, they reused them. They bound their memories and what they were effectively into the Citrines and used that to power constructs. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy, because then you can even take that and move it up a level and start to wonder, like, is that what the Titans did? Like, are the Titans that we interact with even actually the Titans, or are they just memories manifested via energy constructs that we interact with? Like, is this even actually them, or is this just a remnant? That's fucking crazy. I've never thought about that before. Behind the wall. This stone, Conflict, shows multiple conflicts or one great battle with many scenes. So it's hard to know. In the oldest, they fight beings that look like themselves or great beasts. They fight beings that look like themselves or great beasts. What, like wild gods? I did see a big-ass stag in the forest a minute ago. In others, they fight much smaller beings that resemble gnomes in stature. Drust are about... Well, this is ancient, though, so this would be before the Kultirans. Beings that look like themselves. Is that other Titanforged? In others, they fight smaller beings that resemble gnomes in stature. In another, they're driving some Naga back into the seas, where the carving is most recent. The Drust are fighting men and women bearing anchor sigils. So that's the Kultirans, obviously. Jaredin? Great beasts. Does that make sense with the Jaredin? I mean, they do tame certain things. And I've seen the Vrykul fight, well, not seen it, but in the history, Vrykul fought against Jaredin as well. Jaredin, I do not think share the same origins as Vrykul. I think Vrykul are like more of a copy. Jaredin are elemental half-giants, the original species before they got ordered. Right, I do absolutely agree that they're older, they're more primal, they're more natural, the original kind of giants. I don't know that there's evidence that that's what they're fighting, though. As far as I know, the Jaredin are pretty much only on the Dragon Isles. Risen from the elemental energies of the Dragon Isles, and the Dragon Isles have always been an island. It was not connected to mainland Kalimdor. But it does have caves that do connect to mainland Kalimdor, so they could have come through there as well. That doesn't mean that they can't do it. But they're absolutely elemental. They are separate from the Vrykul. They fought against the Vrykul. We have that in their history from that storyteller up here up here wherever the fuck he is in the Waking Shores. But the thing is I don't know. They could have just been fighting Titanforged. Other Vrykul or Titanforged that came to slay them. Who won those fights? Well, I know the Zakali Elders were being like... I mean, I guess I assume the Titanforged to some degree. Because the Zakali Elders, I'm pretty sure, are being like held in stasis and drained by Neltharion. But I don't know if that's like the same, how the timeline works there. So I guess I'm not so quick to say that it's Jaredin. It could just be other Titanforged. But it could be Jaredin. I don't know. As far as I know, the Jaredin don't have ships. They didn't sail anywhere. Maybe the first Titanforged that succumbed to the Curse of Flesh, those that got expelled? I'm not sure what you mean, Okutsuyo. They could be half... They could be... Shall Titanforged have Vrykul? Well, Vrykul are Titanforged. Vrykul are originally Titanforged, and many of the Vrykul clans succumbed to the Curse of Flesh. But the Curse of Flesh existed in varying degrees. Some things developed wills and more emotions and thoughts and desires of their own. Some fully turned into flesh. So, I'm not sure... Are you basically saying the Drust would be like the half Titanforged fighting Vrykul? I'm not really sure what you're saying. Being that look like themselves are great beasts, though. Yeah, or great beasts. It makes me think that the beings that they were fighting were accompanied by great beasts. Like they had tamed pets or something that they were fighting them with. That's true, Galen Dugal. You can get this stream for free with just a like on the stream. That's very good. Very well said. They look like them, but were bigger like beasts. Now you're combining the words. In the oldest, they fight beings that look like themselves, or great beasts. So they either looked like the Drust, or like this is the thing. They're fighting things that look like themselves, or great beasts. So simultaneously, either they're fighting both of these things, or they're fighting beings, one type of being that either look like themselves or like great beasts. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's written this way on purpose. It's not meant to be something that you just read and you're like, oh, that makes perfect sense. A lot of these are written enigmatically on purpose, so that it's not exactly clear what they're referring to. I'm quite certain that's entirely on purpose. Ah, and one is in here. Takes us right back. Protectors of the Forest. I mean, it could be that they... I mean, weren't we reading? Didn't I read in Chronicle that not all the Drust... I mean, this guy's very premise is that they didn't all agree with Gorak Tul. They're fighting themselves. They're fighting the Thorn Speakers. That's why they either look like them or great beasts, because it's the Druids. That's why. It's Gorak Tul fighting the Thorn Speakers. It's what I read about in Chronicle. It's what Ulfar was talking about. That's why. It's either it's them or it's the bestial version of them because it's the Druids. That's what it is. Way overcomplicated that. Yeah, it's them fighting them. It's infighting. Should not have taken me that long to recognize that, but coming here made me put that together. Okay, so Protectors of the Forest, a great bramble bear, possibly a Drust druid, is posed with their head bowed to a massive stag and doe. The deer appears to be blessing the bear or accepting its supplication. The stag's coat was once whitewashed, while the doe's was covered with blackened soot. Protectors of the Forest. And so this is the doe, secret keeper of the forest, which looks like it's got arcane in its eyes. Very strange. And then there's this other guy down here that I saw that was a big white stag, which obviously should remind you of Malorn. Right here. Heart of the forest. So the Drust druids obviously had more of a culture around obviously druidism, thus kind of protecting the forest. You can see that there are spots of green here as well in autumnal colors. It's not just red and dying like the area around Goldenath. So this is obviously an area. Barrow Knoll Cemetery has some insane whispers that happen there too. Might have to go by there. But this is a place that the communion between the people who lived here and the forest itself remained relatively healthy thanks to the Thorn Speakers. But the other side, where the Drust reigned supreme, that is not the case. Yeah, that is not the case. This forest over here is dying. This forest is rotting. This forest is corrupted on the other side where Goldenath is. And that's thanks to, presumably, the actions of Gorak Tul, and perhaps a powerful link to Thros, which has, as I understand it, been overthrown with the powers of at least like death and void, or at least infused with the powers of death and void, and that has now crept into reality through this link to that plane from Goldenath. That's how I take this personally. This is the corrupted, fucked up side. The other side is the much more natural side. Interesting. and it's basically killing the land, spreading this dark blight through the land. Maybe not full-blown killing it. You do still have growth here. You do still have fungi, you do still have root systems, stuff like that, but it's obviously very cursed. It's the cursed side of things. Instead of sticking to the more natural, it seems like the natural is almost profaned by the followers of Gorak Tul. And the Thorn Speakers are very much against that, because it goes against their druidic practices. Even if their druidic practices are a little bit darkened and thorn-themed in general, you can still have that, but there's a spectrum here of corruption. Very interesting. Huh. This is what Chad, this is one fucking zone. This is what happens. You put me in one fucking zone for an hour, and this is what happens, dude. What the fuck? I love this game, dude. What actually is Thros? Part of the Emerald Nightmare or Shadowlands? It's in the Emerald Dream. I read in Chronicle earlier. It is in the Emerald Dream, at a place inundated with the magics at a unique confluence of death and void energies. And the powers of the Drust, under the leadership of Gorak Tul, they use domination magic. It's just bound into nature, but it's the same color scheme. It accomplishes the same thing. This guy literally gave me a quest where he talks about how before they went to fucking read this, long ago the Drust were ruled by a sorcerer king, so a magician, sorcerer, named Gorak Tul. It was he who twisted our rituals from the old ways and set us on the path of death and domination. So, yeah. Not sure how he got that, but God, I cannot help but feel like the Primus is connected to this. Unless it's not the Primus and it's Norganon. Whatever. Didn't the druids forbid the wolf form because it was too dangerous and feral? Maybe they fought their kind but turned into some twisted wolf form? Oh, Kitsuya, you don't have to keep speculating on what the war is. Like, we're using established lore, what Ulfar literally told us about, and the fact that these are quests surrounding the Thorn Speaker druids. You don't have to keep speculating about what that tablet said. The way that I ended up interpreting I'm telling you, dude, I understand that, like, some of you just think that it's just Pyro's perspective, and it is, but I'm telling you, the way I interpreted it is the correct interpretation. It's not Jarradin, it's not some wolf form, feral or whatever. It's that the Thorn Speakers did not agree with Gorak Tul as a sorcerer, and they fought each other. That's what it is. I mean, that's the story that they're trying to tell about the Drust. It's corroborated by Chronicle. That's what it is. The Blighted Lands is a unique part of the Emerald Dream located at a unique confluence of void and death, a twisted land of decay. It's been the home of the Drust. Yes. Yep. I'm not saying you're wrong or mistaken. I just like to throw ideas. I get it, but there's no reason to throw any more ideas. We know the answer. We don't need to speculate about it because we know the answer. That's why I'm trying to shut what you're saying down. I think that it's great you throw out ideas. That's awesome, but we don't need more ideas after we already know what the answer is. I think Drust deserved more screen time in Shadowlands. I think they were supposed to have a raid. I think there was supposed to be a Drust raid. But I kind of think that we'll see them again in Midnight, especially considering that Midnight is going to pertain to the Void, obviously. I do hope in Herondar and stuff, I do hope that we see some, and I don't remember if it's already been shown in screenshots, but I would not be terribly surprised to see the Drust in Herondar. In Ardenweald, there's a spot where you can tell the entrance was supposed to be it. Yeah. I think that is the case too. Yeah. I think it's like over here or something like that. Or Darkreach even. I think it's actually this area. I think this is where the Drust are the most populated.
Have you come to learn?
Is Ulfar true form his Thornbear? And he just shapeshifts sometimes in a human? I think it's the other way around.
Be wary of the wolves.
Gorak Tul's magic empowers the curse, and only his magic can break it. Imbued Drust fetish. I can sense Gorak Tul's dark power seething within this fetish. Handle it with caution, Demon Hunter.
Strength of the forest go with you.
Kivar the Thorn Speaker. In my youth, I was mentored by a wise and powerful Thorn Speaker named Kivar. Very much a Vrykul name. She passed from this world long ago, but her soul may yet rest within the Shadowlands. Interesting. Kivar's knowledge is ancient and vast, far eclipsing my own. She may be able to offer you the guidance that I cannot. Seek her out, deliver the fetish to her. She will know what to do. May the wind be your guide.
Maintain the balance.
Gorak Zarn and her followers must be stopped. Find Kivar in the Shadowlands and put an end to this curse. Okay, will do. Don't the Quillbore have the speakers as well? I don't actually know that much about Quillbore culture. But I do personally see the Quillbore as probably an inherently druidic society. They do worship a wild god, Agamagon. So, you know, I think that is kind of inherently druidic. And their forms may have sprouted up in some fashion as a result of this wild god. But I admittedly am not as well versed in that part of the lore. I could definitely seek to learn more about basically all the bestial races, the Gnolls, the Quillbore, the Sethrak, the Tol'vir even. I probably know more about the Tol'vir than most of the other ones. But Murlocs and Cohen, I know basically nothing about the Ankoan. Yeah, I think there's a lot of really... Saberon, even. There's a lot of really interesting bestial races that have... You know, Arakoa could even be in there. In the you know, different cultures that they exist in. They practice blood magic as well, right? With their blood gems? I don't know. I don't know. The Druss storyline is one of the things cut from Shadowlands and never was fully finished. Yeah, Ettins are very interesting, dude, because I'd love to know, you know, the difference between hill giant, you know, well, Ettins are basically hill giants, but stone giants, Ettins, Jarradin, Vrykul. I'd love to understand how that web of all that works. We need Saberon forms, dude. I would love to have Saberon forms. That'd be fucking tight. Pretty sure there's one small group of Saberon that's not completely, like, feral and aggressive as well. I'm pretty sure that we work with them during a quest where we actually talk to them. And so, you know, pretty much every bestial race has been given an opportunity to show that they're not just savages. Because that's the common perception of them, right? Is that they're just savages. And, you know, they can't be worked with. You know, Final Fantasy XIV does a very similar thing with the tribal nations and civilizations there, formerly known as the Beast Tribes. Not so much anymore because it's a disrespectful term. I think I might be lagging out here. But yeah, they did a very similar thing where they're commonly perceived as just like, they're just savages. They attack us for no reason, except the fact that we're encroaching upon their lands. Like, what the fuck? Is canon that Saberons went to Portal on Azeroth? I do believe so. And it wasn't just some of the Saberon that escaped, it was also some of the Primalists, which, if you recall, those are worshippers of the Spore Mounds from alternate Draenor. So they worship this untamed primordial nature, these magnificent, gigantic manifestations of spirit. The botany, thank you. The botany is the primals versus the breakers, which were the Stoneforge crafted by the residual energies in Fallout of Grond after he was created by Agrimar. But yeah, very interesting. I was very concerned about that when I first saw it back in is it technically BFA when that happens, or is that at the end of... Is that the that's the Maghar recruitment scenario, isn't it? That they escape into Durotar during that? At the very end? Yeah. What tank would you recommend with sight on Midnight and Mythic Plus? I mean, I don't know anything about Mythic Plus and Midnight. I haven't played the beta or alpha, and I haven't looked at any spoilers, so I would just recommend playing whatever tank you like. I have three tanks that I prefer to play. I think Vengeance is fun. It's very mobile. Can do a lot of damage, but you have to really pay attention. I think Druid tank is very fun. Probably my favorite tank to play. I love playing Druid. And then I like Prot Warrior a lot. I've never played Prot Paladin, so don't ask me about that. And Death Knight is good too, but you just have to, I mean, Death Knight is basically mostly mashing fucking Death Strike. So as long as you can do that and keep up Blood Shield and shit, then yeah, Death Knight's pretty fun too. Death Knight, all of them can do. There's also Brewmaster. I do like Brewmaster a lot, but Brewmaster is one of the harder ones to play. As a leather wearer, your use of Stagger and Cleansing Brew and stuff is very important, so it's definitely one of the higher skill cap tanks. If you want a tank that's easier to play, I would probably go, I think, Prot Paladin, Prot Warrior, or Guardian Druid. Prot Pally has a fuckload of additional utility too, so if you're into like throwing buffs and shit to people, that's pretty cool. You can do that too. You really can't go wrong. Like, and here's what I think. Unless you're gonna be going for like top 0.1% keys or cutting edge top 25 world mythic rating, you can pretty much play whatever you think is fun and looks cool. And if for you being broken and powerful is fun, then just do that. If you want to go for a spec that just fucking wrecks, just play that. You know? That's what I would do. I would just play whatever you think is fun. That's the best way to play games, in my opinion. Just do what you think is fun, and if fucking cranking the DPS meters is fun, fucking do that. Yeah, the good news is no matter what tank you pick, people will invite you to groups, because tanks are few and far between when it comes compared to DPS and stuff. I would also like to point out real quick that since you literally fly through some kind of liminal fucking interdimensional space going from Ouroboros to these realms, that when we look out, we're basically seeing a skybox that is, in my opinion, perhaps not real, because eventually the realm ends. Like, if you have this in-between space between these areas, what you're seeing from this area is not really like the truth of unless these are all in different worlds, different fragments of different worlds, which is possible. It's kind of like you kind of see stuff in the sky that's not really a true representation of what is there. It's almost like an illusion or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it doesn't matter what tank you play. Just blame the healer. Yo, based. True. That's the great thing about WoW. You will always find someone who will say any given class is the best in the game. Yep. And that's why you should just play what you like. An illusion. What are you hiding? Fucking two of you at the exact same time said that shit. That's funny. Considering you can see all those zones from Ouroboros, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the sky for each of them was kind of fake, like a veil, or if they existed in little pocket dimensions that you're just using a little dimensional rift to get into. You know what I mean? An illusion must have been fucking Sokka. Fucking Arasaka.
We stalk the moonless night.
Kivar the Thorn Speaker.
Good hunting.
Kivar. Yes, I have heard of someone by that name. Erelon may know where to find her.
For Queen and Grove.
Kivar's Den.
Night embrace you.
Kivar, I've not heard that name in many an age. She used to make her home near Eventide Grove to the south. Erelon knows the area well. I suggest you take him with you. I fear that the situation with Gwayer weighs heavily upon him. Perhaps joining you on the hunt will do him some good.
Our prey beware.
Oh, he's over there.
She slumbers for now, though her dreams offer little solace.
We will find a way to save
her dreams are
Gwayer.
Tormented as well, then, or?
I swear it.
You dream when you sleep, or is it an escape from the horrors of reality? It's one of the quotes from, I think, the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron. I need to obtain the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron in the game.
I serve the queen.
It is my fault that Gwayer was captured and possessed by the Drust. I feel like there might be a bit of a fractal going on here. I'm looking for Kivar.
For Ardenweald. Kivar resides in a den near Eventide Grove. I will meet you there.
Arelon blames himself for this misfortune. I fear guilt may overwhelm him.
Kivar isn't here, but there are signs of a struggle. Something must have happened to her.
Why are you so quiet? There are signs of a struggle? I'd love to know what those are.
What do you fight for? Do what you
This
must.
is the place, but Kivar is nowhere to be found.
The forest will
They
endure.
probably know that I'm after her, searching the grove.
Do what you must.
It is clear that a struggle took place here. I fear that Kivar may have been taken by the Drust. I scouted the surrounding area before you arrived. Eventide Grove has been overrun. The Drust cannot have taken her far. We may yet be able to find her. I just pray that we are not too late.
For Ardenweald. Search the grove. The Drust could not have taken her far.
Man, Ardenweald is fucking gorgeous, dude. Ugh. And the music here is so good.
What can this old thorn speaker
These damn
do
fools.
for you?
They were a pain in the rump in life. I guess I shouldn't be surprised they're equally terrible beyond the veil.
Beware the
Ufar sent you to
woods.
find me? Free me from this cage, and I will do what I can to aid you.
Maintain the balance.
Good to know the old bear hasn't forgotten me. Unfortunately, neither have the Drust. I was enjoying a peaceful afterlife before they showed up. Do not bother trying to force open this cage. You can only unlock it with 3 separate keys, and each one is held by a different Drust commander. They should be somewhere nearby. Find them.
My cage has 3 separate locks, each with its own key. I think the Drust might be afraid of me.
3 locks, huh? 3 different keys. The zone's beautiful, but I didn't align with them because of the armor sets looking kind of whack. You think this looks whack? Damn. I mean, this isn't just a Drust armor set, but or Ardenweald armor set, but yeah. Shit on. Gross forged key. Unlocks the gate to Kivar's cage. Didn't vibe with the fairy wings and wood stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, my first was Venthyr. I thought the Venthyr stuff was fucking dope. Some of the best sets come from Maldraxxus, bro. They have dope fucking armor sets. I got a couple of those. Here's this guy floating again. Seems like when I mount, it fucks them up. Galak. Gilded Skull Key. Gross Forged Key, Gilded Skull Key. Yeah, I got this one set. Oh, I mean, this is badass too. What the fuck? I got this one set from See if I can... From Maldraxxus, that's fucking sick, dude. This one, oh, dude, this one's crazy. Sight of Maldraxxus, Necrolord. This one's fucking sick. The arm on the pauldron's badass. It's one of the Venthyr ones. Anyway. Asserts. Lustrous silver key. Gross forged key. Gilded skull key. Lustrous silver key. Interesting, the different keys. If you're looking for Kivar, they just dragged her away. What the fuck? I would love to help you, but as you can see, I'm not exactly free to leave. The Drust locked me in this cage and dragged Kivar away. If you release me, I can show you where they went. The Drust just took Kivar. They said they were going to sacrifice her in one of their rituals. If we hurry, you may still be able to save her. I've seen where the Drust keep their sacrificial altar. It's scary, but I can take you there. There's no time to waste. Follow me. God damn it. Kivar was taken uphill to be sacrificed. If we hurry, we might be able to save her. You better hurry the fuck up then. Start Thuman. Yeah, some of the Maldraxxus weapons are really good. It's one of the best parts about Shadowlands, all this sick transmog. Just lame that they ended up locking it behind fucking covenants so that you couldn't switch between for like fucking a year. Very annoying. Bro can't just climb between the bars, right? Volsketha the Binder. Praise the night, we're not too late. Might be some dialogue from this NPC, so I'm gonna try to kill it slow.
Perfect timing, you two. Though you did cut it close.
Crazy sacrificial ritual, huh?
I fight for Arden.
Not a moment too soon. My den is not far away. You must move. We should hurry before more Drust arrive.
Strike fast, strike true.
There may be a way to break the curse and free your friend's mind, but it will require some work. Ulfar was wise to send you to me. He knew that a portion of Goraktul's power would be necessary, but the other reagents we need do not exist on Azeroth. My den is not far from here. Meet me there, and I will help you prepare a ritual to break the curse.
Beware the woods. What? Meet me back at my den. I will do whatever I can to assist you.
You should report that NPC for using fly hack. I'm about to. Motherfucker be swimming all over the damn place. Those markings on the ground remind me of Zoval's pillar at the Arbiter's place. I can see that a little bit. Kivar's waiting for you inside. I'm so happy you made it back safely. Thanks, Nika.
Come for a lesson, have you?
It feels good to be out of that cage and back home in my den.
Strength of the forest go with you.
These Nox
Strike
roots.
fast, strike true.
In order to perform the ritual, I will need some Nox root from Darkreach. It's a unique plant that only grows within soil that's been corrupted by Drust magic. And Drust magic is void and death. Darkreach lies to the west, not far from my den. Does that mean that domination is void and death as well? Like, what the fuck? What was once a peaceful, verdant grove is now filled with blight and ruin. I will travel to the heart of the forest to prepare the ritual. Meet you there. Meet me there when you've gathered the Nox root.
Maintain. Mawwalker, you gather the Nox root.
Don't call me that.
Erelon, we will need a witch's satchel. Stealing one from the Drust will be a perilous task.
I will not return without it. You have my word.
Need some Drust housing
Meet me
decor?
at the
That'd be
heart
sick.
of the forest to complete the ritual. Good hunting, both of you.
That would be sick. Okay, to Dark Reach we go. 12 Nox root. I believe there are a few already. Are there? Yeah, trees around this area are taking on more of a red hue, almost nightmarish. Trust crazed keeper. Their hair is crazy. Trust lurker. They're consuming energy. Driven to hunger. Potent and invasive plant commonly found within lands blighted by the Drust. Lands blighted by the Drust, hence blighted lands. Banner. Defend the objective. Oh. Anyone else? Oh. Kirkvald.
You are nothing.
Okay. Are you doing all the meta achieves? I mean, eventually, but right now I'm just doing some quests that I haven't done before. I thought I had done this stuff, but I guess not. And even if I did, it's nice to do it again with renewed perspective. So, kind of feels like I'm seeing it for the first time. Indra Drif. Look at this black fucking water. Oh my god. It's pretty cool looking. More Nox root. Zaltat the Blade has the domination runes, so maybe yes. She has blue, it does have blue runes on it that do look quite fucking similar to domination runes, yeah. And from what I could see, it did seem to consume the essence of N'Zoth into it. So what you would expect to see from like a Morn Blade or Rune Blade of that type, so. I don't know why I'm doing this. This doesn't seem to do anything. They should have at least done like a Drust dungeon. I mean, I guess in a way they sort of did with Tir Nassif. I guess they did with Tir Nassif. Mists of Tir Nassif. I guess that is kind of a Drust dungeon, huh? The boss from that is fucking interesting. The final boss is really interesting. It's, Tredova. The Gorm have been chewing at the edges of Ardenweald, devouring desiccated husks of the dead. The beast called Tredova has gorged herself on something far more precious, the wild seed of Lakali, Loa of knowledge. Now that Tredova has tasted the Loa's power and wisdom, she hungers for more than survival. Basically, like, upgraded beyond base instincts to have deeper motives. Let's turn this in. Yeah, I think the Shadowlands dungeons are pretty good. I agree. The raids are pretty good too. Oh, damn. Got her nailed down.
What can this old thorn speaker do for you?
Have you brought the reagents? I have. Good, you were able to find enough Noxroot for the ritual. Unfortunately, we have another problem.
Beware the
Witch's
woods.
Satchel. I sent Erelon to steal a Witch's Satchel from the Drust, a dangerous task from which he has yet to return. Drust Night Screamers carry many reagents we need to perform the ritual. We cannot proceed without one. You must go to the Oaken Assembly to procure one of their satchels and find Erelon if you can.
Strength Erelon has yet to return with the satchel. I fear he may be in danger, or worse.
Man, struggling. Witch's Satchel.
These Spriggans need to be stopped. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine.
Shut up, Lady Moonberry. Where is this goofy fucker? Oakheart Drust taken. Oakheart Night Screamer. Vengeful Essence. The Drust Witches look so cool. A bag filled with reagents and focus objects for use in the Drust rituals. Well, I didn't find Erelon, so that's not good. Oh, right, this is the Mists of Tir Nassif dungeon. Yeah. Count on Ruse. Bunch of fallen trees. I'm assuming this is of the old forest. It's all about death and renewal and all that, but... Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this over here was where people thought the Drust raid was going to take place, if not over there. Wow, Maw of Thros. That's some literal void-looking shit right there. It's even got the whole black hole look to it. Wow. Yeah, the big Gorms do look like Gahoon. Yeah, it's strange.
I fight for Ardenweald.
Do you have the satchel? And what of Erelon? I didn't find
Strike
Erelon.
fast, strike true.
I didn't really look, though. This contains everything we need. Give me a moment and I'll prepare the reagents for our ritual.
Maintain the balance.
Was I supposed to find him over there? I think I was. I think that's a quest I'm supposed to pick up over there. The shattered remains of a Sylvari spear litter the ground. You recognize the spear as belonging to Erelon. This confirms that Erelon was here. Unfortunately, he's nowhere to be found. Lord Heron will want to know of your discovery. There also clearly used to be a much bigger tree here. Like, this outer edge is the husk of an even bigger tree. So this tree is growing inside of the, at least partially, inside the dead remains of a bigger tree. Or even cluster of trees. Very interesting.
The Wild Hunt welcomes you. For Queen and
What
Grove,
news do you bring?
Night embrace you.
Though this bodes ill, I'm not ready to give up hope that Erelon survived. He may still be out there. I will assemble a search party. We will find him and bring him home, no matter what fate has befallen him. Thank you.
Good hunt, Erelon. I will send a search party at once. We will not lose him to the Drust.
Come for a lesson, have
Ritual
you?
of Purification. I finished making preparations for the ritual. The moment of truth has come. The Drust fetish that Ulfar gave you will channel the ritual's power into Gweir. It should counteract the curse that imprisons her mind. This will not be pleasant. It may not even work. But this is the only chance we have to free her.
Strike fast, be ready, Mawalker. Goraxar's sorcery will not be easily purged.
Purification fetish.
Destroy those things quickly!
Purged manifestation. Interesting. Little shawlings. That's pretty similar to how it works in the Norushen fight too, where the light purges out the darkness and it manifests as the amalgamation of corruption.
Keep at it. The Drust's hold upon her is weakening.
This is obviously not meant to be done this fast. I wonder if the Dragon Isles were planned or if it was more spontaneous in response to the backlash that Shadowlands got when expanding the cosmology. Shadowlands didn't really expand the cosmology like people make it out to be. And no, Dragonflight can't be just they don't just do that. They don't just spontaneously make a whole fucking expansion like Dragonflight. That's not how that works. They're already making Dragonflight before Shadowlands is even over. Like, they're developing shit for fucking. I'm pretty sure they were already talking about. Chris Metzen said they were already looking at stuff for like 17.0. It's not something that they just bust out in like 6 months or a year because the backlash of an expansion. Like, it takes time. Yeah, Rannerla, it takes years to make these games. They started it before people are even mad at the last X-Pack. Yeah. Like, think about it this way. When you're getting ready to ship the base expansion, I would assume the majority of your patch content is actually already being worked on, if not done. Right? So you're probably already starting development cycle on the next expansion. It's not they don't just like duck and weave as they go. Like, it's just not how they develop games. That's been confirmed by Blizzard devs, World of Warcraft devs.
Stay with us, Gweir. This curse is nearly broken.
I mean, there's also a difference between what the expansion like is and what it was always planned to be, and how Ian portrays that information. You know what I mean? Like, Ian probably chose to say that it's more of a grounded expansion as a marketing response to the, like, do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that they decided to make Dragonflight as a result of that, but more so trying to bring to attention, like, hey, this is Dragons, it's more grounded back in Azeroth. Like, I just see that as more of like a marketing strategy. How do we talk about this? How do we market this? Especially in contrast to what came before it, even if that has no bearing on whether or not they were going to make it. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree that he probably did, like, say it in a way to try to attract people back because of how Shadowlands was perceived. But yeah, it wouldn't affect how they develop it, or the fact that they were going to develop it. I believe they're sorted into even patch and odd patch teams. I don't think that's correct. Pretty sure, like, the same team works on the whole expansion. It's like even odd expansions. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that could be possible. But I'm sure that there's collaboration. It's not like there's some big wall between those teams. Like, those teams have to collaborate in order to have some continuity in World of Warcraft. So even if, you know, one thing is here, one thing's the other, like, the game director is the same between both of those teams, I would assume. So, but yeah, it allows them to stagger the workload where one is working on the current, one is working on the next, or, you know, kind of like that. I saw the video where one player somehow managed to fly through the canopy of this tree and entered Oribos. Oh, strange. So it shows how closely linked the maps actually are. They're probably just stacked on top of one another. Anyway.
Gwaya! No!
Rip.
She did not survive.
Well, that fucking sucks.
What is it? Speak up!
You performed the ritual admirably, but Goraxar's power was too strong for Gwayer to withstand. There's nothing more we can do, I'm afraid. It seems the masked Fae are lost to us after all.
Beware the woods.
Damn. I wonder what Gorak prefix means. Yeah, good
We
question.
stalk the moonless night.
Unbroken bonds.
Night embrace you.
I actually did it, Lith. I actually did it. That's why the stream title is what it is. But thank you, though. The Druss will pay for this foul curse that they've unleashed upon us. We've lost too many allies, too many friends to give up now. Even though we cannot save those who have fallen into possession, we can end their torment. I will instruct the hunt to put down all possessed they encounter. Please deliver this report to the Winter Queen. She must be told what we have learned. Thank you for your service. You are a true friend and guardian of Ardenweald. Interesting that we can't free them, but others have been freed from domination.
I pray bring word to the Winter Queen. She will want to know of this.
Our sacred charge remains unchanged.
I like the way her voice echoes, bro. It reminds me of the way anyone who's dominated sounds. Her fucking blue eyes and shit. I don't like it. I get the whole winter fucking thing, but like... Unbroken bonds. The queen regards you steadily.
Go with the blessings of the wilds.
What news do you bring? If the Thorn Speakers have no way to break the curse, then perhaps there truly is no hope for the possessed. These are tidings most dire.
Troubling news, mortal. I had hoped we would discover the means to restore those possessed by the Drust. Sadly, those taken are now lost to us. Goraxar will pay dearly for the wound she has inflicted upon my realm. Speak, and the forest shall listen.
Remains unchanged, static, ordered. I wonder how the possession works such that you can't be recovered. Well, it reminds me of something Xalatath said once. Do you see it? The poor host cannot be saved, only put down. At Ivanir. who's a crazy, withered. Poor host cannot be saved, only put down. I love this OST, it's very good.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
Attaining the night.
The cycle must be preserved.
That's what winter is, right? Static, frozen, unchanging until the spring thaws it. Yes, it's more commentary on this realm and the entire Shadowlands being ordered. Yes, I understand the whole winter thing, but why is she winter? Was she always that? Could she have been spring at some point? Could her very nature have been altered or something due to ordering? That's really what's more being discussed here. And she could have even been like fall or something like that, you know? The change between the seasons or something, but... The Arnax believes he may know how to save Tyrande from the fate he himself suffered as the Night Warrior. Interesting that this would come right after that other quest. Let us hear what he has to say.
Night embrace you, mortal.
What's your plan?
The cycle must be preserved.
As Elun's dark power raged within me, Kadarin and I were able to siphon some of it out of my body and into his.
Right.
Can the same be done for Tyrande?
Perhaps, but the ritual cost us our lives. If we attempt it again, we must disperse the power among several vessels.
Such as those who were once Night Warriors themselves.
It's so interesting that these two end up here, where I'm pretty sure the Harvester of Wrath in Revendreth was like the fucking first Night Warrior or something. But they end up in Revendreth.
My long slumber has ended.
Attaining the night.
Ardenweald will
Yarnak suggests a
survive the
bold
drought.
plan. Locating the other
This
former
I
Night
swear.
Warriors will not prove easy.
Night embrace you, mortal.
We will require the aid of an expert tracker if we are to find the other Night Warriors. The Wild Hunt possesses legendary skills in such matters. No quarry can elude them. Speak to Lord Hearn. With one of his hunters at your side, your search will surely be successful.
Nothing eludes the Wild Hunt. There must be one among them who can aid our search.
Yep, Yoram, not the first time I've heard that. It's been discussed in the Discord, it's something I've said on stream a lot. Yep. Yep.
My oath is to the forest.
You seek someone who can hunt down special warriors across the Shadowlands. Is there such a tracker among the Wild Hunt?
For Queen, you seek the Horned Hunter. A peerless tracker in life and a legend within the Wild Hunt. You can find him at Root Home, if he does not find you first. Good hunting.
If you click on the Winter Queen enough times, she will speak like Galadriel. Instead of the jailer, you would have the Queen. Right, when she's tempted by the power of the ring. Sorceress. Interesting. Lady of the Wood.
These Spriggans need to be stopped. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine.
Beware, Huntress. This road is no longer safe. Is there prey to catch?
Tracker tracking.
Beware of danger in the woods.
I know of whom you speak.
Watch the shadows.
Home of the Tiernan.
Beware of danger in the
The
woods.
Horned Hunter is no longer here, but I do know where he went. He tracked his prey to the west of here, in the Elder Stand. These woods in particular have grown dangerous as of late, and we're currently beset by invading devourers. They have overrun the roads between here and the Stand. I shall accompany you across the bridge and see that you are delivered to the Horned Hunter.
Watch the shadows. Let's get moving. This way.
I think these things are like super old, the Tiernan. Tisharinali. Tisharinali. Their names are fucking crazy.
These creatures are not of Ardenweald. They invade our groves and consume the anima like locusts.
Right, they're from the in-between. The fucking shattered realms that exist between the primary realms of the Shadowlands.
Look! Those rifts must be how they enter the forest. Close them, quickly.
A lot like void rifts. They're at least old enough to remember Marasmius and what he did.
Continue our search.
And he predates the Winter Queen, so I assume that they too predate the Winter Queen.
I do not like the look of this place. Stay close.
You don't like the look of this place? It looks the fucking same as the rest of Ardenweald. Well, kind of.
Look out!
That literally came through a void portal. Ha! The fuck?
Greetings, Huntress. Quite the quarry you found. I am Holm High Mountain, the Horned Hunter.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I didn't know that I was gonna run into Holmheim.
Sir, it is an honor to meet you.
Wow.
And to be saved by you.
This guy's a badass. This guy fought alongside the elves and shit during the fucking War of the Ancients. This motherfucker fought like dreadlords and shit. Like, Holmheim Mountain's badass, dude. I totally forgot he was in this. Totally forgot. Actually, I mean, I'd only ever like looked at like the website, like Wowhead and shit, to review this quest. I never played it, so.
Your aim is true.
The Horned Hunter makes sense. Now, let us speak of the hunt.
Together, we are strong.
Holm listens to your explanation, then pauses thoughtfully. I believe I understand now, but I cannot help you right now. Allow me to explain. In the meantime, will you carve up this carcass with me? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saved Malorn, yeah. Your prey always has something to teach you.
Ardenweald, Will in Lord Hearn has tasked me with culling the Devourers. Left unchecked, they will consume what little anima remains in Ardenweald.
Ardenweald seems to have a lot of anima, but
I cannot return until my quarry is slain, nor can I offer you aid in tracking yours. That said, a good huntsman knows when to accept help. Hunt with me, and I will return the favor.
I guess I was supposed to be carving that whole time.
I serve
Excellent.
the wild
This confirms
hunt.
my suspicions. And that is...
Hunt with pride.
Make ready, Demon Hunter. We hunt a World Eater. They're the largest of devourers, massive beings who can drain anima from an entire region within a matter of moments. With Ardenweald suffering from the drought, a World Eater's presence could prove disastrous. Still, we must not rush into battle without first understanding our prey. Tread the Elder Stand with me. Even creatures such as these leave spoor. Knowing our quarry will be what allows us to slay it.
For Queen and let the hunt begin.
Search for traces of the World Eater. Ravenous Blightwing. Shriveled Shrub.
World Eaters instinctively drain anima from their surroundings. One must have come in contact with this bush.
Just that one bush.
Devourers are drawn to areas rich in anima. A swarm like this means that the drought is truly dire.
I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense. Devourers are drawn to areas rich in anima. The fact that there's so many of them here means that the drought is truly dire. Does it though? Or does it mean that this area is rich in anima? Like, it's almost like the opposite. If there wasn't any anima, they wouldn't be here. Now, yes, them being here and consuming it will contribute to the drought, yes. But it means that there's a lot of anima here because they're drawn to places that are rich in anima. So, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If it wasn't rich in anima, they wouldn't be here. Which means that it's not as affected by the drought as you're making it out to be. I don't really understand. Is it implying this is like where the remaining anima is left? Except you can't just imply shit without proof of it. Like, the heart of the forest and all these areas just dense with magic and like in anima around the center are like, there's clearly anima in these places. So like, this is not, this place is not the densest in anima. Might mean there's not much anima where they usually dwell, so they came here. There never has been much anima where they usually dwell. That's why they're devourers. They're kind of locked out of these realms in the in-between spaces. They're not supposed to be here in general. So maybe, I get what you're saying, like maybe anima is supposed to be distributed to those areas so they're normally there, but it isn't being. But I don't understand how that makes sense or connects to the other events that have occurred. They only are the way that they are and are driven to devour energy because there is not much of it in the in-between where they come from. At least that's how I understood it, but I could be wrong. I think he's saying there are very few areas rich in anima left. Yeah, then, I don't know. They just need to fucking extrapolate on that better. It doesn't... I don't know. To me, it just seems like he's making a statement that contradicts itself. But, whatever. I'm probably overthinking it.
I believe I have found its trail. Give me a moment. There. We can track it now. Let us face the beast.
According to the Grimoire of the Shadowlands, Tyranids are the first creatures of Ardenweald. Maybe they're the ancestors or closer relatives to the Ents on Azeroth? Maybe.
Wait. That is Vorus, the Realm Eater. A mighty foe.
How the fuck do you identify?
One deadlier than expected. We must observe it closer before we strike. Look for nearby cover.
And maybe it's because Revendreth has been intentionally hoarding away anima for so long, but a place like Revendreth, you feel the effects of the drought, I feel like significantly more than Ardenweald. Maybe I'm just ignoring the signs of it, like the way that this wood looks in areas, you know, like Darkreach and stuff, but Ardenweald does not appear to be suffering from a drought, but I understand that it is, you know, that's the whole premise of like, we sacrifice Ursoc's fucking little soul egg, spirit fucking egg thing because, you know, we need the anima. or whatever, right? So like I get it, sacrifices are made and all that shit, but I don't know. It's just weird how they chose to word it. If it's true, maybe the drought is a lie. I mean, I don't think it's a lie. Like it's I don't know. It's like the premise of
it can sense us. Prepare yourself.
The conflict in the Shadowlands and stuff. I don't know. Reverberate anima. Red arrow in the bushes, Pyro? He's gonna throw me off the edge. Sorry. I forgot we're supposed to ambush him.
Hang on! Voris is no common world eater. For all of our stealth, it was still able to detect us. We will need a cunning strategy to defeat it. And I think I know where to start.
I don't think that was supposed to happen like that. I love Holn. He's the OG. Yeah, he's awesome. Put me down. Yeah, I didn't get quest progress. Oh, okay, I did.
Let us speak.
I didn't actually understand where the Devourers came from. They come from the in-between. The Devourers come from the in-between.
Together, we are strong.
They come from the spaces between the in-between the realms. It's the area that you fly through when you go from a portal in Oribos to one of the realms. It's the in-between. There are like fragments of land and shattered world and stuff out there that they live on.
Greetings, traveler.
Tell me, Demon Hunter, does this scout seem a bit distracted to you? He's barely said a word since I arrived.
For Queen and Grove.
I don't know. This problem just got a lot larger. We need a new plan.
Ardenweald will endure.
Acid reflux. That means they follow Anima into Koresh? I mean, I think they're just looking for any source of power to eat anything. Acid reflux.
With pride.
We'll need to be properly prepared before we can face Voros. The digestive juices of Ardenweald's Gorm dissipate the anima in their food. Ingesting them causes devourers no small discomfort. For a beast of that size, we'll need a lot of it to have any effect. There should be plenty of Gorm in the hive to the east. The digestive juices of Ardenweald's Gorm dissipate the anima in their food. Long ago, an artisan gave me a tool that he said would be useful against the Gorm, should I ever need it. You may borrow it. Gormherd Branch. To collect digestive sacs.
For Queen and Grove.
Voros is clearly content to roam the Elder Stand. We'll need a way to lure it to us once we are ready to fight. Did you notice the wild seeds in the clearing where we spotted it? Voros must be feasting on the concentrated anima contained within them. There should still be some expended wild seeds from before the drought in the Gorm Hive. Let us create bait, too tempting for Voros to ignore.
Hunt, gather what we need from the Gorm. Then we will end the Realm Eater.
I mean, Devourers could, to an extent, be... I mean, it kind of makes me think of, like, Fellstalkers and shit that, like, roam the trackless wastes of the Twisting Nether looking for energy to consume. There could be, like, some type of, like, intended transmission of anima through the realms where one absorbs and radiates, the other absorbs and radiates, and so on and so forth. And in that process, the in-between is fed anima. So maybe siphoning all of it to the maw and the drought, I don't know, causes them to move from the in-between into these realms to consume because they no longer are getting drip-fed energy where they are. Maybe similar to the Void, where like the Void manifests in places it's not supposed to because maybe it's not being given the energy that it needs to continue or something like that. So It is weird because it's like, if the in-between basically was getting no energy, shouldn't the Devourers have been infiltrating all of these realms all the time? Or maybe the Devourers exist at a lower energy level because they basically have no fucking energy in the in-between. And by the anima dissipating from these realms, they no longer are existing at the higher energy state that they have been, and it allows things like the Devourers to move into them because they're more aligned with the energy states of the realms as a result, because the realms are losing energy. And so maybe it's like maybe it's something about like the similar energy levels having higher compatibility, allowing them into a space that they're not normally supposed to exist in. So I don't know, different ways to interpret why the Devourers are where they are. Because it doesn't seem normal. It obviously sounds like this is out of it's not usual. It's unusual. So, I think. It's like a relatively new problem for most of these areas. Oh, this is just optional for the flight path. Got it. So yeah, this is an area that the Gorm have been consuming. These root systems are pretty fucking crazy. Very dense root systems, but this place is basically withering away. Aren't the Void from League something similar to the Devourer's idea? Not as I understand it, but my understanding is also informed by other people's interpretations, so who knows? I don't know. Gooey Gorm Gunk. Holy. An infinite hunger? Yeah, I guess I'm not sure that that's the way that the Void is portrayed in League. I don't know where it's portrayed that way. I know that the Void is about consumption. I mean, absolutely, in League it absolutely is. But, I don't know if it's like Belveth as a manifestation of the Void that insinuates that hunger, or what, but... I mean, if you're driven to consume, you probably are hungry. So I could see that. Whether it's devouring reality, devouring light, whatever. I remember the anima goes into the maw, but I don't remember seeing any devourers in the maw. I just killed that for no reason. I don't explicitly remember. No, there's devourers. There's definitely some devourers and stuff that spawn in Korthia, which is this effectively in the same space as the Maw. Although Korthia arguably still has a little bit more energy than the Maw does. I believe we actually just make them blow up. Desiccated Duster. So over there we have some sand and storm elementals causing like little sandstorms and shit. So lower energy elemental states. Dust Brawl. A desiccated husk is all that shall be left of you. So even the elements seemingly are starving. Everything in this place is fueled by anima. Maybe because it goes directly into Torghast? Yeah, Torghast is acting as a giant fucking funnel. A big fucking funnel. But it's also, to me, yeah, very orderly as a result. What a terrible spot for that. They all spawn in the same spot, actually. Not bad. Nice. It's actually kind of convenient. Life-hardened anima. Interesting. The music here is like so sinister and foreboding. Love it. It's being framed as a pretty horrific thing that's happening to the Shadowlands. Interesting, though. Who decided we needed to click on 50 digestive sacs for this quest? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of bad. There's some quests in WoW that are just a bit excessive. This is one of them. And this thing effectively makes them grow. And grow and grow until they fucking explode. The interesting thing about the Devourers is that in Zereth Mortis you see them consuming like ephemera. But if they consume enough, they get like cosmic craziness. Like they start attacking each other. It's like consuming too much of it actually fucks them up. The hardcore of a spent chrysalis. The anima has almost crystallized but glimmers with potential. The anima has almost crystallized. They're pretty horrifying creatures, dude. They turn gray too. Yeah, by consuming that stuff in ZM, they have like weird colors. Yeah, they turn like gray and even like a little bit of gold. It's weird. Seems like eating the broken down essence of souls affects them in a different way than eating anima itself. And so maybe that's meant to like further illustrate that anima is maybe like a byproduct of the soul rather than the soul itself. There's a few mounts of them, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the majority of this place seems pretty fucking dense and anima to me. But hey, what do I know? Shit. It just seems pretty fucking magical and dense to me. Seems like there's a fuckload of anima in Ardenweald. I mean, it's in literally everything.
Welcome back. Did you find what you need?
I did.
Beware of danger in the woods. Watch the shadows.
Reldorn hefts the sacks, which bulge uncomfortably. Oh, nice. So many? Just how big is this thing you two are hunting anyways?
Beware of danger in the woods.
It may take several wild seeds, but with enough concentrated anima, we should be able to lure out Voros.
Watch the shadows.
I'm amazed that this contains so much concentrated anima. You'll surely lure a devourer to you with this.
Beware of danger in the woods.
So even when those things are like shriveled up, the anima inside them is concentrated. Becoming the hunt.
Watch the shadows.
He knew you'd be back. The Horned Hunter went on ahead to prepare the hunting ground. He said you should join him as soon as you can. Now that you have the materials for the trap, you just need to reach him. It's dangerous territory to traverse, but I've been devising a glamour that should help you avoid the attention of the roaming beasts. Maybe if it's useful, you could put in a good word for... Anyway, we should focus on your quarry. Good hunting, friend.
Beware of danger. I've prepared the perfect glamour to help you get by undetected. Just stand still for a moment. There, all set. But, be careful not to make any sudden movements.
Are you fucking
and
serious,
whatever you do,
dude?
don't get too close to the devourers.
What is this, Fortnite?
Happy hunting.
What the fuck is this? And a fucking Fortnite bush? Come on, dog. A bush Wookiee in it. Thunderstorm preview. Oh my god. An illusion. Maybe the burnt-out monsters and soul eaters in the maw are the devourers corrupted by the energy of the maw? Maybe. I think those are things made out of Stygia. Almost like death elementals. It's called glamour. Sweaty. You mean to say sweetie? You're perfectly hidden. No one in the Wild Hunt will see you now. Definitely not. Nice. Disguised as a totally nondescript bush. And I lost my glamour.
The Wild Hunt serves the Weald.
I have to go on foot. I also cannot use any abilities. Jesus, dude.
Is there prey to catch?
Right, anima is the essence of mortal souls that enter the Shadowlands, the product of all the souls' experiences and actions in life. Right. But does that mean that the soul itself and anima that is this generated byproduct are separate things? One derived from the other, but still unique in their own right. That's the question. Or, and maybe I can read about this in Grimoire of the Shadowlands. Maybe I have an answer to this if I just could look it up. But, you know, is there a difference between the source and the product? When stuff like that is said sarcastically, people replace sweetie with sweaty? What the fuck, dude? I've never heard that in my life. That must mean it doesn't exist, and that you're lying. That's how perspective works. Garrosh anima, but he double died, turned into dust. Well, no, they had Garrosh's soul. Well, yes, but they had Garrosh's soul, which they were siphoning anima off of. Then he dies. Maybe he go to the real death zone? Maybe, or maybe he just ceased to exist. It's just kind of weird because when you break it down, like, what purpose does the Shadowlands actually serve?
Ah, you've arrived just in time.
What purpose does the Shadowlands serve? It captures mortal souls and then has a system to, like, siphon energy off of those souls, but why? The souls don't go anywhere. They exist there for eternity and are integrated into the realm. If there is no anima drought, nothing is lost. Could be that Denathria serves chaos and wanted to break the status quo of the Shadowlands, but that doesn't actually make sense because unless he wanted the jailer to fail. Denathria is double-crossing the jailer? Is that so hard to believe?
Your aim is true.
Maybe to keep them in check and order? Yeah, it seems to me like another way for the Titans to not only control mortal souls, but control the flow of energy in the cosmos.
Ardenweald will endure.
Hunting is a battle of wills. Life or death hangs in the balance for all of us. It's always been this way. On Azeroth, as in Ardenweald. I mean, so in this way, death is effectively no different than life. Shadowlands is just life 2.0. They want to make sure the free will doesn't return to the system. Could be. Try to funnel out mortality.
Together, we are strong. I will finish setting the lure. Let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
For Queen and Grove. The trap is set. Follow me. We must stay hidden as we wait for Voris to emerge.
Bro, I could one-shot that guy, Holm. You don't even realize, bro.
Our prey is weakened. Strike now.
Ooh. Anima evaporation. So using the Gorm sacks, the anima inside of it is dissipating and ceasing to fucking exist. Wasn't it said that the Gorm were once part of the natural cycle?
Well fought. That was no easy prey, even for the wild hunt.
Great souls have more anima, as we learn in Shadowlands. Right. But still, I'm trying to draw the line between the source of the thing and the byproduct. You know what I'm saying? Almost maybe think about it like, there's a difference between the source of electricity and the electricity that's being generated. Does that make sense? Or the source of radiation and the radiation that is being ejected. Maybe I'm trying to draw a line where there shouldn't be one. But I think that there's a difference. The anima is like the electricity, but the soul is the source of like where it comes from. I don't know. It's like the materials, and anima is the thing that happens when the materials do the thing. I don't know.
I serve the Wild Hunt.
The Wild Hunt, the hunt is over. We have prevailed.
Together, we are strong.
Winter's Envoy.
Greetings, traveler.
Tracking the shadows. I am Carvey, and welcome. The quarry has been slain and my duties fulfilled. The Tiernan are more than capable of defending their home from the lesser devourers. Nature will take its course. I will report back to Lord Hearn and meet you at the heart of the forest. There we shall see what I will be hunting next.
Ardenweald will endure. I must report to Lord Hearn. Then we will speak of your hunt.
Cycle of life and death is dynamo of the Titans. They also need a source of energy to stay immortal and be all-powerful. Maybe, like, do the Ethereals need a source of energy to stay immortal and powerful? Because that's what I try to compare them to. I think the Ethereals are one of the best comparisons. But is there anything that indicates that, like, the Ethereals need a consistent influx of power or something to feed upon in order to stay
These
what they are?
need to be stopped. I say we give them...
Or do their bindings help prevent the dissipation of that energy? I don't know. You mean the soul is the power station and anima is the electric current? Yes. I think it's their souls that is the source. That's what I thought. Their soul almost being like the battery for their form, normally connected to a flesh body as just a vessel. But instead, I don't know. I mean, their bodies are transmuted into energy. A different form of energy. That explains why some give off more anima than others in Revendreth. Right. Not every power station is created equal. Some power stations are bigger. They have more components. They have more, you know, they can generate more juice. Maybe they're connected to a hydroelectric source of power. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like a fucking physicist. I don't understand all the nuance of this stuff. But I'm just trying to make an analogy, you know? Like Garrosh in the cinematic, he's referred to as a workhorse by Denathrius. Right. Right. And it doesn't seem like it's just their experiences in life. It's like a deeper aspect of that, like those experiences feeding their pride or their rage. And those things being essential for production of anima. It's also really interesting that in Revendreth, anima is extracted in the form of like sin. It's not like that for all the realms. It's fucking weird, man. The Shadowlands is fucking weird and complicated.
Home High Mountain, long has it been since I witnessed you in battle.
That fucking 10,000 years. Long fucking time.
Let us speak.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
Yeah, you're right, there is no moon here. It's fucking weird. Even in the afterlife, the legend of Holn High Mountain continues to grow. You've done well to secure his aid. Now let our search begin. Isn't anima energy as well, though? I mean, no matter what, even physical matter is energy, right? Everything is energy. But it's how malleable and active and usable energy is. So, what I'm trying to say is that maybe the Covenants in their realms are not as versed in directly using the soul as energy, but rather the anima connected to it. I don't know, I'm probably overcomplicating the fuck out of this. There's a lot to dive into with anima being extracted as sin in Revendreth. Like the whole idea of a singular morality of what is sin being imposed on beings from across infinite universes is wild. It is, dude. It is. That's one of the reasons I see Revendreth as like one of the most evil, craziest fucking realms, because yeah, it's very well, I mean, when you think about it that way, that's a very orderly kind of thing, cast. This is our set of rules. This is how we define. This is how we categorize. This is what we do with it. Like, it's like a set of rules, even if it exists as morality. There's not really like a budging of that morality. Like, what I'm saying is that we don't know what exactly Khadgar transmuted himself into. Is anima not a possibility? I mean, given that he is a mage and that he comes out in the form of a spectral raven, I mean, I feel like if it was anima, they would have said it.
Night embrace you, mortal.
I assumed it was arcane energy, since that's what he's the most versed in. I don't know. If anima is taken from the soul, then not quite. He still has a physical form that transmutes too. I think it's an issue of looking at the physical form as though it isn't energy, but it is. I think it's like a balanced state of energy, but it's still energy, right? So he's just going from one energy state that exists in reality as mortal, probably pretty balanced, to well, I guess it would, I mean, if he the Dark Heart itself would transmute him to void. So he instead transmutes his physical body to void. So from an energy state in the middle, presumably downward. So he transmutes his physical body to a different energy state. I guess I assumed that would be one of arcane. But they haven't really explained it. I don't think they've explained it. I think a soul is a cosmic energy and anima is a radiation of that energy, but not the energy itself. I think that's the best example as well. It's like you have a star that is plasma, right? Extremely superheated fucking hydrogen, whatever the fuck. I don't know what stars are made of. Fucking neutrons, neutron star, whatever. And it's like radiating out energy. And the radiated energy is the anima. But there is still the physical body that is the star. I guess that's how I would. That's maybe one of the better examples that I would use to describe it. But how that relates to the transmutation of the body, the soul, like I don't know. For instance, the Night Fae ability, the Blink, it allows us to transform into an anima-based vulpine or other animal. And we're not just a soul; we have a physical body. So if we could do that, then why can't Khadgar? I just don't know that Khadgar has ever done that, so that there's no like precedent set for that being what Khadgar does. Now he does turn into a blue spectral raven, which I mean, you know, but I just don't. Is there any evidence to suggest that Khadgar would know how to do that? And why are you focused on that instead of an arcane based transmutation? What difference does that make?
High Mountain. Long has it been since I witnessed
what difference
you
does
in
it
battle.
make? Like, why does it need to be this form instead of another? I don't understand the purpose for it. He was in the Shadowlands at some point. Maybe he learned it by witnessing it and practicing it himself. I mean, I think that I think that the turning into a raven thing, is that not associated with Atiesh, the staff that he wields? Like, is that not something that he gets from that? Or, like, I see Khadgar as like someone who wields the arcane. He uses it against Xal'atath. But I will say that there is also spectral raven that can be found in Oribos, like watching, you know? Who knows if it's Khadgar or Medivh or whatever, so. But I mean, energy is energy. What I think is important to understand is the different energy states that you can exist at via transmutation, right? So would it benefit him in any way to transmute himself into some kind of spectral energy, you know, soul shape, whatever the fuck, versus doing so with arcane? Would that exist at different energy states? Would one be more compatible or a better choice for whatever reason to use within the Dark Heart? And is there any precedent set for why he would be using it? What about his arm? It wasn't arcane when the Dark Heart was consuming him. It destroyed his body, but consumed his soul. It appeared that it was transmuting the physical energy into void energy. That's what the Dark Heart does. So keep that in mind. Why that? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think this is a bit of a I think it's a bit of a plot hole, to be honest, because the Dark Heart's function is to transmute energy, period. So it shouldn't really have mattered if he was transmuted into arcane energy, light energy, whatever. The Dark Heart should have transmuted that energy no matter what, unless the way in which the Dark Heart was being used differs as a result, right? So, for instance, if the Dark Heart is pulling energy in, it may transmute or behave differently than if it's expelling energy out. Which, to me, I think what was happening is it's absorbing this mass energy of Dalaran, but energy absorption and expulsion can happen maybe simultaneously, so you have an output of energy because you're taking energy of Dalaran arcane that exists at a higher energy state. As you're transmuting it down, there is a release of energy. It does not require energy input. So I wonder if there's any difference between the energy being pulled in and how that's being transmuted and the energy release and how that energy affects matter around it. Does that make sense? How there could be a nuance, there could be specifics there that could determine, like, what I'm saying is that energy moving outward from the Dark Heart, that I think is what Khadgar interacts with. And that might behave differently as a release of void energy rather than the energy being pulled into the Dark Heart transmuted. But I don't know. Because ultimately, how I understand the Dark Heart working as a transmutation device, it should be moving things of a higher energy state or even a void energy because it's already compatible into void at a lower energy state. So I don't really fully understand what happened with Khadgar, if I'm being completely honest. I don't really know. My hypothesis, he goes into the Dark Heart. I'd reckon it'd be very difficult for an arcane form, i.e. Order, to survive in the chaos of void. I'm going to be honest, I don't really see these forms as that different from what you're describing. This realm is heavily ordered. So these forms that they take, these blue forms, I like Death and Order, as I understand them, are very similar in energy states anyways. So I don't really see how picking a form like this would behoove him as opposed to arcane. Yeah, you get what I'm saying then. That's where I get hung up, is like, why would he do that as opposed to something he's significantly more familiar with or trained in, like the arcane? The soul cause murmuration that arcane stay arcane in the Dark Heart. Now that, you fuck. Murmuration, yeah. So that is possible. That in all replicable conditions, under all known laws and rules as we understand them, energy should have moved downward, but it didn't. It did not behave how it is understood to behave. Murmuration,
Home High Mountain. Long has it been since I witnessed you in battle?
Yeah. You got me fucked up with that. Because the Murmuration Paradox could be exactly what happened. The way maybe he got really fucking lucky. Really fucking lucky. A case in which energy was supposed to behave a certain way but did not. Does Khadgar know the secrets of Murmuration? No. And it doesn't matter if he did. The Murmuration Paradox states that based on an understood set of scientific phase change, changing your energy level effectively, based on a set of probability models discovered by the Ethereals, it essentially states that even that due to the natural way that energy moves in the cosmos is from a higher state to a lower state, okay? The dispersion of energy, what have you, going from higher state to lower state, living to dead, high to low, right? Higher to low. It states that specifically, typically due to environmental frictions, like death and stuff like that, entropy, the passage of time, that energy moves from a high energy state to a low energy state. However, even utilizing these models, which work extremely well, there is a level of uncertainty that exists, which is referred to as the Murmuration Paradox, which is effectively allows energy states as they are understood to work with probability models moving from one energy state to another to just not behave the way that they're supposed to. So there effectively exists, no matter whether you have the perfect replicable conditions, you have the math to basically like proof your theory, right? You have the exact same, again, replicable conditions. You try to move energy the same way over and over and over and over and over. 99.9999999% of the time, it works exactly how it's supposed to. But every now and again, for reasons that they do not have an explanation for reasons that they cannot measure nor define, energy does not behave how it is meant to. And so from this, I take that there is a possibility that energy not only does not move down in state as it is supposed to, especially as a result of environmental friction, but it can perhaps even move up the other direction, which does not make any sense because what you're supposed to have is that as energy moves from high states to low states, there's an expulsion of energy, right? Energy is dissipated out, energy is lost, you move, not really lost, but it goes somewhere else. The energy state goes from this to this, right? Going down a step. And without an input of energy, you're not supposed to move up. That's not how it's supposed to work. In order to go from void to light, energy must be input. It also turns out that willing sacrifices generate a fuckload of energy. So that's a factor as well. Willingness to do something has a tremendous effect on energy output. But what that means to me is that perhaps, yes, what your mortal's saying, in effect, perhaps a quantum tunneling of energy upwards. It is not behaving within the understood parameters of energy and physics as they exist. Energy may have the capacity to spontaneously move upward when it is not supposed to. And that is insane to me. Like, that is fucking insane. That means that when it comes to the behavior of energy in WoW's cosmos, that even though we have a defined set of parameters and measurements that basically work every single time, that there is always a slight measure of unpredictability. That literally anything can happen. That's fucking nuts. And why that happens is one of the most fascinating things to consider, because one might relate that to acts of free will, acts of sacrifice, maybe an unseen hand of a creator or something behind the scenes pulling strings, or, you know, why is there an inherent randomness? I think that's fucking awesome to think about, because it's like, and you asked me, has that happened yet? Probably even, and we might not even realize it. That's what's the craziest fucking thing to me, is there could be instances of this occurring and we haven't even realized that that's what happened. And that could That's why what he said about Khadgar is so fascinating, because that could be an example. That could be an example. But this is something from a book that we learn about in Koresh. And so it begs the question, like, when would something like this happen? When they don't just put stuff like that for no reason. I think that we either have seen examples of it and it's meant to help us realize that we have, or we have not yet seen an example of it, and when we do, it's going to be very important that we understand what's happening. So yeah, murmuration is really interesting, and murmuration is a real-life term used to describe the flight patterns and stuff, which are, from what we can tell, basically patternless, between birds at like dawn and dusk. Birds, I think like starlings or some kind of fucking bird, flies in like these crazy intricate, and I think a lot of birds do it, fucking crazy patterns that are almost like chaotic, and they almost seem to, it's almost like they've connected in this like hive mind, where you would think that they should be crashing into each other and stuff, but they're not. They almost like move with this crazy randomness, but they move in synchrony somehow, and it's fascinating. So, yeah, sounds like the dual nature of electrons to me. It behaves like a particle when observed and like a wave when not observed. So when observed, states tend to decay, but when left unobserved, they can behave differently. Yes, it very much does feel like that's is that not Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? Is that what that is? It's quantum mechanics. it's yeah, that's how I read it as well. It's like, but what is quantum? What does that mean in terms of the cosmos? Or it might be quantum tunneling, or I don't know the exact terminology, so pardon my ignorance on that. But so Khadgar transmuted himself to arcane energy as he was pulled into a transmutation device primarily of void. And then he may well have quantum tunneled himself back out at the same energy state, albeit in a weaker form. And that's the thing, I don't know. It's not something that Khadgar could have done intentionally. That's the thing. That's the thing. Khadgar would not have done it on purpose. It's not intentional. You can't replicate, you can't make murmuration happen. That's the thing. It's uncontrollable. Even if we perform the same experiment 100,000 times, it will randomly happen. And we don't know how to measure it. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know how to predict it. The prediction models for the movement of energy states based on probability of movement does not apply. We have no measurement of this phenomenon. And this is fucking WoW lore, dude. Isn't that crazy? And of course, yes, it's derived from real life stuff, obviously. But I just think that's so sick, dude. Then you get people that are like, well, WoW lore's not even that deep. And it's like, bro, you have no idea. Like, you have no fucking idea how deep WoW lore actually is. Like, it's sick. Murmuration paradox, like, there's a reason. I have a whole video about this if you want to see it. I'll link it to you. But there's a reason why I say in the video, this principle completely changed how I see World of Warcraft lore. It is fucking crazy. Peter Bundy says, I think it was Atiesh, not Khadgar, like Medivh failsafe mechanism. And it could have been, but I don't remember. I don't remember if Khadgar describes it as if it's something that he did intentionally, the transmutation, or if it's something that just happened. I'm pretty sure it's described in such a way that makes it seem like Khadgar intentionally transmuted himself. But again, even if he turns himself into energy, the purpose of the Dark Heart is to transmute energy to void. So regardless of his energy state, he probably should have moved down in energy state and didn't. So think about it this way. If murmuration is some underlying pulling of the strings by like God, by like Azeroth, there's a slight chance, although unprovable in just blatant theorization, that Azeroth is in some way the reason why the energy behaved that way, and that Azeroth did not want Khadgar gone. And in a way, that kind of makes me think of Gandalf, where Gandalf fights the Balrog and falls through darkness and witnesses the stars and their movement, and like goes through this like almost like transcendental sequence of events that is because, as I understand it, because of Eru Iluvatar, God, the creator, basically saying, like, you're not done yet. You're not done yet. And that would be pretty fucking crazy. If, like, Azeroth, if Azeroth was related to this underlying mechanism of creation, you know, this slight tug and pull of a divine entity that is not understood, but has a way of kind of controlling the movement of energy beyond even the perception of some of the greatest minds of Koresh. And let's put this into perspective here. Koresh is old, right? And this book that we find is from ethereals that have these things have happened over 100,000 years ago, maybe hundreds of thousands of years ago. So these are brilliant minds. These are people who figured out, of course, thanks to Locust Walker, how to, even if unintentionally, how to basically execute diaspora and move from one energy state to the next in order to escape destruction. Like, these are very brilliant people. The Koreshi are very smart. They have a better understanding of energy dynamics than any of the Hoarder Alliance civilizations. It's not even close. It's not even close. I would say one of the other very advanced civilizations that probably knows a lot about that, or that concept at least as expressed through the Palatar's Codex, would be the Arathi. They're very advanced too. I would have put the Draenei there at one point, but I think a lot of their knowledge was lost on Argus. And lastly, I would put the Apexis Arakoa. I would put them there. And then of course the Titans. The Titans have to go there too. Yeah, I would put the Apexis in there for sure. Absolutely. Among the most advanced civilizations, for sure. Very smart. That's actually a perfect parallel, although Khadgar did not have those same visions. So yeah, we're left in the dark as to how or why. Yep. And ever since then, Khadgar's been chilling in a wheelchair in Dornagal, and like people make fun of it and meme it and, you know, take the piss out of it. But what really happened? It killed Locust Walker and Ethereal X in the last cinematic because they consist of energy, but it didn't kill Khadgar because he consists of flesh? No. Again, Khadgar transmuted himself into energy as he was being pulled in by the Dark Heart. So he was energy too. This is why I'm saying we have other instances like what you're saying where energy is working the way that we understand that it should. The Dark Heart should be doing such a thing. But in the case of Khadgar, it didn't. And so it could be murmuration. It could be a level of efficiency. This could be an efficiency error where the Dark Heart transmutes 93%, 97% of the energy it absorbs properly. But what I saw within the Dark Heart as well was some physical land masses. Remember that? Fragments of Dalaran, too. Which makes me think that maybe the device is not 100% efficient. Maybe, as it's transmuting energy in, it misses some of the transmutation, right? Maybe there's an energy release as well, but 100% of the energy is not being transmuted. Maybe only 96% of it is, 98% of it is. And so that 2% that is not efficiently and properly converted, maybe that's what happened to Khadgar. Maybe this motherfucker just got really lucky. Like, really fucking lucky. That he was part of the inefficient energy conversion. Because there's nothing saying that the Dark Heart perfectly transmutes energy. In my opinion, in fact, there is evidence to the contrary. So, yeah, that's what I think. I think it is possible that it is not a 100% efficient device. I mean, nothing that we make is 100% efficient. Nothing. Nothing that humans have ever created. Computing, conversion, energy, transference, nothing. Nothing is 100% efficient. Nothing. There's always loss. There's always a level of inefficiency. There's always a level of error. Always. Is there something that intervened and made him survive? Some might say they're the same fucking thing. And that's the thing, Barrels. Did he just get lucky? Or was it divine intervention? For some people, those are the same thing. That this is a, I mean, frankly, like, this is where the concept of miracles comes from. Did they just get that? Are they just insanely lucky? Or was there some kind of external influence? And how do we know the difference? How can we tell that it's one thing and not the other? We can't. We can't. And so that's why people, you know, that's why miracles are considered to be a thing. Some people will view it as a statistical anomaly or incredible luck. Some people will see it as a miracle, divine intervention. It's perhaps like a black hole's Hawking radiation. Perhaps. I can look that up. Hawking radiation is black body radiation released outside a black hole's event horizon due to quantum effects, according to the model developed by Stephen Hawking in 1974. The radiation was not predicted by previous models, which assume that once electromagnetic radiation is inside the event horizon, it cannot escape. Hawking radiation is predicted to be extremely faint and as many orders of magnitude below the current best telescope's detecting ability. Hawking radiation will reduce the mass and rotational energy of black holes and consequently cause black hole evaporation. So there's energy loss no matter what. It's not contained within the event horizon. Because of this, black holes that do not gain mass through other means are expected to shrink and ultimately vanish because there's always expended energy. For all except the smallest black holes, this happens extremely slowly. The radiation temperature, called Hawking temp, is inversely proportional to the black hole's mass, so micro-black holes are predicted to be larger emitters of radiation than larger black holes and should dissipate faster per their mass. And to be fair, the dark heart should not be considered to be a large black hole. I would consider that to very much be a micro black hole. Larger emitters of radiation. That's how I would see that. That's a great comparison. Black holes radiate energy until they essentially evaporate, and smaller black holes radiate more. Because as the black hole's mass is greater and grows, less radiation escapes because its mass keeps it in. It's like the whole Magni thing. We never knew why exactly Azeroth chose Magni and turned him into that. For the longest time, we thought Azeroth punished him. I didn't think that. Oh, you mean the diamond thing? Then we thought Azeroth wanted a speaker, and then we finally found out the reason during that quest in Telak. Perhaps we found out the truth about Khadgar's survival at midnight. Maybe. It was also a prototype, wasn't it? It is speculated to be a prototype from Deathwing that had been worked on by the goblins. But Noggenfogger, who's pretty fucking smart, is not so sure that, you know, he says it's allegedly, right? We don't really know. And they believe it was a prototype of the Dragon Soul. I think that does make a little bit of sense, even if Neltharion and the goblins didn't originally create it, but found it and tinkered on it, because I believe the Dragon Soul is effectively the same thing, except instead of transmuting energy down, the Dragon Soul requires willing input to transmute energy up. It requires a willing input of energy, which is what the dragons did, and as a result, it is able to convert that energy upward to light. And that is the contrast between the corrupted heart of the aspects and the heart of the aspects, light and void. The dark heart drags it down, the Dragon Soul pushes it up, but it requires an input of energy. And once again, willing energy inputs are the most potent energy inputs in the cosmos, as far as I understand it right now. That's what Forge Weaver Araz came to the conclusion of as well. When you willingly sacrifice, willingly input, the energy generated is greater than if you are doing it unwillingly. That's why I think it's important that Neltharion had to basically get the dragons to agree. Even if he was tricking them, they still did it willingly. So, have you seen the movie Event Horizon? No. Are we talking about why Khadgar survives? Generally, yes. That's kind of what this discussion is focused around. No wonder a warrior's sacrifice is so powerful. Yep. 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 Dragon Soul is the light heart. To an extent, you could look at it that way, yes. When you put it that way, it really makes me wonder if the Dragon Soul and Dark Heart together form the true heart of Azeroth. Seems that Dragon Soul and Dark Heart are two halves of something. Maybe. I wouldn't go that far with it personally, especially because we have other hearts that are, you know, nameable, like the literal heart of Azeroth and then the World Killer Iris. but also Light's Heart. I think the reason why it's named Dark Heart is because we're supposed to draw the correlation between the floating shadow lady with fucking void orbs on her shoulders who speaks enigmatically and acts like an ancient being because she is, and the contrast with another one, Zira, who floats around with her little fucking orbs of light on her shoulders, and she has Light's Heart. I think that that's why it's named that way personally, because, and it could be multiple reasons, it doesn't have to be either or, but in order to convey to us that Xal'atath there's supposed to be, I think we're supposed to be drawing correlations between the two of them. We saw what happened to the Dark Heart in the recent trailer, didn't we? Why are people acting like it's a big mystery still? I don't know. We did. We saw that it was drained of energy. The void inside of it is gone. And so I don't know, you can even start to ask, does the Dark Heart always transmute energy down to void, or is it flexible? Does it only do that because it was originally charged with the endless hunger of Galakrond, who I'm quite certain was corrupted by void? That's just my opinion, though. And I think that's why he had endless hunger, because I think he was a silver dragon originally infused with light, but I digress. And it was given this original energy state, and then so that's what it transmutes every energy to. No idea. No idea. But ultimately, considering that we can unlock the Dark Heart of Galakrond as a housing object, which I unlocked today, I don't believe that the Dark Heart is probably going to be used very much anymore. And people get so attached to relics and ideas and things that there's some people that are upset about this, like, can't believe they're just gonna throw it away like that. You mean after she used it for a giant ritual to, like, link this destroyed void realm to reality? Like, that's kind of not a small feat. Like, it's because, again, it's because people let their theories, which are not backed by evidence, dictate where they think stories are going to go. People that are like, she's collecting all 6 cosmic forces. No, she isn't. If you just look at the fucking energy that she was retrieving, that's already disproven. It's all being... What people that theorized that didn't understand is that all the energy was being transmuted to void anyway. It's not going to come back out in the energy state that it was in before it was consumed. That's just not the point of it. It is a reliquary for energy converted to void, as that is what she needed in order to start the void storm on the world and link it to Azeroth for her grand entrance with her devouring host that is said to come and snuff out the light of the Sunwell. So it's just... I think that's a lot of the frustration that you might see. I hate to say this, but I think it comes from a genuine lack of understanding of what the Dark Heart was and how she ended up using it. Like, people just coming up with theories because they sound cool, and I get it. Nothing wrong with that. But when you search for the evidence to support the claim and it doesn't exist, you should probably try to figure out a different way, you know? So... My favorite plot MacGuffin, no. Yeah, right. It could also be that the heart could be configured into dark, light, Azerite, or various different modes, basically a code to tell it what to transmute energy into. It very well could be. Right, Arathias. Is it the materials? Is it the runes? Is it an imbuement, some type of imbuement from who made it? I think the runes are obviously important. But the Dark Heart was a smooth, or the Dragon Soul was a smooth golden disc. Didn't appear to have any runes on it at all. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little sad it's gone, but like it's done its thing and that thing was cool, so I can live with it. Yeah, I just don't see any reason to be sad that it's gone, but I'm not going to tell you not to be. I just don't relate. It's just a device, you know? I think it would have been significantly worse if Xal'atath just like sacrificed herself to like open this storm and she was all of a sudden gone and like, you know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather lose an object in this kind of way than a character, you know? Xal'atath isn't known for small feats. Shut up. I do think it's still possible that Xal'atath ends up sacrificing herself in some way because the energy input of sacrifice is fucking huge. It's fucking huge. I'm just a sucker for all things void, so the Dark Heart roaming around is fun. Yeah, I get it. It ultimately was used for its purpose, though, and yeah, I get it, though. I bet Illyria takes the empty Dark Heart and we use it later for something. We could, but again, I don't think that it's going to retain very much story significance because we technically are able to have it, right? Drained Dark Heart of Galakrond is now housing decor. I just don't imagine that it's going to be relevant story-wise considering this is what it's being used for now. You know what I mean? I'm not hopeful that they use it for anything else. I think that when you have a relic that's been pooled with power for 2 expansions and it finally gets expended and dropped on the ground empty, I feel like that's kind of the end of the road. I mean, think about our artifact weapons. That's exactly what happened to those. Catch you later, Athios. Thanks for chilling and chatting, dude. Appreciate it.
Hong High Mountain, long has it been since I witnessed you in battle.
Have you done a WoW house tour of like other people's houses or my own? Xalatath links yet another tower to Azeroth, just like the Jailer did with ICC. Frankly, kind of like what Kill Jaden did with the Tomb of Sargeras and Argus. You know what I mean? And it's not the first time we've seen this. They were going to use the Great Tower of Karazhan as a nexus for their teleports for the Legion, right? That's not the... I mean, we've seen this before. Oribos is a giant funneling nexus of energy that exists at the heart of the Shadowlands, as far as we understand anyway, but as far as I understand it. But, you know, Tower of Power is a consistent trope in WoW. The tower is a fun tarot. It sure is, and Sargeras' sword is the tower tarot. And we've seen how towers are used in WoW, so... I think Blizzard often does stuff like that to fuel PR for WoW. Stuff like what? I love the lore significance of the champion having a world-ending scenario, but he's going home and decorating his house with the Dark Heart. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Teldrassil was a big funneling of souls into the Maw. Sure, sure. 5 torches to light the way. Five keys to open our way, 5 torches to light our path. Does Silithus have ley lines like Surtramar and Kara? It might not have quite a grand confluence of ley lines, but maybe. I mean, ley lines exist all over Azeroth, but civilizations are often built atop ley line confluences. Silvermoon is no exception to this. Karabor was no exception to this on Draenor, which also had ley lines. Yeah, I would imagine that there are quite a few ley line confluences. There is a fan-made map that you can find on the internet that is like a hypothesized kind of using what information we have to draw ley line nexes, but it's way out of date. It's missing like the majority of the continental islands here. It's crazy that Il'gynoth is still discussed like this almost a decade later. Yep, and I think that's one of those things that goes to show, in my opinion, that Steve Denuzer wasn't as bad as people say he was. Even myself, because he's the one that wrote the Whispers of Il'gynoth. He's the one that got me into WoW lore. To be honest with you, if it wasn't for EN and the Whispers and that stuff, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So I gotta give credit where it's due. The Whispers of Il'gynoth is one of my favorite parts of WoW's lore. Not even a question. Those enigmatic whispers got me interested. I wanted to know what they meant. I made so many videos trying to come up with different interpretations for what that meant. So it doesn't mean though that you can't make good stuff and bad stuff. So, you know, it doesn't make someone infallible. Dire Maul's another major leyline nexus. Yep, that's correct. Same with the literal nexus, the Caldera in Northrend. Speaking of artifact weapons, if we don't drain them in Remix, do you think it could open up some Infinite Dragonflight future changes? Not really. I wonder how many of Il'gynoth's and multi-prophecies have come to pass and which haven't yet. Multi? What does that mean? You still don't know what N'Zoth was building? I mean, I think that there's one specific thing that's like pretty evident. He's not a bad writer. The problem came when he tried to force his other game lore into WoW. Oh my god, dude. Please just keep these fucking parroted opinions from Bellular's videos to yourselves, guys. I don't give a fuck. It's no secret where the fuck you came up with that from. I don't want to hear that shit. I didn't realize Steve Denuzer wrote the Whispers. Yes. I think Il'gynoth's Whispers speak in fractals. I would agree with you. I think that it's that the hints currently, given that Brinth, you know, the primary machine speaker, doesn't even recall the construction of the world core, that it's very likely that the Titans and the Titan Forge did not build the world core, that the Black Empire did. I mean, the cross-faction chill spot Argentina sounds cool. I don't know anything about it. I feel so bad for Steve in retrospect now. So do I. I think the Old God Whispers take advantage of the fractal narrative, but they only apply to a single situation. See, that's where I'd have to disagree. I don't think so. I think that there's too many instances where the Whispers can be applied to multiple situations, several of which have come to pass. That to say that it's just one situation, I don't agree. I personally don't agree. But it is also possible that it is both. It's the infinitudes and it is one. Maybe it is a reference to a specific event and also a reference to other events that may or may not hold the same significance or relevance. It is possible. Remixes are not connected with the true timeline. They're just like the Draenor. I mean, except Draenor was directly impactful upon the true timeline. What would the old gods want the world core for? I'd love to ask them. To protect Azeroth, to use it as a transmutation device in order to harness her energy, to use it as a Dyson sphere, which harvests the energy of stars to fuel civilizations. I don't know. I don't know. What are the Boy King serves at the Master's Table referred to? That's one of the most complicated ones that you're asking, because it's also a three-part riddle. So, I mean, there's been a couple different things that I think that he may have lied about, even if he doesn't realize he's lying. Every time we discuss this, we get into the nature of what constitutes a lie. I don't want to have that conversation, to be honest. I don't want to have that conversation.
My long slumber has ended.
Even in the afterlife, the legend of Hold High Mountain continues to grow.
Ardenweald will survive.
Any friend of Jared's Shadowsong is a friend of mine. What would you ask of me, Chandris?
We require your skills as a huntsman. Our efforts hinge on locating an elusive quarry.
The Night Warriors of Elune. We are in need of their aid.
Ah, now this is a true challenge. Very well. I will not rest until I have found them.
You have our gratitude, Horned Hunter. Night embrace you.
All right.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
While we await word from home, another matter of importance has arisen. Oh, this is a good one here. Bwonsamdi has returned to Ardenweald. Lord Heron believes he is here to request an audience with the Winter Queen, the Loa of Death. However, pursues a different purpose. The Loa of Death, however, pursues a different purpose, one that I have glimpsed in my dreams. Meet with Bwonsamdi, discover what fate has in store for the both of you.
The cycle.
This should prove interesting.
So as I do this quest line, and I don't know if he says it in this quest line, the Moonless Night, yeah, Ardenweald. I want you to keep in mind that Bwonsamdi has said that in the past he used to have all sorts of romance. And the other side is connected to Ardenweald over here. Almost like a sub-dimension or pocket part of Ardenweald used by the trolls or Bwonsamdi, Muzela, you know.
The Queen has no interest in your deals, Bwonsamdi.
Oh, come on. It's not the Queen me want to see.
Old Bwonsamdi knew you're gonna come see me.
Yeah.
I got something you wanna hear.
See you soon.
You did good with how you handled Muzala. Maybe wanting to return the favor. We be friends after all, right? That nasty Loa be at me mercy now. Him be muttering about some things he stole from your Winter Queen. come along to me necropolis. You can see what old Bonsandi be talking about for yourself. You're gonna come back with something nice for Her Majesty. Real nice.
Come along back to me necropolis, friend. Then we be getting something special for the Winter Queen.
He knows.
Good riddance. Careful not to trust him, Huntress.
No one here trusts him. Bonsandi not to be trusted. He knows what the Queen wants, though. He knows what she likes. Little portal through a tree, huh?
Be right this way, friend. Things might be a little messy, but nothing a big, brave hero can't be handling.
Death Gate to the Necropolis. I also wouldn't even be surprised if there's a form of ley lines here, but mycelial network or something like that even. I basically think that anywhere there's a big portal or link between worlds, there's ley lines.
Look, we coming back to his little necropolis. You scared me followers gonna tear it down.
This little lower. Bonsandi got plans for your ragged old followers.
Ragged old followers.
What do you want with Hanzabu?
I am Hanzabu, one of Bonsamdi's most loyal followers. I was loyal to him even when the rest of Zuldazar was not. We will stop Muzala's forces, no matter what it takes.
Do not lose your soul.
He's all small and drained of power. He used to be fucking huge.
Oh, you missed me.
What you be asking of old Bonsandi? Something extra for the Winter Queen.
I'm gonna be here a long time.
For those that don't know, Bonsandi used to be a troll who was elevated to the status of Loa by Muzala. So I think he used to be a priest of Muzala, who then becomes a Loa and ends up usurping Muzala. Because Muzala's working with the jailer, tipping the scales too far. While you be here, why not help clean up some of the trash outside me necropolis? For old time's sake, eh? Then we be dealing with Muzela.
Sooner or later, everyone comes to me.
The problem with containing a death Loa.
Don't you worry now. I'll never be far away.
We know Muzala still be hiding something. Old Bonsandi gonna find out what that be. But this old Loa's presence be drawing all the undead and Nazmir to my doorstep. Me be needing some time to get Muzala talking. There be a troll, Zelan, leading the undead. Kill him now and show Muzala him broken armor. That should end any hope he be having of escaping. The spirit is leading Muzala's forces to attack the necropolis. Be the undead.
Me forces be here to free me. And then you're gonna be real sorry.
Your disciples be weak, Muzala. Tired old bones and spooky little spirits. One Sunday got all the Zandalari praising me. Without the jailer, you'd just be a poor, forgotten Loa. Poor Muzala.
Oh, he's so good. But it's important because it does show how this is an important premise of Bonsamdi's story in BFA. How offerings, worship, praise is instrumental in the power level of Loa, right? So they are dependent upon this. Something that I think is kind of different from like a lot of the wild gods. While they may have worshippers, I don't think they rely upon it. So in the case of wild gods, they're bound to the Emerald Dream as a source of power, similar to how Muzela was getting his power from the jailer, right? But if you remove that connection I don't think that the wild gods would do very well, because I don't think that they're worshipped quite in the same way, generally. And in some cases they are, but some of them are not worshipped in the same way as like Bwonsamdi or other Loa. So I think that's one specific difference between them, and the fact that wild gods are specifically exceptional creatures of nature that are bound to the Emerald Dream by Freya. So that's pretty important.
I have much more to do.
Dark mojo for a dark Loa. Delay in the other side.
Watch yourself.
How many times must the necropolis come under attack? I suppose no one ever said worship in Bwonsamdi would be easy. Bwonsamdi seeks to force Muzala into revealing his secrets, and I must do my part to help. The undead swarming the necropolis are animated by Muzala's dark mojo. Bwonsamdi needs some of that mojo to finish his ritual. Strike down the undead and claim it. 100 dark mojo.
Tread carefully now.
Delaying the other side.
Watch yourself.
Many of Bwonsamdi's worshippers did not make it inside when the undead began swarming the necropolis. We need a few more of them to complete Bwonsamdi's ritual to uncover Muzela's plans. Take this powder and throw it on the worshippers who are stuck outside. It should dispel the dark magic that afflicts them. As for the ones who are already dead, they will serve Bwonsamdi beyond the grave. That is all we could ever ask for.
Do not lose your soul.
Any dialogue? All right. I guess these may be names of Loa, or so. I never noticed these tablets. Erik, Adru, Kariz. I don't know what these are. Saura. Fucking almost sound like fucking. They almost sound like fucking Naru names. They might be like stones for dead people. Erik sounds like Hyrik. I agree. Yeah, that's kind of what made me think that maybe they were Loa.
No hope for you.
Dark Mojo. This Dark Mojo animated the nearby undead of Nazmir towards the essence of Muzala. Dark spirit energy, decay even. Injured worshipper rescued. The power Bwonsamdi's voodoo to save one of his followers from meeting him too early. Nice. Now, one thing I could stand to learn more about is worship practice for the wild gods. Obviously, there are certain groups, bestial races and stuff, who worship certain ones. Like Malorn is very important to the Night Elves. Agamagon is very important to, obviously, the Quillbore. And Wild God and Loa are realistically kind of an interchangeable term, but I think that there are some wild gods that are pretty obviously and more specifically bound to the Emerald Dream by Freya, and Loa do not explicitly have to have that done. So I think that's kind of one of the key differences of, like, was this like done by Freya, or was this the result of worship that elevated them to a kind of divine status of sorts? Zelan broken armor. What you be doing over here, Zelan? Oh, you just a little thing. You're gonna die. What? Be a Vaden. Oh, I get him to come down. He be a Vaden. What? This doesn't seem right. Any ideas? The dream almost functions like Argus for the Legion, but for wild gods. Interesting that Loa don't need that, but use faith to get their power. Yeah, almost like you know, I guess technically the wild gods go to Ardenweald and then get reborn there, but yeah. The difference between, I just think Loa are generally more natural, and wild gods are generally like more empowered. Like something it's kind of the difference between like a primal incarnate or primalist versus like a dragon that's been ordered by Tyr in the Oath Stones. You know what I mean? I see the Loa as more like the primals, the primalists, and I see the wild gods more as like this is the thing that the Titans ordered. And when you look at the cosmic chart, which I think is a bunch of things that have been ordered, Loa is not on there, but wild gods is, right? And we know that Freya, you know, did these things, so if that is the case, then they should be ordered. I don't know what to do here. I still think there are two types of wild gods. Many of the wild gods say they existed there at the start of things. Others are explicitly ordered creatures bound to the dream. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like Konzu, for instance, is something that's been around for a very, very long time and is able to leave the dream and stuff, even though it's not really supposed to be able to, I guess. And at one point was supposed to not come back. So on Wowhead, it says you have to enter war mode on? What? Seriously? So I have to go back to fucking Dornogal and then go back to Ardenweald and then fucking do all this again? Really? This... I could just fly to Zuldazar, I guess. It's probably in the same phase. It's just a questing phase. But basically, what I would argue then at that point, Ophi, is that the existed there already wild gods... maybe, maybe not. Those may be more akin to, like, a Loa. Whereas, you know, the bound and ordered wild gods, I would put squarely in their own category. But maybe there should just be 3 different categories. I don't know. It's complicated. Nunima, thanks for subbing for 27 months. Yeah, 27 months. I appreciate that. They're actually called Ancient Guardians in other lore, yeah. Maybe where, like, the animal spirits that came to reality stemmed from in the first place or something like that, you know? Whereas the others are, like, animal spirits that were empowered and then bound back to the Emerald Dream. I don't know. Don't know. Apparently it's bugged for a while. That's very cringe. Let's try to go... Oh, I don't have a teleport to Zuldazar because I'm Alliance. God damn it. I guess I could take the boat from Borealis, assuming that I've unlocked it. This is a problem. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to get there from Ardenweald. You have to unlock the Borealis boat. I don't know if I have. I hope I have. Taldazar portal? I'm Alliance.
Need help?
And my challenge or my dungeon portals are on CD.
Farewell.
We can go to Vol'dun. We'll be fine. Use the Mythic Plus portal to Motherload. Ah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. This'll be fine though. This is music that I heard on Siren Isle. I didn't know they used this here. Must have been remixes for Siren Isle. No, this is not a Void theme. This is Siren Isle music for sure. Path of the Titans area is cool. Yep. Goes out past Nazwatha as well. Sounds like the Void leitmotif. Yeah, I don't think that's the case because that's definitely music from Siren Isle. That's a slightly different track though. I don't think that's exactly the same one that you hear, but it's definitely the same melody, same theme. I have it downloaded, so. Serpent's Maw. Man. Boldoon is a sick zone. BFA was so good, dude. Wow, he really is bugged outside of war mode. What the fuck?
I will free Muzala and reap the reward. Enough! I call upon the dead of the dread Maya.
A lot of necromancy power, huh?
Crush all who oppose Muzala.
Reminded me a lot of the Primus there.
Your bones will decorate Muzala's throne. Muzala has already won.
Has he? The broken remains of Zelon's armor. An image of Muzala's cracked in two. The Edge of Oblivion.
Another day, another day.
You got me that mojo? I'll be using it to control Muzala during my ritual.
See you soon.
Look at all these mojo.
Real soon.
This be just what me need to make little Muzala talk. Don't you be worrying about the other undead out there. Old Bon Samdi got a plan for them.
Shoot! Remove ya. Remember now, the Lord be watching you.
Ah, good. You got me all the living souls I've been needing. Don't ya be worrying about the ones who passed on. Old Bon Samdi not letting them go to the maw.
See you soon.
You gonna hold on to him, huh?
Real soon.
Me got plans older than you, Night Elf. Slaying Zelhan mean nothing to me. You understand? Muzela's gaze remains focused on the broken armor in front of him. See, I already have these mounts, so either I bought them at some point or I've already done this quest line.
What you be asking of death?
Here be the deal. To get Muzela talking, we gotta feed him a teeny bit of the life essence of everybody in this room. Why you be looking at me like that? When has old Bon Samdi ever let you down? We gonna use the mojo you got to pull the truth out of him while he be feeding. Oh, just two more things. First, I need you to be ringing an invitation to a special friend. Then I'll be giving you more of my mojo powder. Use it during the ritual. If any of my followers be getting too weak. Ring the gong to summon the special guest. Then use mojo powder in the ritual to feed Muzala. Pretty sure this is where we bring in Vol'jin, isn't it?
Remember, the special guest gonna be real interested to hear what Muzala be saying. They got
remember who it is.
Special connection.
Ring the gong. Gong of calling. Remember who this summons. It is Vol'jin.
Samdi, you're being too important to summon me yourself. But don't be such a fussy pant, man. I got some here you're gonna wanna see.
I be listening. Oh,
I'm ready to begin the ritual to find out what Muzala was hiding.
I go loose the binding on Muzala now. You best be making sure my people don't be lost to his power.
Cover life force.
Think you're breaking free now, Muzala?
Foolish Noah, you don't be stopping me power. First, I'll be feasting on your followers. Then
I be calling the shots now. So you better start telling me all the bad things you done to Ardenweald.
Ha! Me no bow down to your cheap tricks.
Sure, such a grumpy Noah. I said speak.
You be too late. Me gave an ancient spirit the chance to be joining me. They made a bad choice. And now they be trapped in the maw.
It's Ashamain, I think.
You do see. Well, good thing we got to deal with this mortal who go jump in that bad old place and be getting out again.
You don't be stopping the jailer. He'll be working his plans for a long time. A long time. War's been burning this whole world to ashes. All over one little whisper to this foolish troll.
That voice whispering is the poison be burning in me veins. Wind Runner.
Oh, you like me whispers, little chieftain? Was gonna send your soul to the maw myself. But you're born to this world, be too hard to break.
You be boring us, Muzala.
Bond to the world is too hard to break.
Go back to the other side.
And I remember he's touched by the hand of valor, something beyond even Ayer's ability to forge.
Your old friend, Bwansamdi. It be me who named Sylvanas war chief, but Muzala and the jailer, they be pulling the strings all along.
Some people really fucking hated that.
Then how about we get a little payback, Rescue that ancient spirit from the maw and bring it nice and safe to the Winter Queen. Hello! You come to make a deal, eh?
There be one lower a death, and it be old Bwansamdi. You best not forget that. Pretty cool cloaks. I already have all these cloaks. I must have done this quest. I don't understand why it says that I haven't done this fucking quest line. I don't understand.
See you soon.
Ma manifested.
Real soon.
You heard it from Muzala himself. Thanks to old Bwansamdi, there be an ancient spirit trapped in the maw. Me getting the Winter Queen. Me betting the Winter Queen gonna want it back. Good thing you been going down there yourself. Should be nice and easy for ya. Me gonna clean up the rest of the undead here. Meet old Bwansamdi and Ardenweald when you get back. Travel to the maw to find the lost wild god of Ardenweald.
Wait, I got something to say.
Speak with Vol'jin.
What you be needing, man?
I be going with ya to the maw. Muzala be making a fool out of me. I no gonna sit back and let someone else be cleaning up his mess. We gonna find this missing wild god together. Alright, fuck it.
We always be in take one someday. There be no escaping tomorrow, yeah? If I be going in. You heard, old Mozala? Your soul still be having threads tying it to Azeroth. Just like our friend here. So hold tight to them threads and don't be fully manifesting your spirit in that dark place. Else your soul might be going poof. Didn't it be time I set things right? No way I'd be letting Mozala get the last laugh.
I wonder what exactly it is that keeps Vol'jin's spirit bound to the... It's probably... I would like to think it's a connection with Azeroth in some way. He's touched by this, like, hand of valor. No one knows who the fuck it is. What it is. Pretty sure he ends up, like, getting empowered. I'm pretty sure at the end of this, it's actually, I think it's Ashamain. I think there's two wild gods. It's like Ashamain and Razan. I think Razan ends up, like, sacrificing himself to, like, empower Vol'jin. And then we escape with Ashamain, I think is what's about to happen. If I'm remembering this correctly.
What is your quarry?
You think he's coming back himself or in another form? I mean, he can come back in a similar form and still be a Loa, but I'm quite certain that Vol'jin is coming back as a Loa. Like, positive. I'm pretty sure that Vol'jin... Guys, just watch this quest line. I'm pretty sure that Vol'jin, by the end of this, ends up prepped to return as a Loa. And not just any Loa, the Loa of Kings. Yeah, pretty sure what you're watching right now, like, leads to this. So I'm certain that Vol'jin has not been forgotten. I'm certain he's not just forgotten. I would like to see Vol'jin stuff in Zulaman. Personally, I'd love that. And yeah, I mean, it sucked when Vol'jin got, you know, at the Broken Shore, but ultimately, like, it seems like he was fated for something far greater, far more important, far more, I don't know, interesting. Could he be the one coming through the Sunwell?
The more be waiting, and the spirit we gonna save.
Maybe.
This place, it be worse than I imagined. I be sensing traces of the spirit nearby.
Mind showing your NPC chat settings? Yeah. It's just, other creature message, say, emote, yell, whisper. I don't have boss emote and whispers on. I could, but they almost never show up, so. Yeah, just these four. Everything else is turned off for this tab. Yeah, no problem.
How can old Vol'jin be helping ya?
All me training as a shadow hunter be leading to this moment. Tracking a spirit inside the maw and saving them from eternal torture.
Be seeing ya.
This be a dark pit place. We gotta track down the spirit who be trapped here. Me think me can pick up its trail, but that be all this old shadow hunter can do. If me be trying to fight with ya, the threads that be tying me to Azeroth might break. Then I gonna be stuck here too. Come on, we best be moving.
I be tracking the spirit for ya, but that be all. Anything more, and I'm gonna risk being stuck here forever.
Right.
We've been spotted.
Join this spirit in eternal torment.
They tortured the spirit, then moved it somewhere else. I got the trail.
Also, bro, the fucking giant necropolis just like in the maw, just floating around here and shit. Like, what the fuck, man? So crazy that shit can just fucking, it can just function in here. How cracked would it be if Varian comes through? I mean, shit. I don't really think that would be that cracked because it wouldn't make nearly as much sense narratively speaking. You know, I miss Varian as much as the next, but I don't know. I thought his ending was pretty dope. I don't really want Varian to come back. Baroness Vash. Oh yeah, let me get a view of those scales.
This be a tough one to track, even for a shadow hunter. Let's go.
He did come back in Sepulchre, but I still don't know if that was really him or Anduin's thought. I mean, I don't think it was Anduin's thought. I mean, I think it's... Look, I think that Charlemagne is obviously a magical blade that not only reflects the soul of its wielder, but very likely leaves echoes of the wielders, like, within it. So I think just, like, a memory of Varian and Varrock were in there because they were noble warriors who sacrificed themselves while wielding the blade. So I think that there's probably a kind of a trace of them left there, kind of like a memory to help Anduin, you know, face that dominating power and break free from it. So I don't think they were really like there. More like an echo. Bro, that's kind of a rabbit hole. Do you know that...
Asami, a wild god from the war of the ancients.
I just kind of want to stay focused on this because I'm going to get in a fucking... Or it could just be that Anduin was schizo. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, shut up. You know that, so that's basically like a prophecy. That's prophecy of Renalash, right? It's a verse from the prophecy. And when you talk to the historian, I think, about it, he says to you, is this something that already happened, that has yet to happen? Who are the gods? What is it? I think there's a historian, like a treasure item up in one of the buildings. Chill was just a joke, man. Your joke sucks ass, okay? It could be, you know, we're not exactly sure, but he does tell you that, I think it's him that tells you that they replicated the prophecy to a degree with the Aegis wall in Hollowfall. So in Renalash, like, they're not exactly sure, like, it's not exactly clear if it's a past event, a current event, something that continuously happens, something that is yet to come, or what those details exactly mean so far. Here we have Ashamain.
Your form suits you.
You are no torturer. I was within a beautiful forest, and then some force took me. My captors return. Guard me until my strength returns.
They think they can hunt me? I will see them torn to shreds.
I kind of get the sense that Renalash will end up being more of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Perhaps.
The Warrens will play.
Well fought. Now come. Vengeance.
I
can wait.
I personally like the interpretation that it's something that you would likely perceive as some grand final event that would occur.
I hear the whispers of the world.
but it is more so something that happens over and over again. Like, Renalash isn't one battle, but a continuous fight between Light and Void that is like a sequence of battles that maybe doesn't necessarily have like a true end or final climax. And maybe it does, but I remember being ripped from a forest, refusing to aid that vile Muzala, then being thrown into here. If I had my strength, I would rip him apart and scatter his remains across all of existence. I must return to this forest. What aid can you give me? I can take you back to Ardenweald if you go inside the Soul Keeper Crystal.
Muzala will yet know my fury. I place my trust in you, mortal.
Oh, Walker. I be sensing Loa nearby.
Yeah?
These be dark times.
We ain't done with this place yet. There be Loa trapped here.
Watch the shadows.
We be here for Ashermain, but me sensing Loa being tortured up ahead. 3 of them, if me be right. We don't know who they be, but they don't belong in the Maw. We need to be bringing them back to Ardenweald too.
So it seems like the Loa, yeah. Loa would go to Ardenweald as well, I guess, through this whole nature cycle. Find and rescue the 3 Loa trapped in the Maw.
Virgin, the Loa be somewhere across the breach. We best be moving.
Boy, I wish I could fly here. A lot of black and red here in this area, which looks like maybe an older part of the Maw. Essentially like how Ragnarok plays out, essentially marks what is likely just the end of a cycle, not the end of everything. Right, they try to describe it as some, like, final battle. Oh, Hyreek.
I heard he screech when he be dying in Nazmir.
So how did he get here? Was he in Ardenweald and then was brought here? Or did his ass just come to the Maw? I guess souls were funneling into the Maw by this point, but Ashermain makes it out to be that... So these ones got here maybe in a different way than Ashermain did, because she was in Ardenweald. Right, this comes back to the timeline of when death broke, and all souls, regardless of type, began funneling to Ardenweald. One of the last one, or the Maw, one of the last ones that ended up in Ardenweald was Ursak, I think, or Ysera, I think it was. So obviously the sword broke it. So basically any Loa that died after the sword would have went to the Maw. So that would have been, Hyreek would have been one of them. Any events of BFA where pretty much anything died went to the Maw. Anything after the sword went to the Maw. Anything after Argus, effectively.
There be more Loa this way. Hurry!
Yeah, this ruined fucking landscape, dude. Looks like everything is being pulled towards Torghast like fucking gravity. Or like something exploded in the Maw and just fucking leveled everything. It looks just utterly fucking destroyed. This place isn't just like bereft of anima. It's so weird too because it almost looks like fucking rebar structures like underneath everything that are just... It almost looks like a building that's been like blown apart. You see, you know what I mean? Like a concrete building that's just been fucking decimated by like a bomb. That's what the Maw reminds me of, dude. Like, to me, it almost looks like a fucking bomb went off here.
Shadra. Once somebody told me she'd been consumed by her own priestess.
She had been, yeah, by Yasma. And Yasma turned into this weird, like, Nerubian looking thing. But I guess she didn't consume her soul. I mean, her soul ended up here, right? So it's not like it was a full consumption. Yeah, there is that event mentioned by one of the keepers and one of the guys down in Korthia who calls it the
There be one Loa left. One almost gone.
He calls it the Calamity. But I don't know what that is actually. There's Razan.
Razan, the Loa of Kings.
We need to break that barrier.
He has 2 HP. Oh. Whoops.
The spirits be more restless than ever.
Loa rescue.
Razan be needing us.
Keep your eyes open.
Razan, Loa of Kings.
For the Dark Spear.
Razan be a powerful Loa. One of great importance to the Zandalari. We need to rescue him, but this creature be projecting a barrier of death. Nothing be getting in. Unless I be using my own anima to shield you from its magic. You gotta act fast and kill the monster that be draining Razan. Me anima not gonna last forever. Say the word when you're ready to go.
Watch the shadows.
I'm ready to receive your anima and protect myself from the death barrier.
Be seeing ya. I be counting on ya. Take me anima and save Razan.
Do it. If the Titans have been here and ordered things, it wouldn't shock me if a re-origination blast leveled everything before they rebuilt things. See, I get where you're coming from. I don't think it's that. Like, I can't get this out of my head. And like, we have a historic example of him doing this once, but maybe it was the Shadowlands that was cleaved, or maybe he's done it more than once. And if he's dominated while doing this, it could be that the Titans basically use Sargeras as their destroyer of worlds before they remake it. Before they build it back up, they fucking destroy it. Tear it down or something like that. So, I mean, and look at how it like fragments the world in like big chunks, you know? I could see these chunks being like different realms. A little bit of Ardenweald, a little bit of Ravendred, you know what I mean? Before creation comes destruction. Can you imagine a cinematic flashback of this memory? Fucking, that would be crazy. Happen to know if there are any runes on Zenrock? Zenrock. You have to remind me of what that is. I know Jinrock. What is Zenrock? Do we have confirmed proof that this really happened and isn't just Aman'Thul-based propaganda against Sargeras? I mean, it could be, it could not be. We don't really know either way. It's like, I don't think that we should just assume that it's all propaganda and none of it's true. The greatest lies have truth in them, but we don't know that it's just like entirely true either. Do you think they will split our world in The Last Titan? I don't know. There might have been an attempt on that already. Fuck, that might have already happened. We know, probably not. I don't know.
You will join this pitiful Loa in torment.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. This is my homie right here.
No. Razan, we're gonna take you out of here. Get your strength back. Vol'jin of the Dark Spear. Your soul is fierce. You seek justice.
I probably should have given him some small idle animation or something.
The last glimmer of my essence is yours. Carry it to Ardenweald.
I think he meant the sword Zenrock. Gotcha.
Let all that I was be reborn within you.
And this could be a fractal right here.
I be just an old shadow hunter. Our people, they be needing you.
Dying Anshe and Sargeras.
You are the one they need.
The infusion. The essence of the Loa of Kings passing on. Yeah, could even be Sargeras or Illidan. I mean, I'm talking more in the past.
Not wasting your gift. Your name gonna be remembered. Always.
If Anshe and Sargeras aren't the same. Just the reason, I think it's just interesting, the acknowledgement from Razan that Vol'jin's soul is fierce and he seeks justice. Like, these are things that are essential in becoming the next Loa of Kings. He's touched by the hand of valor, which we can't explain. No one knows who did this. It wasn't Aegir. Who are the others that we go and check with? Who is it? Vol'jin is a devil sword? I could see it. No, that's just a shape that Razan is. Vol'jin doesn't have to be a fucking T-Rex. In the questline with Vol'jin's soul, who do we go to? We go to Aegir to find out if it was her. She said, "You've been touched by the hand of valor. This is beyond my power to forge." Juan Samdi, who says it wasn't him. Isn't there one more? Isn't there like 3 that we check in with? Oh yeah, and I think Bolvar? I don't know if we talked to Helia. What's the hand of valor? I don't know. But I mean, he has an orange glow to him. He has a fierce soul and seeks justice, and he died on the fucking broken shore next to the tomb of Sargeras. It wasn't the Lich King either. Yeah, I mean, we go there, but it wasn't him either. So, you know, I mean, what I used to think was that the hand of valor could have been like, it could have been Sargeras. Like, I don't know. That's what I used to think. I don't know. Could be true. I don't know.
Spirits bewitch ya.
Especially considering that I think Sargeras, excuse me, has some like Marduk inspirations as well, who was like a very famed king. It could be Azeroth, sure. Could be. We also talked to the Winter Queen. I don't think we did, because I think that questline was during BFA before the Winter Queen was ever a thing. So I think it was Aegir, Wansamdi, and Bolvar.
Spirits be watching.
Me be feeling...
And the bad.
Fuck up, Vol'jin. I'm trying to read your dialogue.
Me be feeling Razan's essence inside of me. He be trusting me with a great gift. No matter what be coming next, me not gonna let him down.
This could very well be like a Sargeras Illidan fractal too. Absolutely possible.
Always being tested.
Especially considering that like he was imprisoned down here, having his essence siphoned away by a tormentor of Torghast, you know, in this ordered fucking, you know what I mean? So like that could be like a little like Norganon, Sargeras, Illidan fractal right there. Where like Sargeras is having his essence siphoned away in his fucking dying moment. He get, you know, Illidan like stops the tormentor or whatever, and then like Sargeras gives him the power, and then fucking, I don't know. Vol'jin also glowing helps. Yeah, he's literally glowing orange. Yeah.
You be standing ready.
Me don't know what fate be coming for old Vol'jin, but it be waiting for me in Ardenweald. Ashamain, Arik, Shadra, they belong there too. We best be getting out of here. Me had enough of the maw for an eternity.
Oh, right, he technically doesn't die on the Broken Shore. That is true. He gets poisoned, and then he dies in Honored Hold in Orgrimmar. The poison takes his life then, sitting under the fucking skull of Manaroth, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good point, though. He doesn't technically die in the Broken Shore.
That be real important, man.
Because, yeah, the argument, it's like, oh, he died on the Broken Shore for the Tomb of Sargeras. Well, technically not true. Technically not true. And so, that less of a connection to Sargeras there as a result. But yeah, Hand of Valor, fuck. Could be Azeroth. I don't think it's Odin. I mean, I think Aegir's really the true source of that power anyway, where, like, the whole, you know, she's the one that ascends the Valkyr and all that shit. It's not Odin. Odin just sits on the throne like a fucking asshole, so... It could be Azeroth. I just don't know, like, when we're talking light entities, I don't think it was Naru, you know, so if we're talking stuff above Aegir, Bolvar, who's all life flamed out or whatever, you know, kind of connected perhaps, Bonsam, the Entity of Death, stuff like, I don't know. What the fuck is this? Where's the... It's telling me to go the other way. Oh, it's just telling me to go to Ardenweald, I see. And the fucking, you guys can't see it, but the arrow just points to the southeast towards Ardenweald because this is all in the same goddamn space. Yeah, I really can't wait to see what they do. I mean, it could be Anshe, because in a way, like, is it unrealistic to think that Anshe and Musha are basically looked at effectively like as Loa? I mean, they might not call them that, but the Tauren worship Anshe, right? Like, it's like a core facet of their culture. I mean, you have people that worship you, follow you, I don't know. By the way, Valor of Azeroth is a skill book in SOD. That fuck could be Azeroth, dude. Could be. I don't know if I can easily get back? Doesn't this just take me to... I mean, I guess there is a portal out. I don't think... Oh, right, there's a way gate. Right, I ran past the way gate. Remember once on the taunting you and I will vividly remember that for all time, dude. I'm like running up. We're like doing the... I'm doing the quest line where Zul'Dazar is being assaulted by Mithrax and Prophet Zul, and I'm like running up the stairs. I'm like, I just crossed the bridge after killing this like tank thing, and there's this like blue death fire on the ground. I'm like, what's that? And I like step into it and instantly fucking die. And Bwansamdi pops up and laughs at me. Now that be an impressive death, motherfucker, dude. I was like, shut the fuck up, Bwansamdi, shut the fuck up. It was pretty hilarious. I loved how when you died, he'd make comments to you. That shit was awesome. Zandalari Paladin powers do come from Razan, or at least did. That connection is important to explore for sure. I really hope we get on Shane to Loon Lord Midnight. You shouldn't, because they've already told us that they're gonna cover that stuff in The Last Titan. We've seen that in interviews. I think Maria Hamilton said that Anshe and Musha lore and stuff, that mythology of the Tauren will be explored in The Last Titan. I really think Sargeras is gonna turn out to be Anshe, dude. I want that so fucking bad, dude. I want that so fucking bad. Elune as Musha's obvious, but if Sargeras ends up being her twin and ends up being Anshe, dude, I'd fucking bust a fat nut, dude. I would just die. I would just die. Is there a Dragon Loa? There's a Dragon Hawk Loa. I don't think there's a Dragon Loa, though. Hard agree he's Anshe. He has hooves, just like the satyr he made. Totally makes sense they'd see him as a Tauren with the horns and hooves. We will see. I'd urge Galakron in a roundabout way. No one really worships Galakron, though. Everyone feared Galakron. John Alai, or whatever its name was. Yeah. We're going to see that in Zulaman, actually. By the way, I'm not playing Cyberpunk today. I fucking lied. Funny, your name sounds trollish. To be honest, Jaialator. It's funny because that's a Darnassian word that is kind of, that isn't made up. It actually means, I think it's like chosen of Elune. Elune's chosen is what that means. You did predict the army of the light coming from the well. I did. What a crazy lucky prediction that was. As soon as they started talking about it, I was like, the fucking army of the light's coming through that well. Sure enough. Sure enough. That was crazy. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's actually kind of nuts. That's one of my crazier predictions, to be honest with you. Just off the cuff live stream prediction like that. To this day, I'm still outraged that the item that most developed the aesthetic of Tauren linked to Anshe was the game that in the game is that sunflower staff. Yeah, I have it. It's a pretty cool one. but I think that they've been holding Anshe and Musha pretty close to their chest because, well, I mean, it's pretty endgame stuff, I think, so.
Keep your guard up.
Pretty endgame stuff. So let's see what the Winter Queen has to say about these Loa that we're returning. And let's see how she responds to Bwansamdi, because remember, he's trying to gain her favor. He knows what she would want. He seems to know a fair bit about the Winter Queen.
Ardenweald.
I bring missing spirits to return to Ardenweald.
The Weald shall be watching.
Hey there, Your Majesty. Your old friend Bwansamdi be helping this one find all of them missing Loa.
I will take these 3 spirits into our care, Bwansamdi. Along with this other, intriguing, a mortal soul entwined with the essence of a Loa. I cannot say what fate will befall you, Vol'jin of the Dark Spear. But I offer you this chance to one day be reborn anew.
I be deeply honored, Your Majesty. Champion, thank you for all you done for me. In life and in death.
He's prepped to be reborn.
Looks like
as a Loa of
Vol'jin
Kings.
be starting a new hunt. After I be getting some rest.
We need some time. That's why we haven't seen Vol'jin. He's got to rest.
Well, sure, Your Majesty. Old Bwansamdi be glad to give you one of the soul him risk his neck to save. And in return, all him asks for is...
Depart.
Fine, fine. But if you ever need this old Loa, just come on over to the other side. Huh?
Now, I might just be filling in the gaps here too colorfully, but the fact that we did have quest lines with Bwansamdi before where he said that he used to have all sorts of romance, I get this vibe from the Winter Queen that it's almost like, it almost gives me like ex-husband and wife vibes. Like, almost like maybe lover scorned kind of vibes. Like, maybe they used to be friendly, but not anymore. So, and I don't know. I kind of love the idea, dude. Bwansamdi and the Winter Queen. I mean, shit. I mean, shit. Maybe they spawn the first trolls. It can't be because Bwansamdi is a troll, formerly a troll. So, but it doesn't mean, you know, could have been a little something at some time. She's a queen, right? I mean, does she have a king? I mean, I don't know. Like the Therodris and Theotar, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. You never know. You never know. I don't know. I don't know. She doesn't like him now for some reason. Zeatar. Oh, right. Not Theotar. Theotar's the guy from Revendreth. Yeah, Zeatar. Maybe. Bwansamdi said he was a race before the trolls, though. So is he really a troll? Can you cite that? So can you source that for me? Bwansamdi saying that he was a race before the trolls? Because I'm pretty sure if you go to the wiki for him, and it doesn't mean the wiki is always 100% right. It's going to give me a Wowpedia link. Ah, okay. Okay, here you go. So you're right. When discussing with Vol'jin, Bwansamdi stated that that the Loa came before the trolls, which would make him and other Loa older than them, shadows of the Horde. This statement, as it concerned himself, was ultimately false. Long ago, Muzala was the Loa of the dead for all, so that's old lore, for all the trolls, and he elevated Bwansamdi form from priest to Loa. So that's the retcon. Becoming Bwansamdi's master. So the old lore in Shadows of the Horde, which is an older book, made that out to be the case. The retcon of that Shadowlands introduced is that he was a troll priest. But let me read the context of this, because that might be a misinterpretation. The boss be putting together an army of terrible Loa. Hakar and Dambala may only be the beginning. How the boss gets so strong? I not be seen him use power like this before. The Winter Queen not be fond of old Bwansamdi, but we gonna need her help to stop Muzela. You be friendly with the Winter Queen, no? If she be willing to rally her forces, we might be able to stop Muzela before it's too late. Then there's dialogue down here. We best begin the Winter Queen's help. We're going to stand against Muzala. After all, me be doing for Bwansamdi, raising him from priest to Loa, giving him the power of death. Now he be using it against me. He be nutting without me. And when me be done, he gonna be nutting again. What do you say, Ice Queen? That's what Bwansamdi calls her. Been a long time, eh? But this tree looking good. I like what you done with the place. Dude, I swear to God, like, that's something that you would say, like, dude. That's not this kind of dialogue, bro. I like what you done with the place. Like, oh my goodness, dude. I can't get past this perception that they're, like, ex-lovers, dude. Fucks me up. Fucks me up. Ah, now, your majesty, I come in peace. We need to be working together if we want to beat old Muzela. The quarrels of Loa... Oh, that's Winter Queen. The quarrels of Loa are no concern of mine. Do not involve Ardenweald in your petty squabbles. No, you got it all wrong. The boss be stealing the Loa from their sleep, and you be running to the Winter Queen with your problems now? Some Loa debt you be, Bwansamdi. Making deals instead of taking what be yours. Your time be done, your power be spent, and now old Muzela be coming to collect. So, he does say that he raised him to a Loa, giving him the power of death. But I don't quite see... I mean, Loa is the troll term. But where's the proof that he was actually a troll? We go to the other side. Okay. Ardenweald be where Loa go to be reborn after they die on Azeroth. So Loa as well. But some of the Loa who be sleeping on Ardenweald have gone missing. Gotta be someone powerful behind it. Taking them right from under the Winter Queen. Old Bwansamdi can't be having Loa vanishing from Ardenweald. That could be me someday. We're gonna put a stop to this. Some strange of the spirits of Ardenweald. Mamtoth, Thoranja, Dambala, Hakar be missing too. So Hakar even goes and gets reborn in fucking Ardenweald. Interesting. Following the trail. Got a bad feeling about this. Why are they stealing them? They weren't even ready to be reborn. Death God Mask. Mask be looking pretty good on you, man. You remind me of me. Whoever leaving these tracks being okay. Okay, minions of Muzala. Muzala be a Loa of death from long ago. It be him who raised old Bwansamdi, him who made me a Loa. That'd be before his worshippers started turning away from him. He always been a greedy one, but Muzela going too far this time. I mean, I feel like it's implied that he was a troll. It doesn't overtly say it, but if Muzela was the Loa for the trolls, you know, I feel like it's pretty implied that Muzala was a fucking troll. You know? So then winter be coming, gather in the hunt. Rally the nearby groves. Settle the score with the boss. But when you finish helping the Winter Queen, come to the other side to check on your old friend. Okay. Cleansing the forest. I'm trying to find the dialogue where Bonsomdi talks about his love life. I was hoping to find that. That might be a totally different quest line. I think it might be the quest line involving Vol'jin's spirit, actually. As for Bonsomdi, his fate is not my concern. Aid him or not, as you desire. I must attend to Ardenweald. Why does she just like seemingly fucking hate Bonsomdi? Just look at his feet, no? Well, I mean, he could be a patchwork of things though, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that like his current form, like Razan's a fucking T-Rex, like, was he always something? I don't know. I guess technically Shibala and all that stuff is relevant for that discussion, but let's not get into that, but. I think it's actually I don't know when it is, but I swore he said that. I'm sure I'm not Mandela affecting myself here.
My long slumber has ended.
It fills me with joy to know that the spirits lost to the Maw are safe once more. That dialogue line seems like they'll just come back regardless, but that's not the case. That's not the case. That's the threat of them being taken to the Maw. They can only come back if they're reborn properly in Ardenweald. He had a commitment issue with her, played games. Dude, that's kind of how I took it as well. Like, could you imagine if Bonsomdi was like fucking knocking boots with the Winter Queen and like cheated on her, dude? Could you imagine it's like with her sister, bro? Like with Elune. Oh my god. The whole Blood Moon thing relating to that in some way. Oh man, that'd be fucking crazy. That would be, oh boy. You're messing around with my sister? Oh man, imagine. That'd be crazy. Okay, none can say what fate has in store for Vol'jin. The path on which he has embarked has never before been walked by a mortal soul. Yet whatever awaits him, know that your efforts are what made it possible.
Ardenweald will survive the drought.
That's crazy.
This I swear.
Memory of a blazing slaughter. You're in the wrong zone. Well, go fuck yourself. Give it to the Rune Carver. Blazing Slaughter. The Blood Moon would make so much more sense. Jerry Springer Shadowlands edition. Imagine hitting up both the Winter Queen and Elune. Dude, that's some riz, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's fucking crazy. That would be fucking crazy.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
Okay, is this the last
Night
chapter?
Embrace you,
It
mortal.
is. Drust and ashes.
My long
We strike
slumber
now.
has ended.
The time has come. The Wild Hunt has driven the Drust back to their stronghold at the edge of Ardenweald. Their scouts report that Gorok Zar herself is among them. This may be our only opportunity to fully purge the minions of Thros from this realm. Lord Heron awaits your arrival at the battlefront. Go. With haste.
Ardenweald will survive.
Now he's just gotta hit up Eonar, bro. Holy abs, dog. Holy abs, dude. Complete the circle, am I right? The silver, the blue, and gold. Holy.
The Drust are deeply entrenched. We must strike with definitive force.
Hey, what's up, Dreadlord? Lady Dreadlord?
Hail, mortal.
Good, you're here. We are now ready to end the Drust invasion once and for all.
Good hunting.
The Drust have inflicted enormous loss. It's time we put an end to their atrocities. We will drive the Drust from their enclave and close their gateway into Ardenweald. With you as our vanguard, victory is assured. I will make my way into the heart of their camp. Find me once you've routed their forces.
Our prey beware.
Slay Ingrid Driff, the Drust captain, who's been spotted inside Darkreach. This is our chance to destroy him for good. I know him and his cruelty all too well. Whatever you do to him, it's better than what he deserves. He enslaved Fae and turned them against their own kind. Now is the time to end him.
Maintain, Ingrid Driff. Make him suffer, Mawwalker.
Destroy Goraxar's shielding runes. Those sneaky Drust are protecting Goraxar with their evil magic. I can send several foul runes that are scattered across Darkreach. If you destroy them, we can easily shatter the barrier around that nasty Goraxar. Hurry, I'll meet you inside the enemy camp.
Always a pleasure.
You know, the whole Vol'jin, Rezan fractal thing could actually work pretty well too, because technically, you know, Vol'jin, he ends up dying, but then his spirit is saved, and then he returns. I feel like that's kind of like Illidan. I feel like that's kind of like Illidan. I don't know. Not back to his original body, per se, but... Time to assault Darkreach. Troll Jesus. Those who didn't turn are being drained. Help them. We're just killing them, bro. We can't save them, so we just gotta eradicate them. Yeesh, dude. Some dark deeds we gotta do. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap right here, dude. Ingradriff. You again. Now I shall make you bow before the Drust. Oh, yeah? This changes nothing. Okay, Xalatath, calm down. Shielding runes destroyed. That's a big motherfucker right there. What's good, homie? I'll see ya. Drust Fallen Reaver. Nature-based Dami Mommies. Drust aesthetic was so fucking cool. Absolutely, the Wicker shit is fucking awesome. The color scheme we've seen before. We've seen it with Argus, we've seen it with Domination. I mean, they're using Domination. So, we've seen the color scheme before, but the actual structure of the constructs and shit is fucking badass. It's very, very cool. I love the whole witch and witch hunting aesthetic. Here and in Drustvar, for sure. One of the best aesthetics in the game. Random enemies carry gold. It's so funny to me. Foul Crusher. I think so too, Amir Mortal. I'd really love to see them in Harandar. I think it makes a lot of sense. Novatsu, what's up? I've been here in a hot minute. Well,
I haven't been here in a hot minute.
Thank you very much for subbing for 62 months. Yeah, holy shit. It's a big one. What's up? I know Vol'jin isn't an animus seed being reborn, but will be someone have to take his place for him to return to Azeroth like Malfurion did for Ysera? I don't think so. I don't think the nature of the connection, because Vol'jin's not bound to the Winter Queen. Not in the same way that Ysera was. Ysera, I think, is bound to the Winter Queen because the Winter Queen ended up exchanging some of her own anima to save Ysera. And so they end up connected. And then Malfurion ends up trading spots with Ysera so that Ysera can come help us in the Emerald Dream. And as a result, guess what? Malfurion ended up tethered to the Winter Queen as well. So Malfurion should actually end up being able to wield some Ardenweald powers in addition to his existing druidic powers as well. That should be the case. And that's why Ysera says, I'm bound to both the Dream and the Starless Night, or Moonless Night, excuse me, because she's talking about the Dream and Ardenweald. So since they had to trade places, presumably Malfurion had to undergo a similar thing. But then Malfurion ends up coming back because Ysera, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ysera must have returned to Ardenweald in order for Malfurion to come back. That must have been, that was the case, wasn't it? That was like the whole thing at the end of the dream. Ysera's like, I gotta go back to Ardenweald, and then Malfurion shows up and kisses Tyrande and all that stuff. Malfurion wielding the full cycle of life and death in his druidic powers got to make him crazy powerful if he can do that. Like, more so than he already is. Yeah, and he's already one of the most powerful characters She did and made her daughter the aspect. Right. Marithra. Yeah, I like that. I don't know. I thought the dream storyline was cool.
Fools! You are but insects before Gorak Zar.
Shut the fuck up. Ready to get one shot? I'll dick you down.
Strange. That does not sound like the Gorak Zar I remember.
Oh, maybe she's being possessed by someone else or impersonated? Maybe it's Gorak Tool again. I actually don't remember.
The Wild Hunt.
Or maybe she's being dominated to a new level. Well fought. The Wild Hunt will deal with the rest as necessary. There's one more foe for us to vanquish. Are you prepared?
Night Embrace.
I am prepared.
What can I do for you?
What have you sacrificed?
There's nothing left to protect her now. Let's finish this.
Is that all?
Okay, Lady Dreadlord. Good. The Drust have been dealt a significant blow. The spirits of those lost to Ingrid Drift's treachery can at last be at peace.
Strength of the forest go with you.
Thanks to your efforts, the shield that protects our prey has been made brittle as a dried leaf. Our hunt is all but complete. Come, let us put an end to the vile Gorak Zar. Slay Gorak Zar. It's time to end the Drust threat to Ardenweald.
We will avenge the possessed here and now. For Ardenweald.
Go on. I'll guard the bridge.
Moorwalker, strike down the barrier.
And if I don't, what if I just left y'all here forever? What if I just left y'all here and just went and played a completely other different DLC for 30 hours? What would you do? What would you do? By the way, why is Lady Moonberry neutral there? Very strange. I don't trust her. She's a Dreadlord. Our operative has already gained the trust of her target. Don't forget, in Korthia, when we capture fucking Mal'Ganis, and he's trapped in a stupid little fucking thing, and he's trying to beckon us over so he can make a deal with us and manipulate us, Lady Moonberry fucking urges us to do it with a wry smile carved across her face. That bitch is a fucking Dreadlord, dude. I'm telling you. On the Court of Night, already gained the trust of her operative to exploit the weakness of the connection between the Emerald Dream and Ardenweald. It's her, dude. She's a Dreadlord. I don't trust her at all. Anyway. Look at this void shit.
What sorcery is this? Slay her minions. I will secure the wild seed.
It's literally void. Drust aberration.
Little creatures. You struggle in vain.
Now look at these very dark Drust aberrations. Again.
Thros will engulf this realm.
Yeah. Remember, Thros exists in the Emerald Dream at a unique confluence of death and void energies, and they use domination.
No! You will pay for your insolence in blood!
Moorwalker! Finish this!
Dark miasma, stun. They said it doesn't sound like the Gorak Zar of before. So something further has occurred. What's up, punk ass? Don't want to die? Death Bolt.
I cannot continue.
Your infestation is at an end, monster.
Get that ass.
I sense something hidden from sight.
I bet you do. Oh, right. Okay, after
A Drust
okay.
to distract us from their true target.
Never seen that before.
Do you know where their leader has gone?
He's in the Maw. His name's the Primus.
Awakening. She seeks awakening.
An illusion to distract us from the actual guy.
We will stop her, Aralon. I swear it. For Queen and Grove.
For Queen and Grove.
Rip Aralon.
Wild Hunt! We ride for the Grove of Awakening!
We're so sorry, Aralon. Night embrace you.
Rip. I wonder if Drust is like a decayed order magic. It could be. I mean, again, Drust magic is derived from a realm in the Emerald Dream that exists at a unique confluence of death and void energies. That's what they say. Death, but you know, could be order type shit. So order and void together, perhaps, or something along those lines. Domination.
You could probably
and they
use
are definitely using domination magic. Like it's not speculation. That is what is happening. So yeah. Hello again. What mischief are you up to today? That's actually interesting because if beneath Golanath, the Vrykul built potentially a connection to a realm in the Emerald Dream, that could explain alone why there's order or domination magic there. It's actually interesting to think about it. Almost like an incursion into the dream by the Titan Forged or something like that.
Never a dull moment with you.
Oh, Erelon, even after all he endured, he found a way to smile again, only to... Lady Moonberry wipes her eyes. Fake tears! You will not fool me, schemer! There will be time for tears later. We still need to stop the Druss for Erelon and the forest he fought to protect.
We'll meet again.
The call of the hunt.
What fun you're about to have.
Mm-hmm. I fear Lord Hearn will have further need of our aid before this night is over. Come, I'll put... This night? Bro, it's never daytime here. I'll put some wings on you. We'll have to fly if we want to keep up with him.
I can't wait. Our grief will have to wait. We need to hurry.
Fucking rip, Erelon. Okay, yeah, send it.
What fun you're about to have.
Oh shit, dude, we Thuman. What the fuck, dog? What the fuck?
The Drust block our path forward.
Oh shit, what's up, Sarah?
I will see to that.
What's good? I don't know why you don't trust her. What could she possibly have to gain by lying? No, nothing at all.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Call of the
For
hunt.
Queen and Grove.
Damn the Drust, this was all a diversion.
Good hunting.
These foul creatures will taste my blade before the end. Drust and ashes.
Our prey beware.
The Drust encroach upon the Grove of Awakening, Dialator. We must fly in defense of Ardenweald. Now that I'm thinking about this, the whole Drustvar Order of Embers, Drust Sorcerer Domination shit that Gorak Tul was doing, that stuff is old. That all predates the jailer, like, breaking his bindings and escaping and all that stuff. So, the Drust would have had... I mean, how did they get... It's the question is, how did they get access to domination magic? Because... I'll have to think about that. Defend the Grove of Awakening from the Drust and slay Gorak Zar, Abominable Anima Sphere, Arden Moth Soul, and an enchanted Dreamlight Rune Stag. Defend the Grove of Awakening.
Good hunting.
I'm ready. For Ardenweald.
Night embrace you.
Now that you mention it, Gorak Tul kind of looks like the Primus. Yeah, that's something I was showing earlier. They look very similar. Their little pointy fingered gauntlet thing on the same hand, the white beard with the fucking tie around it, the horns on the fucking head. They look very similar. And the Primus is seemingly a master of disguise. Gorak Tul's stuff was at some old point post-sundering. Yeah, old. Yeah. I'd really love to know how they got access to that magic. Ride with Ysera. Drust put to sleep. Fly to the heart of the forest.
We shall take to the skies! Make haste!
Holy
Eternal
shit.
slumber is all that awaits these vile fiends!
Eternal slumber. Yikes.
Look at them fall. Leave no Drust
Dude, there's a
alive.
lot of them.
Wild hunt, we ride for Ardenweald.
There's a lot of these motherfuckers. Yeah, damn. Fully mobilized army, bro. Coming in here. Oh, get him, Ysera. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. We just put him to sleep, though. It's kind of weird. Get that shit. Get that shit. And a lot of turned people as well. They're full Zerg strat right now. It's what Zalatat's about to do. Full Zerg. Tell the Winter Queen what happened at Dark Reach. Oh shit, what's up? Droman, Alioth, Kivar? Everyone's here, dude. What's up, homies? What's up?
The stars turn.
The Winter Queen's eyes blaze with restrained power. Tell me what you know. Erelon has fallen. The The Drust march on the Grove of Awakening. I'm curious, if Blizz is supposedly attempting to cover up Shadowlands, pretend it never existed, do you think all the lore matters or just portions of it? Blizzard isn't attempting to cover up Shadowlands and pretend it never existed. That's not the case. You guys see how much damage this motherfucker does with his videos? You see what I'm saying, dude? God damn. That is tough. That's the 5th time it's come up today. I swear to God. I just hear people talking about it in some videos like they're trying to cover it up. I know. I know exactly what video it's from. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. Play 11-2. Play 11-2-7. Like, he's wrong. Doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't like it. He's not familiar with it, so he tries to act like it's just fucking all retcon and it's not real. He's wrong. He's wrong. 11-2 utilizes the fucking brokers. It utilizes the devourers. 11-2-7, we literally go back to the Maw and talk to Sylvanas. You know what I mean? About the Shadowlands being ordered and shit. Like, he's just wrong. Raziel, calm down. You have to say that. Let's not go there. We can critique the fact that he's not that he's wrong about it. Let's not make fun of his appearance. Come on. But yeah, unfortunately he's wrong. And I get it, Nova too. It's just frustrating. Can I ask you, we're talking about Bellular. Talking about Bellular. He's continuously tried to paint it that like Blizzard is trying to retcon away and like make it so the Shadowlands and its lore is not relevant or just keep the good parts, and he's just wrong. Like, all this stuff is canon. All this stuff is real. All this stuff actually happened.
And a time
like,
for his own.
Yeah, he makes rage bait videos to try to like make himself feel better. I don't know what it is, but he's wrong. So yeah, you get people that are they get someone who is not in authority on lore at all, trying to tell them that this is just like the case. He's wrong. He draws conclusions and correlations without the evidence. He tries to source things, but doesn't ever quote it. He doesn't ever actually cite his sources. He makes sweeping statements. He makes assumptions. He just doesn't know. So, yeah, I gotta move on. I gotta move on. I'm so tired of hearing about this guy. It's so annoying. The Drust march on the Grove of Awakening.
My queen, the Drust bent noble Erelon to their will and deceived us into confronting him.
I think it's Squarespace's fault.
Gone.
Our foe now marches on the Grove of Awakening, conscripting your own subjects into their ranks. What are your orders?
Loyal Erelon understood difficult choices, the need to make certain sacrifices.
Yo, give me the chonk. Thanks for gifting 5 subs, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
For that which we hold most dear. Our sacrifices will not be in vain.
I'm gonna kick some ass, dude. I don't know how extensive your theories are regarding domination of the Titans, but could the Forge of Wills have a link to it? Absolutely. When you read in Chronicle what the Forge of Wills does, it apparently taps into and shapes the budding sentience of Azeroth's world soul. So, yeah. Absolutely. That does not sound great to me. It draws upon her power to make Titanforge, but also, as a secondary function, forms and shapes her sentience. Literally her mind and awareness and, you know, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. So absolutely. Venari not telling us during the Shadowlands gave them the room to write all this. Venari is meant to be enigmatic and secretive. That's the whole point. Like, so if that's the logic that he uses to justify that it's some kind of retcon, I just hope for their game that they're making over there that someone else is writing the story and it's not him. I'll just leave it at that.
Sound the horn. All of Ardenweald is called
You don't
to the hunt.
You don't have to like something.
You will help lead the charge, mortal. Drive these invaders from my grove.
We can have differences of taste and opinions about what we like and dislike. But the things I hear come from there are, it's speculation that bleeds into him portraying things as though they're just factual, never clarifying where the speculation ends and where cited sources and information like that comes from. There's no clear defining line. So people are told speculation that they take as some kind of truth when there's a chance that he's just wrong. And when he's trying to just make statements about it and not cite his sources and prove what he's saying, he's just conflating his opinion with some kind of objective reality, and it's not correct. So, that's it. That's it. It's rage bait, Shadowlands hate content that is specifically designed to leave things ambiguous and to not cite the sources and to portray a narrative that is not supported by facts and that is basically his desires and grievances with the game made manifest. And that's all it is. There's no truth to it. It's appeal content for views. That's how I see it. I mean, I have a hard time seeing it any other way because that's what the content portrays. I didn't mean to spark a combo like this. It's okay. It's not the first time it's happened today. It's the difference between someone who loves the game and someone who loves to make money off the game. Let's move on. Nothing wrong with doing both either as well, you know? But yeah, it's...
Protect the forest's heart, child of dreams. Let no enemy pass into our sacred halls.
You gave of your very essence to preserve my spirit.
Right, it did come straight from her.
I shall defend Ardenweald until the last.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I guess if I would add one other thing, there was a time where I really enjoyed content from that channel, where they would do class guides and, you know, systems analysis and numerics and stuff like that. But as soon as they started trying to lean into the lore and consistently getting it wrong and just making kind of the same Shadowlands hate content and stuff like that, I basically lost all interest and respect for it. I mean, yeah, so whatever. Okay, we gotta slay some Drust forces now that we're juiced. Okay, so well, no, these are counting, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Okay, they just don't have like quest nameplates.
Those of the forest, beware.
Pale Beyond's riders are not bad, or at least it's really well done. It looks like that's good. So you can code and figure out how to put game systems and shit together. It doesn't mean you know what you're talking about in terms of forming a narrative or narrative analysis. So just like how I don't know how to code shit, maybe whoever is writing the lore fucking analysis shit over there doesn't really know what they're doing either. So reach the Grove of Awakening. That's a bit jarring. What's up?
The drought beleaguers us all.
The Queen's eyes blaze with fury. These creatures shall be exterminated. What are your orders?
The Drost believe that seizing the Grove of Awakening will bring them victory. They are mistaken.
She's pissed.
Moonberry, Hearn, Ilios, Zehad,
Elioth.
win back control of the Grove's anchors. Through our soul bond, I shall expel these intruders.
Oh, they're all soul-bound together, right?
As you command, my queen.
Unleash her wrath on the target. Queen's wrath. That was pretty weak.
Such selfish creatures, perceiving nothing beyond your own desires.
Yet we grow strong, while those who kneel before you are left to wither. One by one, we will claim every grove, every fae, every soul.
The
I don't know about that.
could have been protectors of nature, caretakers of the cycle.
I'm screenshotting that. What the fuck?
You choose instead to steal and destroy. Such a waste. I almost pity you.
I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but why is her tone so slow? I mean, she's a deity, first of all. Some of them might just have a slower, more, you know, kind of... I don't know. I would also say it's because her theme is winter, so she might not talk that fast.
I can take it from here. Get going.
She also doesn't seem to ever say things that she doesn't mean.
Well, well.
She is so interesting, all these little pieces. Aura of protection, indeed.
I will help me reclaim the anchor, mortal.
Will do.
It is done. I will hold this ground.
Zehad.
Branches thrash as the forest howls. Mortal, you are the cleansing storm on a dusty plain. The queen bids action, and so we and cutting winds become a soothing breeze. Drift along to the others. Aid the wield.
Cool. Destroy anchor.
I do not need the pity of a fading queen.
Already did all that. Maybe I didn't.
You will watch as I claim your throne and crush the heart of the forest in my grasp.
No. This ends now.
Oh, I see.
Behold, the magic of my groves rises up against you. Come, mortal. We will dispose of this wretch.
I'm already 3/4 of the way there.
Vile queen! The trust will never be vanquished!
Not yet, at least. People getting sucked into that portal? Is that like a... Is that a gateway to their realm? Is that what that is? I didn't realize. They're definitely getting sucked in there. Thrown in there, expelled, or something. I never noticed that before. They are definitely getting yeeted. Huh. So this being their portal in. Interesting. Reverse portal like Well of Eternity sucking demons in? Yeah, yeah. She just like unmanifested. Back to their realm they go. But they're not vanquished. That's the thing. They're just delayed for now. So.
The stars turn.
Well fought,
The
mortal.
cycle continues.
Come, we shall leave their bones to the Gorm. I am ready to go.
The core.
Damn. The whole motherfucking court here. Shit. Mask of Wansamdi's even here. Sneaky fuck.
So, what brings you to visit?
I see now why creatures of your world are considered so formidable. Little wonder you were able to drive the Burning Legion back. I'm grateful for your strength on behalf of
For
Ardenvale.
Queen and Grove. Welcome to my grove.
Your
You
aim
hunt well.
is true.
You seek knowledge.
Peaceful
of the
night
Night
to you.
Warrior.
Long has it been since Kadarnan and I fought to defend our home with other champions at our sides. I've not missed war, but I've enjoyed standing shoulder to shoulder with friends and allies. The Ernak snorts a laugh, and seeing such foul corruptors destroyed so utterly.
Nothing is more important than those we love.
Child of a war-torn world, you came to us as a stranger. Now we have fought beside one another as allies in arms. I salute your skills as a hunter. My spear is ever at your call.
For the Winter Queen.
How can I help?
Dreamweaver. Well, that was exciting. I'm very glad the Drust are gone. They had a terrible influence on our groves and our wild seeds. I hope the Queen will be able to get things back to normal now. At least more normal. Thank you. You've done more than you know for...
Take
you've done
care.
more than you know for us.
Where shall we go next?
The Drust might be defeated, but Ardenweald still needs its protectors. I will fight for the Wild Hunt, as Erlon did, and work to protect all of the groves. This gives me hope, truly, that one day Ardenweald will be fully restored.
Watch your step.
Lord Herrn.
We stalk the
Even the
moonless
mightiest of
night.
hunters fall. We grieve for Erlon and the others lost, but celebrate their lives. We celebrate our victory. You showed Ardenweald's mettle in battle. The tale of your actions will be sung through the forest. Well fought. Well
For
fought
Queen
indeed.
and Grove.
What can I do for you?
I knew from the moment you arrived there was something about you, and I was right. You are interesting, Moonberry sobers, and we're gonna need a whole lot more interesting around here. The Drust got kicked out, but they were just making the existing problem worse. There's plenty of bad to go around still, and I know we're going to stop it.
Always a pleasure.
Or whatever, Dreadlord.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
Much was given so I might continue to exist. I'm pleased to have helped safeguard this place, and to begin to repay the mercy shown to me. The Drust's power here has been broken, but we must be on guard. The Shadowlands. Not all is right here. We have won a victory, but there are still matters to be resolved. I foresee the need for your help in the coming challenges. Be ready.
Night embrace you, mortal.
I do not think of what could have happened if the Drust... I do not wish to think about what could have happened if the Drust had managed to gain control here. I can see there is still work to be done here in Ardenweald, but at least this threat has been beaten back. Tyrande is still alone in Torghast. The search for other Night Warriors continues, and Ysera and Thiernax appear confident about their plans, but I worry for her.
Consider it done.
Understandable. And the Winter Queen.
Our sacred charge remains
Rust
unchanged.
and ashes. Well done, Huntress. You have saved Ardenweald from the Drust, and in so doing, protected countless other realms from their darkness.
The jailer's power grows, and the Shadowlands face unrelenting peril. Stand ready, Huntress. Your strength will be needed in the days to come.
All right. Thanks for the pep talk. The Arden Moth is plentiful in Ardenweald. Delicate-looking creatures. They have a hidden strength. Their magic can soothe the most tortured soul, or send the unwary into an eternal sleep. shape of the moth will be yours to call upon. That's kind of terrifying. All right, cool. The jailer's power grows, and the Shadowlands face unrelenting peril. Stand ready, Giles, or your strength will be needed in the days to come. Yup. Indeed.
Your spirit is a bright one.
Ardent Moth's
The
soul.
cycle continues.
Such beautiful creatures, their shape is now yours to call.
Good hunting.
Okay, well, I never use my ability, so, you know.
I can't wait to see what you do next.
We have enough anima that the Winter Queen can fully restore the heart of the forest. You've done so much for us. This dude putting up 10-hour streams in just one zone? Not quite, but yeah, yeah. All those Drust are being yeah. Portal sends souls back to the Vale mortal plane, so she's throwing them out to be reborn, giving them a second chance. Well, the Drust don't come from the mortal plane. They come from the Emerald Dream, so I'm not sure that I can make sense of that, but they can exist in the mortal plane, I suppose, so I would probably, I mean, you'd probably want to source that the portal sends them back through the Vale to the mortal plane. I don't know. I'm ready. Let's see it. Reminds me a lot of the Ark of Nor. What's up, Tag? It's kind of uneventful, but hey, I don't know what I was expecting. Wow.
You could probably use a little help, huh?
We're so grateful for all your help. Seeing the heart of the forest like this again, full of power, my heart is filled with hope.
We'll meet again.
Cool. Oh. What? Oh, I see. And then I phase to after them draining the power out of it, I think is what just happened. So this is after the jailer ends up claiming the heart of the forest, right? Because he ends up getting the sigil, which is contained inside of this. So I just got phased to where it's been drained, I'm pretty sure. So we end up, it's fucked up because we end up juicing the fuck out of the heart of the forest, and then Zoval ends up claiming it anyways. So we just give him extra power to claim. Love that. Love that. I've done the other, yeah. So the only Covenant campaign quest that I have left to finish is Bastion, and then I've done them all. I want one of those galaxy trees for my yard. Yeah, dude, that would be sick. Raid Finder. Love that.
My stuff is the best.
Gross. Stone Snap Mandibles. Or kind of ugly Death Dancer's Warglaive. I'll take this, the Mandibles. That's kind of a sick fist weapon.
Come see me again.
Hell yeah.
Hello. Need something?
Shut up, Sparkle Breeze. They're fucking names, dude. I'm so surprised we didn't get more Shadowlands housing deco, especially since Shadowlands Time Walking dropped at the same time. Again, because Shadowlands has a lot of dope fucking aesthetics, too. There's a lot of really cool shit from Shadowlands. Well, cool. I'm glad I saved that stuff for stream and did it all on stream today. That's cool. Worth. And yeah, I did the Hollowfall quest today. I did finish the Worth in meta achievement today. I don't know if I've done any of the Bastion campaign at all on any character, but I know that my paladin is Kyrian Covenant, so I should have put that anima in the thing. Whatever. Here we are, back in Dornegal. I'm gonna check my pally real quick. The class hall decor, but limited on the Covenant decor. Yeah. Maybe they're saving some stuff? Probably. My pally looks, not to toot my own horn, bro, but my pally looks fucking sick. I'm so happy with the way my paladin looks. It's one of the main reasons I'm going to be playing it again at midnight. Okay, let's check my quest. Kyrian campaign, 2 chapters. Among the Kyrian and Torghast, so pretty sure that that's just the baseline for, like, doing the opening of Shadowlands. I also still need to do my artifact. Legion. Trial of Ascension. I can't fucking come back to WoW. The moment I log into Dornogal, I get overwhelmed with everything. Yeah, that's one of the problems with WoW, I think, is when you join back on an expansion, like late patch cycle, it can definitely be overwhelming if you haven't played anything. What I would recommend, Kref, is there should be a quest in Dornogal that's up here near the Foundation Hall, like right there. That is like War Within recap or some bullshit. And you do it by... You interact with this floating book next to Lore Walker Cho. That's what you should do, if you're able to. It's basically like a streamlined campaign of the War Within, and that might be better for you. You know, get you kind of caught up on the main story, and don't worry about the other shit. And then I would do like purple quests, pink quests, and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna try to send you to main story. It's gonna try to send you to Undermine. It's gonna try to send you to Koresh. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been saying for ages they need to label the different main story chapter sections also with book and volume titles, so people can see War Within Book 1 for the level up, Book 2 for the campaign max level campaign, and Book 3 for patch content. Totally agreed. You did see the book? Yeah. It was bad back in Catalegium, but now it's even worse. It is very overwhelming. Yeah, when all you want to do is kind of get back in, get caught up, experience what's going on, and it's just like dumps a bunch of things on you. Yeah, that's pretty overwhelming.
You are welcome here.
Lysian Hold. Yeah, it's really like just the lack of streamlining for quests when you come back is really just not chill. First fucking thing you run into in Bastion's a big fucking robot. Goodness me, dude. Place couldn't have possibly been ordered. No chance. Why is Bastion so bright? I mean, it's basically like angelic heaven. It's not even a streamlining issue. It's at what I do first and what order I do all this content in. Right, with streamlining it. Making it clear, like, that's what I mean. It needs to be structured for the story better. Yeah, that's what I mean by streamlined. Memory of Divine Resonance. Vial of Ascension. Alright, this is where we're gonna start next time I want to do some questing. I used to think Crystal Song Force is bright. Huh. And not quite. Not quite. Alright, guys. That's a good sesh for me. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. It's been a good day. And, yeah, I'm done. Finished, my War Within meta achievement, which was fucking dope. Didn't end up playing any Cyberpunk today, but whatever. I'm not too worried about it. I can play a little more next week. I have so much footage of it to edit, so I might even try to get up a couple episodes this next week. I'm looking into making more short form content for WoW. Maybe literally shorts, or things that can be explained more quickly rather than long essay style videos all the time. It's good for me to, you know, go up and down, and take breaks. Barrels, I don't really want, I'm not going to answer that. People do, you know, whatever. Why don't you ask them yourself? So fast learning shorts would be awesome. Yeah. So that's something I'm considering doing. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream, whether you just lurked and watched, whether you followed or chatted, subbed, or gifted a sub, whether on YouTube or Twitch. Thank you for being here. I will be back again on upcoming Friday. And I would like to get my lore tour of Sepulchre, the first ones, finished this coming week as well. So got lots of editing to do over the next 3 days, and yeah, hopefully some things for you to look forward to. So yeah, thanks again for watching. I appreciate you very much. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be Friday, I'll see you guys later. And yo, happy Merry Christmas if you celebrate that. Happy holidays. I won't be live again until the 26th. So yeah, if you celebrate that, you know, happy holidays. So yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate you very much, and I'll see you later. Peace.